Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became the Ultimate Spider? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ring. It was the end of the school day at Aldria Middle School, and the students were happy for their upcoming release. No one is more so happy about this than Izuku Midoriya. Alright, kids, remember that tomorrow is our field trip to Jaka Hospital. The teacher told them as the students packed up and started to leave. By the time the teacher had finished talking, Izuku was already out the door, being the first one to leave as usual. After all, no one else packed their things like their life depended on it. Of course, that would only buy him so much time. Bakugo would catch up to him if that was all there was to his leaving school routine. Izuku made a hard left, away from the exit, and down the opposite hallway, where he found his usual hiding spot, the janitor's closet. He swiftly, yet quietly, opened the door and entered the small, dark closet, taking his favorite spot right next to the mop. Alright, now I just have to wait 10 minutes and everyone should be gone, Izuku thought. Thankfully he didn't have to stay here for as long as he used to. Most of the people that antagonized him didn't think he was worth the trouble to go look for him in order to torment him. And the ones that did go out of their way gave up not too long after he started hiding. Even Bakugo didn't hate him enough to spend more than 10 minutes searching the school just to be mean to him. In the meantime, Izuku took out his notebook, a pencil, and a dim light. Bright enough that he would be able to see and write stuff down in his notebook, but not bright enough to give his hiding spot away. On the news yesterday I saw Hawks stop a villain that was completely in his blind side. Izuku thought as he rapidly wrote down his thoughts. Can Hawks tell the positions on things or people with his feathers? Actually, Hawks goes on a lot of covert and undercover missions, maybe that's why? Can he hear things through them like ears, or are they more like echolocation? Ah yes, Izuku's favorite activity. Quirk speculation and analysis. They were pretty in-depth and time-consuming things to be into, but it helped Izuku pass time, and helped keep his mind off the fact that he had no friends. The time flew by, and before Izuku knew it, 10 minutes had passed. Izuku peeked his head out of the closet, cautiously looking around before taking his leave. And as usual, he ran home as fast as his legs could carry him. After all, if he slowed down, who knew what might catch up to him? A few minutes later, back home. Izuku entered into his apartment, and as he closed the door behind him, he finally took a sigh of relief. Finally. Inko wasn't home, of course. She was typically still working at the hospital by this time, but she would be back in a couple of hours. Thankfully, I don't have any more injuries for her to patch up, Izuku thought as he walked to his room. Back when Izuku was younger, or heck just a year ago, Izuku getting injured was the equivalent of the sky being blue. It was just kind of the status quo after he was deemed quirkless, and as the years went by, his accidents got worse and worse, to the point where his mother had to start having medical supplies in their house. Fortunately, Izuku had learned to be more careful, and these accidents became far more sparse. He entered his All Might covered room, throwing his All Might themed backpack onto his All Might themed computer chair, took off his red, surprisingly not All Might themed sneakers, and collapsed onto his All Might themed covers, on his All Might themed bed. He did it. He did it perfectly. He pulled off his routine without a hitch. He ran and hid like a coward. Izuku sighed as he looked up at his hero posters. You don't see heroes running and hiding. They stand up to wrongdoings, and here I am. Glad that I was able to hide in a closet, right? He would cry at the realization of how pathetic he's become. But he'd had the realization and cried those tears far too many times already. This was a routine, all right. And therefore it happened regularly. This was just his life now. And he absolutely hated it. I just wish I could be someone like you, Izuku said, looking up at his All Might poster. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Fuku Hospital was to most people a good place. A place that helped thousands of people get treated for injuries, diseases, and other terrible things. And to most people, Kyudai Garaki was a good man. One of the few examples of a notable quirkless person in a quirk-obsessed society. A man who would help people, in spite of his condition. But the hospital and its owner held a dark secret. Because hidden below it was an evil lab.no really. And Dr. Garaki was secretly an associate of the most powerful villain in history, All for One, whom he was currently in a call with right now. It escaped? Said the supervillain through the computer monitor, its light illuminating the dim room. Yes, it appears I underestimated its intelligence, and after the latest round of experimentation, it escaped, Garaki reported, petting his favorite Nomu as it rested on his lap. It's quite smart for a spider, isn't it? This is unfortunate news. I had a great interest in that particular Nomu. All for One lamented. Ah yes, the quirk to pass on one's abilities by injecting its venom into a person could be quite the valuable asset if I could learn how to replicate its quirk. Dr. Garaki said. But do not fear, I doubt it has left the hospital. Hopefully we'll find it soon. I sincerely hope so, Doctor. All for One told him. It would be quite troublesome if that spider were to bite a hero. Imagine, a hero with the abilities of an augmented spider. A hero like that would be quite troublesome. The next day. And this is the morgue. This is where we store the dead bodies until the families come to claim them. Said a very broad doctor to a very broad class. The class trip had gone, as expected, with no showing any interest, including their guide and teachers. Izuku was probably the only one actually paying attention, if only because he wanted to see if he could learn how to patch himself up so his mother didn't have to. However, even Izuku's attention started to waver, as the person speaking clearly didn't care. I wonder how many heroes have been in this hospital? I don't hear about a lot of heroes coming here. It's kind of weird considering how famous this place is. Maybe this place is ill-equipped to heal people with more powerful quirks? No, that can't be it. There are plenty of people with powerful quirks that aren't heroes, so this hospital would have to heal them, and there are quite a few heroes with less than powerful quirks, although I guess my knowledge about those heroes is lacking. Izuku thought, although little did he know, his thoughts were leaking out in the form of muttering. Shut the hell up, Deku! Bakugo shouted at his most hated classmate, igniting his palms for intimidation. Sorry, I didn't mean to mutter. Izuku put his hands in front of his face in defense. Please, no quirks in the hospital, please. The doctor scolded Bakugo, still not caring. Bakugo glared at Izuku for a few moments, before turning towards the rest of the group. After a few moments, Izuku gave a sigh of relief and followed the group as they moved on through the hospital's halls. But little did anyone know that while Izuku was distracted with this little altercation, a spider, no bigger than a grape, crawled onto him and up his pant leg. As Izuku moved with his class, the spider climbed higher and higher up Izuku's body. I wonder if All Might has ever had to go to the hospital? Izuku wondered. The spider reached his torso. Maybe a few times. I doubt it's more than a handful after all. What could get through his near impervious skin? Izuku asked himself. The spider crawled through Izuku's sleeve. I wonder if his quirk also boosts his immune system? Izuku pondered. If that's the case, he may never had to go to the hospital since he was 5. The spider crawled onto the back of Izuku's hand. And that's when it bit him. Izuku shouted, as suddenly it felt like his hand was on fire. He looked down at his hand and wondered what could be causing this pain, and saw the little spider pumping its venom into him. Midoriya? His teacher called to him and the entire class looked at him with varying expressions, but Izuku had other things to focus on. Midoriya hit the back of his hand against the wall, squashing the spider and killing it instantly, reducing it to paste. But that didn't make the pain any better. Izuku felt the burning sensation not only get worse but spread, from his hand to his arm and soon to the rest of his body. What the F are doing, Deku? Bakugo barked at Izuku. I spidered bit me. Poison. Izuku's legs suddenly went numb, and he fell back onto the floor. Poison? Asked one of the students looking concerned. Pisage. He's just being a crybaby? Laughed another student. I don't know, look at him, he looks like he's dying? Said another student. Deku. Bakugo's aggression faded, as Izuku laid on the floor, his eyes closing. Deku? Kaken? The last thing Izuku heard before passing out was the doctor calling for help. Sometime later. What happened? Izuku opened his eyes, and after taking a few seconds for his eyes to get adjusted to the light, he was met with the sight of pure white walls and a pure white ceiling. I'm in a hospital room? Izuku looked around and confirmed his statement. He had an IV drip in his arm, and he was dressed in a hospital gown. Why am I right the poison? Izuku cringed as he remembered the burning pain that went through his body. It's like that spider had set his blood on fire. Shaking his head to rid himself of those thoughts, he then looked down at his arms. It seems like whatever happened is over. I guess the poison worked its way out of my system. Izuku thought. But something just wasn't right. His body felt strange. Not bad, just strange. Izuku didn't have time to think about that, as the door suddenly opened, and himself walked in. Oh good, you're awake, said as he walked up to the young boy. Dr. Garaki? What happened to me? Izuku asked the doctor. Well, you were poisoned by a spider. What kind of poison and what kind of spider is unknown, unfortunately, but fortunately it wasn't lethal. It did however cause you to go into a coma for a week, the doctor revealed. A week? Izuku shouted in surprise. I'm asleep for a week? Oh God, Mom must have been so worried. Ah yes, your mother visited quite a few times, and we'd had to mop the floors from the trails of tears she left each time. Dr. Garaki explained. I suppose you, her, and the janitorial staff will be happy to hear that you have a clean bill of health, and you'll be released later today. What really? Izuku was shocked. He didn't think one could recover from being in a coma so quickly. Yes, it was quite surprising, told him. You recovered very quickly, but either way, we'll give you one last checkup, and then you can be on your way. Thank you, sir. Izuku gave the doctor a polite bow. The doctor smiled. There was no issue. After all, you were quite an interesting patient. Later that night, Izuku and Inko were happy to be home. Inko had to spend 10 minutes outside the hospital, hugging Izuku and crying onto his shirt, just so that way she could focus on driving them home. After the two of them entered their house, Izuku immediately noticed a lovely aroma in the air. Is that Katsudon? A rare, genuine smile broke its way onto Izuku's face as he ran into the kitchen to see his favorite meal ready and on the table. It wasn't until this moment that Izuku realized he was absolutely starving. Inko walked in and saw the joy on her son's face and smiled. I thought you might be hungry, so I made your favorite. We should eat now before it gets cold. Izuku did not need to be told twice. The two sat down and started eating, but Izuku was absolutely destroying his katsudon. Eating it way faster than normal, and that was saying something. Izuku calmed down. You're going to choke. Inko warned him. But by the time Inko told him this, Izuku had already finished his bowl. Ah, sorry. Izuku apologized as he moved on to his second bowl. For some reason I'm just not really hungry. After a week in a coma, I suppose that's to be expected. Inko told her son. After finishing his second bowl, Izuku looked up and noticed something. The trash was overflowing. Not only that, but there were 4 trash bags lying next to it. Mom, why is there so much trash? Izuku asked his mother, looking at her with concern. Were you not taking care of yourself? Were you stress eating again? Mom, you know that's not healthy. Inko blushed with shame. I know, but I was so worried about you. No one knew what kind of poison you were injected with, or what it was doing to you. They kept saying you were okay, but you weren't waking up. No more than 5 seconds into her explanation, Inko had started crying. It was a wonder how she had any tears left after crying so much, but it was the Midoriya family's hidden quirk. Unlimited tears. Izuku quickly made his way to his mother, hugging her and comforting her some more. After a few minutes, Izuku helped his mother up. Maybe you should go to bed. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. I'm very tired, but first I should take out the trash. Inko said, looking at the buildup of trash. I'll do that, don't worry about it, Mom. Izuku reassured her. But you just woke up from a coma. Inko objected. I can't let you do that. No, Mom, it's fine. Izuku quickly moved over to the trash and picked it all up. It's really light. The trash bags felt like they had practically nothing in it. But Izuku knew they were full, and from the look of it, had some stuff that should have made them decently heavy. And it's not like Izuku worked out, so it should have been a struggle just to carry 2 of them with both hands, but it felt like he could carry all 4 of them with one hand with no issue. That's weird. Izuku didn't have a lot of medical knowledge, but he was pretty sure getting stronger after being in a coma was the opposite of what was supposed to happen. Izuku shook his head to clear his thoughts. I can worry about that later. He looked at his mother, who was also confused by Izuku's sudden strength, but way more worried about it than he was. Izuku, are you okay? Yeah, that actually I feel pretty good. Izuku still didn't know what was happening to his body. He'd felt weird ever since he woke up, and while the feeling, he decided, was a good one, it was still one he was unsure to and unsure why it was present. But the last thing he wanted to do was worry his mother about this. I'll take out the trash, you just go to bed. Izuku told her. Inko was about to say something but suddenly it speeds Inko. Couldn't even comprehend, Izuku was out the door. After a few moments of shock, Inko had one question in his mind. Does Izuku have a quirk? Back with Izuku. Izuku was at the dumpster. The dumpster that was located all the way at the bottom of the stairs to his apartment, which was about a 2-minute-long walk, a minute-long run on average. But Izuku had just been in his house a second ago. What? How? That it was all just. Izuku struggled to think straight after that experience, brief it may have been. It was all a blur to him. He just ran like he normally did, but everything went by so much faster. Before he realized it, he was already at his destination. It was like he had super speed. What is going on? Izuku was now 100% sure that something was wrong. Something about him was wrong. Or maybe not wrong, but different. I lifted heavy trash bags and they felt like nothing. I moved from my house to the dumpster in a second. Izuku looked down and realized that in his surprise, he let go of the trash bags. Or at least, he stopped grabbing them, but the trash bags were still stuck to his palms. Izuku moved his hands around him, testing to see if the bags would fall, but they didn't. And it's not as if the trash bags were sticky. He could feel if they were sticky, and they definitely weren't sticky. And now my hands are sticky. Why are they sticky? They weren't sticky before. Is it because I wanted to grab something? How do I unstick? Izuku thought. Unstick? Come off. Release. Nothing happened. Izuku shook his hands around trying to get the garbage bag off his hand. He tried to pull the garbage bag off his hand with his other hand, and after a bit of effort it worked. But then it got stuck to that hand. Okay, calm down, Izuku. Izuku told himself, taking deep breaths as he tried to compose himself. Izuku released the tension in his hand and then the garbage bags fell out of it. What happened? Was it because I relaxed my hand? Izuku asked himself, as he looked at his now empty palm. Izuku thought about this for a moment, before looking up at the nearby wall, and then back at his hand. He slowly approached the wall, and then put his hand on it. His hand tensed, and when he tried to pull away, he took some of the wall with him. Izuku would have freaked out about that, if he didn't come to the realization of something that would change his life forever. I have a quirk. It took a few moments for Izuku's mind to process that statement, getting past the sheer disbelief and denial echoing in his head. But when it did, tears tread familiar trails down his cheeks, but this time, for the first time in years. They were happy tears. A goofy grin covered his face, as an overwhelming joy filled his heart. I have a quirk. Izuku jumped into the air in celebration, but his jump ended up being way higher than he thought. In that he jumped halfway up the very tall building. And then he started to fall. Whoa! Izuku shouted as he fell. And then suddenly he felt a strange buzzing in his head. Ground incoming. I know! Izuku shouted at whatever was alerting him of the fact that the ground was getting closer and closer. Thinking quickly, Izuku put his hand on the wall, stopping his fall as his hand stuck to the building. Phew! Izuku took a sigh of relief as he hung off the side of the building. Okay, now what do I do? He was stuck. If he let go, then he would fall. Which might not kill him, but he didn't know that for sure. Okay, maybe I can crawl to the ground? Izuku asked himself. After pulling up his courage, Izuku stuck his other hand onto the wall, sticking it just like the first hand. And then he tried to stick his feet to the wall, and that's where he had a problem. His shoes. Try as he might, Izuku could not get his feet to stick on the wall, and he quickly realized the problem was with his shoes. Okay, so my skin has to make direct contact with a surface to stick to it. That makes sense. Izuku analyzed. He started trying to kick his shoes off his feet, and after a few seconds he managed to do it, causing his shoes to fall to the ground. After peeling his socks off his feet using his toes, his feet were finally exposed. In the moment of truth, Izuku brought his feet to the wall. And they stuck. Seconds later Izuku started crawling around on the walls, tensing and relaxing his hands very slowly and carefully, as to make sure he didn't make a mistake and fall. The overjoyed smile returned to his face, as Izuku neared the ground. This is so cool. After a bit more wall crawling, Izuku made it to the ground and got back up. I can crawl on walls. Izuku exclaimed excitedly, this time being careful not to celebrate it too hard. I wonder how that works. Izuku started touching his hand, feeling around for anything different. Maybe it's dash. Twip. When Izuku pressed down the bottom of his palm, and from his wrist shot out a web that latched onto the wall. Izuku froze for a moment, before looking up at where the web had stuck to the wall, and then looking down the web that connected all the way to his wrist. There was now a hole in his wrist, where the web was coming out of. He stopped pressing down on his palm with his finger, and the hole closed, cutting off the web. I can shoot webs? Izuku with a mixture of excitement and confusion. It took a few moments, but as Izuku reflected on his abilities, he realized something and slowly started to piece things together. I can climb up walls, shoot webs, I have super strength and super speed. I have all the abilities of a spider. I got these powers after I got bit by a strange spider that filled me with an unknown venom. Did that spider give me a quirk? Izuku realized. Can that happen? I know animals can have quirks, but could there really be a quirk like that? But that's the only thing I can think of? How else could I get a quirk? Maybe the reason I was in a coma was because my body was adjusting to this new mutation. After a bit more thinking, Izuku put those thoughts aside, and the smile returned to his face. That doesn't matter right now. I have a quirk. Wanting to test out his new abilities immediately, Izuku looked up at the floor where his apartment was located. About 30 feet up. He raised his hand up and started aiming. Whip. Izuku pressed down on his palm using his middle and ring fingers, and a web shot out of his wrist and flew up into the air, landing on the floor Izuku was aiming at. The green-haired boy's smile grew even wider as he jumped up, pulling on the web so it would bring him exactly where he wanted to go. Once he got close, he grabbed the handrail and flipped over it, before landing on his feet. Whoa! It wasn't a perfect landing and it took Izuku a second to gain his balance, but it was a far better acrobatic feat than anything Izuku had done before. Do I have super reflexes too? This is amazing. I need to tell Mom about this. He turned around and opened the door, however in his excitement he used too much force and pulled the door off its hinges. Oh. Izuku thought of a way to fix this before his mom saw it. Wait. Izuku walked in, put the door back in place, and then started webbing it up until the door was stuck in place. There we might have some problems getting out, but at least no one can break in. Izuku thought aloud. Izuku, is that you? Inko ran in, having heard the sound of her door being broken. She stopped and looked on in confusion at her webbed-up door. What AP? Mom, that spider gave me a quirk. Izuku ran up to his mother and grabbed her so fast she didn't even see him move. Also, we need a new door. Inko was frozen for a few moments, before fainting of shock in her son's arms. Mom. After eventually waking Inko up, the two got on the couch and moved to talking about this new predicament. And then Inko came to a shocking conclusion. You can't use it, Inko told him firmly. What? Izuku almost jumped off the couch in shock. What do you mean I can't use it? Why not? Mom, do you know what this means for me? People will stop bullying me. Kaken might actually like me again. I'll finally be able to become a hero? But what if it's temporary? Inko asked him, giving him a sad and concerned look. Immediately, Izuku deflated, and his pupils shrunk in despair as he realized what his mother was talking about. This was not, technically speaking, his quirk. It was an effect of the spider's quirk. Or at least that's what they assumed. And quirk effects were not always permanent. Most of the time they weren't. So that meant that his newfound power might be short-lived. All the excitement drained from Izuku, and Inko's heart broke as she saw her son's face fall. But she knew that it was better to bring this to his attention now. Because if she let him freely use his quirk and train with it, only to lose it in a week or two, then he would be crushed. Let's just wait a month, Inko told him, trying to put some hope back into him. If it is temporary, then it would have worn off by then. If you still have it, then it's probably permanent. And you'll be free to use it however you'd like. Izuku clenched his fist tightly as if trying to physically hold onto the hope that this would last. That it wouldn't just be a cruel joke. I understand. Also, I know you'd want to go out of your way to help people with your quirk. But remember that you don't know how to use it yet. Inko warned him. With that much power, you could end up hurting someone very badly if you're not careful. If you see someone in danger, just let the heroes handle it, sweetie. Again, another good point that Izuku didn't like at all. Yes, Mom. And one last thing, dear. Inko hated that she had to say all this, but she knew she needed to. Don't tell anyone at school about your quirk. We both know what they'll do if you show it off and then lose it later. Oh God, he could only imagine. The only reason the discrimination and bullying was bearable right now is because it stopped being the most amusing thing in the world to them. If he lost his quirk after showing it off, then it would renew interest in him and give them all something new to throw in his face. Once again, another good point that he didn't want to hear. At this point, Izuku was just standing there with his head held low, looking more defeated than he had in a while. Inko stood up and grabbed Izuku's shoulders. Izuku, look at me. Izuku slowly lifted his gaze up to meet Inko's and saw her smiling lovingly at him. We don't know if they're temporary. They might be permanent. Inko told him. And if they're not, it's not the end of the world. You could still be a doctor? They save people. It wasn't the same. It would never be the same. Not that Izuku didn't respect doctors, he absolutely did, his mother was one after all. But Izuku had always dreamed of being a hero. Ever since he knew what a hero was. It wasn't easy to just give up on your dreams. But he couldn't explain that to her. He had failed at that too many times. All right, Mum. Izuku sighed. In the end, he couldn't refuse her authority nor refute her points. So he just had to go along with it. He'd already put up with all the bullying and powerlessness all his life anyway. What was another month? How bad could it be? The next day. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope you're born with a quirk in your next life. Bakugo told him mockingly. Very bad. Turns out the answer was very bad. Let's go back a bit. You see, the teacher had talked to all of them about thinking seriously about their future for about 2 seconds before just saying, who cares, you all want to be heroes. And then he pointed out that both he and Bakugo applied for UA. Which brought life back to the dead horse that was making fun of Izuku. Naturally, everyone laughed at him. But Bakugo had a different reaction. Suddenly, while Izuku was sitting in his seat wishing he could just disappear, he felt something, that strange buzzing in his head again. Incoming. He barely turned his head in time to see Bakugo coming at him with his palm raised and a look that would make a grown man shrivel up in fear. It seemed like time had slowed, and Izuku guessed that was a result of his new spider speed, and so whereas he actually had about a second to react, it felt like he had 10. So he leaned back, so when Bakugo slammed his palm against his desk and blew it up, the explosion just missed him. Bakugo was shouting at him, but Izuku wasn't listening. His brain was too busy thinking about what just happened. That buzzing. The same thing happened last night. Some kind of dot warning system. Like a spider sense. Izuku thought. Do spiders normally have that? What else can it do? Does it just tell me if I'm in danger, or does it tell me if other people are in danger too? What about danger that isn't physical? Will it tell me if I'm about to say something wrong? Then suddenly, Izuku felt Bakugo grab his shirt. Hey! Pay attention to me, Deku. Why didn't it go off? Izuku wondered. Kaken went to grab me so why unless it only alerts me if I'm actually being attacked. Kaken just went to grab me and didn't attack me yet. So since he didn't go to attack me, it didn't go off. Du. Bakugo could see that Izuku still was not paying him full attention, and so he raised his palm, ready to attack him. And the spider sense still didn't go off. Bakugo was about to attack, but suddenly he was stopped. Bakugo, if you are going to assault Midoriya, then please wait till after my class. His teacher warned him half-heartedly. The explosive blonde paused and eventually backed off, letting Izuku go, glaring at the boy all the while he returned to his seat. Kaken definitely went to hit me there. Why didn't it go off? Unless that was a bluff? Izuku theorized. That's not like Kaken at all. If he wanted to attack me, he definitely would. The only thing I can think of is that it didn't warn me because Kaken didn't end up actually attacking me, but how would the spider sense know that unless it's a precognition ability? And Midoriya, please stop with the creepy muttering. His teacher scolded him, with a far harsher tone than he had with Bakugo. Yes, sir. Sorry. Izuku apologized. Later. Izuku did what he normally did and packed up as quickly as he could. Or rather, he would have done that if that wouldn't have given away the fact that he now had super speed. Since Izuku hadn't really gotten used to his new powers, he knew that if he attempted to go as fast as he normally did, he would mess up and move way faster than a normal person should. So he restrained his movements and went slowly and carefully. And this had the expected result. Bakugo came in, told him not to apply to UA, threatened him, destroyed his notebook. Typical stuff, and as the blonde and his minions were leaving, Izuku thought he might actually get it. Break, and that would be all Bakugo did to him today. Until he said this. Take a swan dive off the roof, and hope you're born with a quirk in your next life. Izuku's eyes bulged and he paused for a second, trying to figure out if what he heard was really what he said. When he eventually realized that yes, Bakugo really said that, his blood boiled. He looked at Bakugo with a look of pure anger, and Bakugo met his gaze with confidence, holding up his palm to remind him of his power. Izuku's fist clenched. Never in his life had he wanted to punch Bakugo so much. And maybe it's because now he could. With his new power, he now actually stood a chance in a fight with him. But he held back. His fist unclenched and he turned away from Bakugo. Heh! Bakugo chuckled. Weakling. The bully and his entourage left, leaving Izuku alone in the classroom. He sighed and looked out the window where Bakugo had thrown his notebook. Izuku did a scan of the classroom and then looked around the area down below the window. No one was there. No one was watching. He knew he shouldn't do this. He really shouldn't. But no one was looking, so it wouldn't hurt to use his quirk just a little bit. And so he jumped out the window from the 4th floor. After about a second of free fall, Izuku landed safely on the ground without a scratch. Izuku smiled to himself for a second. It was just a reminder that this was real and that at least for now he had a quirk. He prayed it would last. Moving on, he walked towards the pool of water that his notebook was now floating in, and much to his dismay the fish in the pond were nibbling at it. Izuku sighed, and quickly picked the soaking wet notebook. My dreams aren't fish food. Now with the rush of using his powers for a second had worn off, he was back to thinking about what Bakugo had said. I can't believe he said something so stupid. Izuku shouted as he walked out the school gates. What if I really did kill myself? He'd have committed a murder basically. He wasn't actually gonna do it. He'd never even thought of doing it. And he was sure that Bakugo didn't actually mean it. But the fact that he actually said that showed that his former friend was really far gone. And it hurt to see. What happened to us, Kaken? Izuku asked aloud, as he walked underneath a bridge on his way home. Did quirks really change you so much? He still remembered, very clearly, the time when they were friends. Although it was now far in the past and a very short part of his life, it was some of the best memories he had, so he held on to them tightly. How did it go from that to this? Behind you! His spider sense went off, and the buzzing was much stronger than it had ever been before. To the point where it hurt a bit. He quickly looked behind him and saw a giant hand made of sludge was coming at him. Oh god. Izuku jumped back a good 10 feet, safely dodging the sludge. A villain? Izuku's eyes widened in fear and shock as he watched the villain come closer to him. A medium-sized disguise. Perfect. The villain was literally a mass of sludge, with its only two human-like characteristics, being two eyes and a mouth. Figured, let me borrow your body. And with that the villain lunged at him, extending his sludge tentacle to try and snatch up Izuku. The spider-powered teen dodged to the side, before moving to the other side to get away from another tentacle. I have to get out of sight, Izuku thought. He looked around and saw the buildings around him before getting an idea. Kicking himself off the ground with a mighty jump, he launched himself a good 20 feet. Then while in midair, he quickly kicked off his shoes and socks, before turning to a nearby building and shooting out a web line. The line hit the building, and Izuku pulled himself towards it. Izuku hit the building and latched onto it with his hands and feet, sticking to it with his quirk. Hey, get back here! The villain shouted as it shouted out another sludge tendril at the teen. Izuku quickly crawled up the building, the tendril barely missing him and smashing into the building, breaking apart the concrete it smashed into. He made it to the roof and looked down at the sludge villain. Hey, come back down! The villain cried. Seems like his range extends up here, Izuku thought, breathing a sigh of relief. He was safe. He could easily take off and run to find a hero. I'll just find another disguise, the villain shouted. Izuku's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as he realized that now with him out of reach, the sludge villain would go attack someone else. Someone who was much less equipped to escape from this horrifying monster of a villain. In that instant he knew what he had to do. As the villain started running away in the other direction, Izuku jumped off the roof and started shooting webs shots at the villain's back, but they were all absorbed into the monster's liquid body. Doing nothing. The villain turned around and saw Izuku falling back towards the ground. So you came back? Stupid kid. The sludge villain launched out another tendril at Izuku, but the teen shot a web at the ground and tugged, pulling himself towards the ground at great speed, dodging the tendril. He landed on the street so hard, it cracked the ground. And yet he was unaffected. Its body was unaffected by my webs. And I don't think I can punch his liquid body away. Izuku was quickly trying to come up with ideas before the villain could get another chance to attack him. He focused on the villain's eyes and saw them swivel to look at him. And a light bulb illuminated over his head. The villain shot out another tendril at Izuku, and the boy moved a foot to the side to dodge it, before shooting out a web shot at the villain's eyes. The shot hit, and the villain's eye was covered in a thick, sticky web. Get it off! Get it off! The villain started flailing wildly, its slimy tendrils thrashing everything nearby, knocking over parking meters, damaging cars, breaking windows, and causing other damage to his surroundings. Seeing how well that worked, Izuku unleashed a barrage of web shots at the villain's eye and mouth, covering them in a sheet of webbing. The villain tried to yell out curses at Izuku, but the webs around its face kept any words from coming out. Time to finish this, Izuku shouted. He shot a web line at the villain's face, which was covered by the web sheet, and then started pulling. The villain shouted out in panic as he felt his face literally being pulled off his body. He tried to resist, urge his body to keep hold of his eyes and mouth, but Izuku's webbing was too strong and his strength too much, and after a few moments, eventually, they plopped free. The eyes and mouth plopped onto the floor, and the sludge body fell to the floor, seemingly motionless. After taking a few moments to take everything, Izuku realized that the fight was over. He won. I did it. I won. I beat the villain. Elation filled Izuku's body as a huge grin broke out on his face. I won. Did you now? Said a gruff voice from behind him. Izuku's pupils shrink in fear. As a hero nerd, he immediately recognized that voice. He turned behind him and saw the hero Death Arms standing there with his arms crossed. Kid, do you know what vigilantism is? Death Arms had been pursuing the sludge villain but had lost track of him when he went into the sewers. Now he finally found the BSTD only to see that some kid had taken him down. Impressive and illegal. Why, sir? Izuku wilted under the hero's gaze. But I was attacked and I dash. Could you have run away? Death Arms asked him. What? Izuku realized where this was going. Could you have run away? Death Arms repeated sternly. Yes. Izuku's head fell and his shoulders slumped. I could have used my quirk to run away. Well, then what the hell did you think you were doing fighting that guy? Death Arms scolded him, yelling so loudly that it would put present Mike to shame. Unlicensed use of a quirk is illegal. And you can see why. Look at all the property damage you caused. Izuku turned around and cringed when he saw that there was a good deal of damage done to his surroundings. Messed up cars, broken parts of the streets, chunks missing in the walls, etc. If I wanted to, I could arrest you, you know. Death Arms shouted at him. Izuku froze on the spot, as fear filled his body. Oh God. If I get arrested, I might never be a hero quirk or not. Oh God, what did I do? What did I... Hey! Death Arms grabbed Izuku's shoulders and shook him to get his attention back. Listen, I'm gonna let you go for now. Since no one got hurt, and you took him down easy enough it seems. I'd be ashamed to let someone with your potential get blocked from the hero business because of this. A wave of relief washed over Izuku and yet again a smile broke out on his face, this time accompanied by tears of joy. Lots of tears. Literal rivers of tears. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So much. Okay, but... Geez. Death Arms pushed Izuku away, not wanting the literal rivers of tears to soak his costume. I dash. Suddenly Death Arms stopped, as he spotted something from behind Izuku. It was the sludge villain. He was escaping down into the sewer. Little did Izuku or Death Arms know. While the sludge villain's face was separated from its body, controlling its body became much harder, but not impossible. It could slowly ooze its body in any direction, and while Izuku and Death Arms were distracted, he managed to push his body back towards his face, regaining full control, before slithering back into the sewers. It. Death Arms ran past Izuku. Go back home, kid. Let the pros deal with this. And with that he was gone, leaving Izuku alone. Honestly, he wasn't sure how to feel. On the one hand, the villain got away. On the other hand, he didn't get arrested for vigilantism. And although Izuku was glad that his chances of being a hero weren't killed at that moment, he was also deeply frustrated that his hard work in taking out the villain was for nothing. He sighed and looked at the destruction the villain had caused and winced once again. Izuku could only imagine the pain it would be to clean all this up. It was far from the worst destruction he'd seen a villain cause while fighting a hero, very far in fact. But it was also very far from the instant victory, no collateral damage, all might fights. I still have a lot to improve if I'm gonna be the #1 hero. Assuming that this quirk lasts. Izuku sighed. He had been able to defeat the villain with his quirk, but his quirk might not be permanent. What would have happened if he didn't have this quirk, he wondered. Well, the answer was obvious. He would have died. Izuku looked at his hand, clenching and unclenching it. He'd always known he was weak before. But, ironically, it was only now that had power, did he truly know how powerless he was before. Kaboom! Izuku's attention snapped back to reality, as an explosion went off in the distance. That was only a few miles away. Izuku thought, as he quickly realized what happened. That must be the sludge villain. His first reaction was to run towards it and see what was going on. After all, he loved watching hero fights. But then he stopped when he remembered what Death Arms told him. To go home. He knew he should probably listen. He'd let Izuku off with a warning and he shouldn't take advantage of the man's kindness. After thinking about it for a minute, he decided to go. After all, he was just going to watch. Get some closure. See for himself that the villain was taken care of. He was just going to watch. With that in mind, Izuku started running towards the explosions. A few minutes later, Izuku hoped he wasn't too late. He had to restrain himself again, to keep from moving at super speeds again, so it's not like he got here as fast as he could. However, judging from the continuing explosions and a group of people gathered near the explosions, and the fact that his spider sense was going off like crazy, he guessed that the fight was still going on. From the distance over the crowd, he could only see bits of green sludge, confirming his suspicions. Get closer! Get closer! Go, go, go! The buzzing in his head was so powerful, more powerful than it had ever been before. And he knew that whatever was going on in front must have been really bad, but couldn't see much more than that through the crowd. He'd need to get closer. So he gently and slowly pushed through the crowd, trying to make sure he didn't hurt anyone with his super strength or even reveal he had it. Eventually, he made it to the front and was able to get a full view of the nightmare that was in front of him past the police tape. The entire area was littered with flames, as Backdraft and Kamui Woods worked to both put out the flames and rescue the people still in the area. Destruction was everywhere, with the sludge villain at its center. Several other heroes were present, such as Death Arms, and Emi Lady was also nearby, but it seemed like she couldn't get anywhere close to the villain, because the area was too small for her to fit, and Death Arms was just standing by the crowd, and no hero was attacking the villain directly. But the worst part was that the villain had a hostage. Kaken! Izuku thought as pure horror filled his body and mind, and his face went white with terror. Bakugo was being held by the sludge villain, stuck in its body while the villain tried to suffocate him. The explosive teen was trying his best to escape, using his explosions to try and free himself, but all that did was set the surrounding area on fire. Never in his life had Izuku seen Bakugo, the cool, powerful Bakugo, so helpless, and it absolutely terrified him. The pure fear in his eyes was so odd, so out of place. The vulnerability is so contrasting with his image of his former friend. It was like watching someone light water on fire. It was opposite to what one would expect, that it boggles the mind. Save him! Save him! Izuku, without thinking, moved forward, about to try and save Bakugo himself. However, he only made it past the police tape, before he was stopped by Death Arms, who held Izuku back with his hand. What? You again? Death Arms said when he saw the person he was holding back was Izuku. I thought I told you to go home. Kaken! Izuku shouted out to his captured tormentor, before turning to Death Arms. Please. You have to help him. Why aren't you helping him? Death Arms winced. The desperation in Izuku's tone and the use of what was obviously a nickname implied that the person being held captive was a friend of the boys. Just hang in there, kid. Let the pros handle it. Izuku remembered when Death Arms had said that earlier. And then he remembered his mother's words. With that much power, you could end up hurting someone very badly if you're not careful. If you see someone in danger, just let the heroes handle it, sweetie. Unlicensed use of a quirk is illegal. And you can see why. Look at all the property damage you caused. This was different from last time. Now there were people around. A lot of people. People who could get hurt if he charged in recklessly like he did last time. And the surrounding buildings were already weakened by the fire if the villain did that thrashing about like he did last time when Izuku blinded him. Not to mention, with all these people here, there was no way he'd get away with the same blatant vigilantism. If he moved in, not only could people get hurt, but his dreams of getting into UA would end there, and then, after all, they didn't allow criminals. Still, the pure look of fear on Bakugo's face made him want to charge in right away. Even now his body was moving forward unconsciously, only held back by Death Arms' arm. After a few moments, he came to a decision. And he stopped. He had always admired heroes as a child. He practically worshipped them. He could trust them to take care of this, right? And so he waited and watched, while the heroes did nothing. Save him. He's dying. Save him. His spider sense was going off like crazy. It hurt so much to ignore it, but had to, right? He waited and waited and waited for someone to do something, but no one did. Save him. Seconds turned to minutes as more and more time went on, and no one made a move to stop the villain. No one moved to save Bakugo. Why? Izuku whispered, only being loud enough for Death Arms to hear before he started yelling at the top of his lungs. Why isn't anyone doing anything? We can't. Death Arms yelled at the kid. What do you mean you can't? That made Izuku angry. He just told him to sit there and trust the heroes, and now he's saying they can't do anything? Your heroes. Do something. His body is immune to all-out attacks. Death Arms argued. We're waiting for backup. Attack his face. Izuku screamed at him at the top of his lungs. Death Arms' eyes widened, and he looked back at the sludge villain and realized that while most of its body and arms were made of liquid, its face was not. Never in his life had he felt like such a failure. Moving quickly, Death Arms bent down and dug his fingers into the road before using his strength to pull out a huge chunk of the street. Hey ugly! Huh? The villain looked at Death Arms, giving the hero a good look at its face. And so Death Arms threw the chunk of the street at the villain as hard as he could. Ag! The villain's face was thrown off his body, knocked away by the hunk of tar. His body fell to the floor, and Bakugo was free. Although at this point he had already fallen conscious, so he just laid there, in a puddle of sludge. Kaken! Izuku ran forward. With the villain defeated, he had no reason to stay back, and so he ran too. Meanwhile, Death Arms quickly went over and picked up the sludge villain's face. Not letting the same thing happen twice. Izuku went over to Bakugo's unconscious body, and much to his relief he was still breathing. They weren't too late. Bakugo was saved. The next day at Izuku's house. Katsuki's dying, Inko told him tearfully. What? Fortunately, Izuku was already sitting, otherwise, his legs would have crumbled beneath him and made him fall on his butt. The sludge. I was in his mouth too long and he got sick. Inko sobbed, trying her best to explain this through the tears. It was in him too long. It was in him. Too long. He could have stopped this. He should have stopped this. Izuku had beaten the sludge villain already. He could have done it again in record time. But he just stood by. He let Kaken die. It had been 2 weeks since Izuku had gotten the news of Katsuki's imminent death. Katsuki only had 3 more weeks left apparently. Bakugo of course hadn't gone to school. Even if he wanted to, his body was too weak. He had been held up in his house. Izuku couldn't imagine how he was taking this. He didn't want to imagine it. Izuku hadn't gone to school either. He didn't have the motivation to leave the house, and his mother didn't have the heart to make him. Rather she called the school to say Izuku would be on leave due to family matters. Which wasn't technically wrong. The Greenette had been mostly unresponsive. The first week was spent entirely in shock. He didn't say a word the entire time. Barely moving. Only performing basic human functions like sleeping and eating. The second week was when his emotions began to run rampant. He cried, he screamed, he used his new super strength to smash almost everything in his room. Hundreds of dollars in merchandise was lost, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to care right now. Speaking to those powers, about the only good thing that could be said about these past few weeks is that the powers stayed around. And seemed to be permanent. But even that Izuku couldn't bring himself to be happy about. How could he? His childhood friend was dying. And it was his fault. Izuku didn't know if he should see Bakugo. He didn't know if Bakugo would want to see him. Heck, he didn't know if he deserved to see him. Maybe the last he would see of Katsuki would be from that attack. With his face contorted in terror and begging for help. Help that would only come too late. Maybe the last he would see of Katsuki would be the image he would forever remember and be forced to look at every time he closed his eyes. But to his surprise, one day Inko got a call from Mitsuki, saying that Katsuki wanted to see Izuku. And so despite not being sure if he could bear to see his old friend dying because of his actions, he knew he had no right to refuse. So here he was at the Bakugo household, standing in front of Katsuki's door. He said he wanted to see you alone. Mitsuki was right beside him, her voice lower than he'd ever heard it before. Izuku didn't have the heart to look her in the eyes. The guilt was too heavy for him to lift his head. I'll be close. And with that, Mitsuki walked away. Izuku looked at the door. Behind it was repercussions of his inaction. His heart didn't have the strength to open it. But his guilt did. And so he opened it. Inside was Katsuki, laying on his bed. There were several machines and IFs attached to him, likely keeping him alive for as long as possible. Katsuki himself was pale, his body almost limp. And for the second time in his life, Izuku had seen him weak and vulnerable. A sight he was now learning was his least favorite thing to look at. Deku, Bakugo said his name, his voice weak and hoarse. It was clear he was dying, but he didn't sound as angry as he normally was. In fact, he was calm. And it threw Izuku off completely. Kaken. Izuku stuttered back, sounding more unsure and scared than the dead man before him. Why do you keep calling me that? Bakugo asked him, his red eyes looking at him not with rage for once, but with curiosity. Sorry. Izuku was cut off. I didn't tell you to stop, Bakugo told him, his tone being firm and strong despite the obvious weakness in his voice. It was as if even when dying he still commanded power, still had control. I asked you, why do you keep calling me that? That I guessed that it stopped because I just got used to it. Izuku answered hesitantly, completely unsure of himself. Deku. We both know that's not what I'm asking. Bakugo's infamous glare returned, but it lacked the rage it once held. Why do you still think we're friends? After everything I did to you? Why? Izuku looked deep inside himself. He had to be honest. If not now, then never. So he looked past all the justifications, all the lies he told himself, and found the truth. You were the only friend I ever had. You were so powerful and strong. I don't want it to be like you. Huh. Bakugo looked like he thought about that for a moment. So not even after all that shit I did to you. After every time I tried to put you in your place. To break your spirit. To get the message that we weren't friends and I wanted nothing to do with you, through your thick effing skull that the reason it never took, is because you were in denial, for 10 years. I guess. Izuku's shoulders slumped. There was a short pause before Bakugo continued. Deku. Come here. Bakugo pointed to the spot right next to his bed. With a bit of hesitation, Izuku did as he was asked, and moved towards that spot. And when he reached it, once again he found himself getting grabbed by his shirt. We are not friends, Bakugo told him. There was no anger. No malice. No explosions. Just a firmness and forcefulness that forced Deku to acknowledge the truth. Izuku looked down, the illusion broken. He now saw reality. Yeah. We aren't. Look at me, Bakugo growled. Look me in the FNG eyes when I'm talking to you. It was funny, even when Izuku was the strongest he ever was, and Bakugo was at his weakest. The blonde still held power over him. And so Izuku immediately did as he was told, and met Bakugo eye to eye. I was whole, Bakugo told Izuku, shocking him to his core. I thought I was hot shit. I did whatever the F I wanted. And I didn't give a shit how anyone felt about it. I thought I was king of the FNG world, destined to be the strongest. But I was effing wrong. I was weak. And now look at me. Killed by my own effing quirk. That one statement rocked Izuku's already shattered world. What? Izuku's voice was so quiet that had Bakugo not been right next to him, he wouldn't have heard him. Think Deku. If didn't use my FING quirk while that BSTRD was trying to drown me, then there wouldn't have been any FING fires. Meaning that the goddamn heroes could have actually gone to save but instead of trying to save everyone in the FING burning buildings. Bakugo told him. If I hadn't effing flipped out, then I wouldn't be effing dying. Oh god. Izuku thought, absolutely horrified by what he was hearing. He thinks it's his fault. For once Bakugo didn't blame Izuku for something when actually deserved it. Izuku had to set things right. He had to tell him the truth. Bakugo, it wasn't your fault. I was the one who let you die. Izuku admitted as he looked away in shame. Bakugo gave him a confused look. What the F, do you mean? Izuku wasn't ready for this. But he owed him an explanation. He backed up, freeing himself of Bakugo's grip. And then he aimed his wrist up towards the ceiling. Thwip. He shot out a web shot at the ceiling. Bakugo looked at the web in pure shock. For once he lost the control he seemed to have had, as he was overtaken by this out-of-nowhere surprise. That's not all. Izuku took off his shoes and socks and went towards the wall. Then he started climbing it. Not much, he just went far enough to show that he was in fact sticking on the wall. He relaxed his hands and dropped off the wall. Then he turned his attention to the dresser on the other side of the room. Izuku zipped towards it, so fast that to Bakugo he just looked like a blur. Then he grabbed the dresser and lifted it over his head with ease, showing off his new strength. After putting the dresser back down, he looked back at Bakugo. Katsuki looked like he just saw All Might lose an arm wrestling contest. Or like he just witnessed his mom fly. Like he had seen something impossible. After a few moments, he spoke again. "You have a quirk." "I got it after that spider bite incident," Izuku explained softly. "We're guessing the spider had some sort of quirk that allowed it to pass its abilities with its venom. Sorry I didn't tell you about it sooner. Mom didn't want me showing it off in case it wasn't permanent." Katsuki's shock didn't fade. As he took the time to process what he heard. The whole spider thing. Well, he would hesitate to think that it made sense. But the same time, the alternative option, that Deku was lying and that he always had a quirk, made even less sense. Firstly, there would be no reason as to why Izuku would hide his quirk. Secondly, that spider bite incident was freaky as hell, so it made sense that there was something more to that than just Izuku being poisoned, and him suddenly having spider powers after that would be too strangely coincidental. And third, he would have to assume that Izuku was lying to him the whole time and that even on his deathbed he was lying to him. The old him may have jumped to the conclusion that Izuku would lie to him even while he was dying, but after taking some time to look back on everything, it made less sense. And after all, if Deku really wanted to keep lying to him, he just wouldn't show him his powers. The thing about Inko not wanting people to know also made sense. If Izuku started showing off his new quirk and then lost it, Katsuki would have given him hell. But the thing that still didn't make sense was what this had to do with Izuku saying that he let him die. Unless, of course, Izuku was there. And he just stood back and watched while Bakugo was being suffocated when he thought he could have helped. "You were there," Bakugo concluded. "You thought you could have beat that thing." "More than thought. I knew I could," Izuku explained. "I already did." The look Bakugo gave him told him to explain, and so after taking a deep breath and clearing his throat, he did so. "That villain that he attacked me first up, but I thought back. I webbed up his face and then I yanked it off." Izuku recounted. "I beat him but then Death Arms showed up, and he scolded me for vigilantism. And while he was scolding me, the villain somehow got his face back to his body and escaped. And when I found him again, he already had you, and there were all those heroes and the people. I thought I wanted to go save you. But if I did, then everyone would have seen me commit vigilantism. I thought the heroes could handle it. Death Arms told me I could handle it. I. As Izuku went on, his voice became weaker, and tears flooded out of his eyes. "I let you die. I should have done something. I could have done something." Izuku fell to his knees and got into the Dajiza position, bowing his head in a sincere apology, knowing it would never be enough to make up for his inaction. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." While Izuku sobbed, he couldn't see Bakugo's expression. But he could imagine it. He imagined that he was furious, that he was enraged, that he might even try to attack Izuku despite his condition. But when Bakugo spoke a few moments later, his voice was deadly calm. "Deku, come over here." He complied. Because what else could he do? Izuku got up and walked towards Bakugo's bedside. "In front of you." His spider sense told him what was coming. And he ignored it. Kaboom! Bakugo used what little energy he had to hit Izuku with an explosion that knocked him on his butt. Izuku was surprised and disappointed by how little it actually hurt. "Get your butt up and look at me when I'm talking to you, Deku." Bakugo shouted at him, his voice regaining its lost ferocity. Izuku immediately complied, getting back up and forcing himself to look at Bakugo's face again. He was in fact furious. But not the typical rapid beast kind of furious, but more like a righteous fury. Like he had a mission and would accomplish it no matter what. "Never effing do that again." Bakugo shouted at him like he wasn't dying. "Listen here, you little sheet. Here is what you're gonna effing do. You're gonna become a FING hero. You're gonna save every effing person you see. And you gonna kick the butt of every BSC that gets in your way. Do you hear me, do you?" Izuku took a step back in surprise. "Kaken? You win every fight. Just like All Might. You save everyone. Just like All Might." Bakugo continued shouting at him with passionate fury. "This is our dream, Deku. And you're gonna fulfill it. Do you hear me? Yes, Kaken. I promise. Izuku understood now. This was motivation. Kaken was putting their dreams on his shoulders. Putting his faith in him. Please swear, Deku. Swear on your life. Bakugo demanded. Swear. I swear. Izuku shouted, with tears in his eyes, I swear on my life. After that, the room became silent, with the only sounds being Izuku's sniffles and sobs. A few minutes passed until Bakugo spoke up again. Get out of here, Bakugo told him. There's nothing more we need to talk about. Izuku felt like he should say something more. But after a few moments, he figured that Bakugo was right. This conversation was done. And so for the final time, Izuku complied. Leaving the room. That would be the last time he saw his old friend. A week later, Bakugo had killed himself. Once he said everything he needed to say. And settled everything he could. He saw no more point in prolonging the inevitable, and he wasn't going to let some villain be the cause of his death. His funeral was not how Izuku expected it. Not that Izuku had ever really thought of himself attending Bakugo's funeral, but if he had to envision, he thought it would have been grand. With dozens of people coming to mourn the loss of someone like him. But it wasn't. Only him, his mother, and Bakugo's parents showed up. It felt underwhelming. A reminder of just how short Bakugo's life was cut. After the funeral was done, no one left immediately. No, everyone was too concerned about how he felt. His mother was, of course, coddling him the entire time. But much to his shame, his Aunt Mitsuki and his Uncle Masaru were doing the same. He couldn't look either of them in the face. And each word of comfort they gave him felt like a knife in the chest. Eventually, the Bakugos left, having to take some time to themselves, leaving just Inko and Izuku. Inko watched, heartbroken as her son gazed solemnly upon the grave of his frenemy. We should go home. You go. Out I need to. Just take this in. Izuku told her. Please. Inko didn't want to leave her son alone. Not when she felt he needed her the most. But that she knew that sometimes, people just needed to be alone. Can you find your way home from here? Inko asked him, wanting to make sure that he was at least safe to leave him here. Yeah, Izuku answered simply. I'll be fine, Mom, just go. Inko hesitated, but eventually, she left Izuku to process things. Now that Izuku was alone, he could focus on the tombstone in front of him. Rest in peace, Bakugo Katsuki. It felt unreal. Even when he heard that Bakugo was dying, deep down he had a hard time believing it. He'd seemed so powerful, so confident, untouchable, like the sun itself. And much like the sun, he would probably hurt you if looked at him for too long. So that's why he needed this. Because here, written in stone, was proof that Kaken was dead. You're gonna become a FING hero. I promise, Izuku whispered, tears dripping down his face. You're gonna save every effing person you see. I promise. And you gonna kick the butt of every BSE that gets in your way. Do you hear me, do you? Yes, Kaken. I hear you. Izuku sniffed, as he spoke to someone who could no longer hear him. I promise. I swear. I will never stand by and let this happen again. I will save every person I see and take down everyone that gets in my way. I swear, Kaken. I will do this. For you. For us. And with that solemn vow given, Izuku turned away. And for the first time, he left Bakugo behind. It had been 2 weeks since Bakugo died, and Izuku was a man on a mission. He needed to become the best hero he could be. Meaning he would need to train. However, using quirks in public was illegal. Izuku's house was too small to practice in, he didn't own a backyard, and quirk gyms were way too expensive. So he had to break the law a little bit, and so he headed into the most secluded place he could think of that also would serve as a good training ground. The woods he and Bakugo used to play in. While this place was filled with lots of painful memories, if anything, that only further motivated Izuku to push on and improve himself. Of course, since he was doing this illegally, Izuku decided to go while wearing an all-might hoodie, one that could cover up his face in case he needed to hide his identity from someone. This was good because Izuku had a lot of ideas and would be spending a lot of time in the forest. The first one was, of course, working out. Even if he now was super buff and had super strength, he wasn't 100% sure that this was his limit, or that he didn't need to work to maintain his physique. Either way, he played it on the safe side and tried to do regular workouts. The only issue being that with his new super strength, he'd need to find something extremely heavy. At first, he tried trees, but they were too light, and he couldn't find any boulders big enough. He looked up how much super heavy weights cost, but it was safe to say they were out of his price range. In the end, he had to come up with a creative solution. He would go into the woods, bind a bunch of boulders together into a giant ball of webbing and lift that. Once that issue was solved, there was the second most important thing: accuracy practice. His webs would be an extremely useful tool for combat, mobility, and rescue. And so to make the best use of them, he needed to be able to shoot them quickly and accurately. This was simple enough. All he had to do was web some rocks to some trees so they hanged off of them and then practice shooting webs. It was after numerous practice sessions that Izuku realized that the more webs he used, the hungrier he was at the end, and that he could eventually run out of webs if he used too much or didn't eat enough to replenish them. Let's just say that Inko was very upset with the fact that their food expenses would more than triple from now on. The fourth exercise was a bit tricky: web swinging. Inspired by heroes such as Kalmi Woods, Izuku thought that if he could use his webs to swing from building to building, or in this case tree to tree, that it would greatly increase his mobility. The problem there was that while that sounded amazing, in practice it was extremely difficult to pull off. He had to constantly control his speed, take into account his weight and trajectory, and have a perfect sense of timing, otherwise he would either go slower than he would if he just ran, or he would fall on his butt or bump into a tree. Although one thing that helped immensely with this was his spider sense. Firstly, it would tell him if he was ever going to bump into a tree, making it rather hard for him to do so unless he messed up horribly or reacted too slowly. And it would also tell him if any point he was about to web onto was unstable and wouldn't support his weight, and would even guide him towards the best places to shoot his webs to keep from falling. All this made the process go from nightmarishly difficult to simply challenging. Next was training one of his most useful powers, the spider sense. This also was a bit problematic at first, as it would require Izuku to be attacked. Izuku's solution to this problem: run as fast as he could through a dense forest, dodging trees while playing puzzle games on a portable console. That may have sounded like nonsense, but there was a method to the madness. Now obviously, since he had no friends, he couldn't find someone to attack him for training purposes. So by running headfirst through the woods at full speed, he would be able to 1. Get adjusted to his full speed, and 2. Get used to dodging things by moving out of the way of the trees. The puzzle games were there as a distraction. Izuku figured that it would be a useful ability to train himself to focus on one thing while letting his spider sense warn him of danger and allow him to dodge it. For example, if he needed to save someone while a villain was attacking him. Would also train his ability to dodge attacks without looking at them. Now, given that Izuku was very fast, the part of the woods he was running through was very dense, and puzzle games required a lot of focus, Izuku had failed to react to his spider sense in time, and would run through a tree. Thank goodness his counsel was durable. Next was web experimentation. If he was going to be relying on his webs, he needed to know more about them. Firstly, how long would the webs last? This was crucial to his future as a hero, because if he tried to capture a villain or hold together a collapsing structure, only for the webs to fall apart after a few minutes, that would be disastrous. And on the other end of the spectrum, shooting out sticky webs that never went away would be extremely troublesome for the people he was trying to protect. Fortunately, Izuku found that his webs lasted for about 2 hours. More than enough time for him to end a fight or evacuate an area. Secondly, if Izuku covered someone's face or mouth with them, could they still breathe? This was a tricky one, because if the answer was no, and Izuku tested this out on himself, that he could die. So instead, Izuku put his webs over a fan to see if the air would still come out. Good news, some did, meaning that people would be able to breathe through them so long as he didn't overdo it. Third would be figuring out what his web's weaknesses were. Brute force. Ineffective. Izuku had tested stretching and punching his webs, trying to break them, and even with his strength this only resulted in him getting his hands stuck. In other words, unless he was fighting All Might, he really didn't have to worry about someone punching through his webs. Blades. Mildly effective. Using a kitchen knife, Izuku had tried stabbing and slashing through the webs. This actually provided results. However, it was hard and required that he used his full strength. By the end, the knife was unusable, much to his mother's dismay. In summary, using blades would work, but they would either need to be very good blades, or the user would have to have strength similar to Izuku's. Somewhat ineffective? Izuku's webs were pretty non-flammable. At least as best as Izuku could tell. He couldn't really do much to experiment with this other than trying to use a lighter to ignite them and dipping them into a fire. Ultimately his webs held up, but due to the limited nature of his test, he couldn't be sure. At the very least he could probably make a shield to block some flame attacks. But he was sure that someone like Endeavor could burn through them pretty easily. Electricity. Effective. With a dangerous side effect. Using lighting was about as effective as using strong fire. Or at least Izuku guessed it was about that effective. But what was really important was that they were conductive. Meaning that if he or someone else touched them while around electricity or a villain who could manipulate it, they could get shocked. Important to keep in mind. Water. Mostly ineffective. Webs were mostly unaffected by water, not dissolving or losing their stickiness when exposed to it. Although it should be noted that the range and speed of his web shooting were limited underwater. And presumably, something like a water cutter would be able to cut through the webs. There were other things that Izuku wanted to test, but due to his limited resources and space, he couldn't. Next, Izuku researched support gear. This was actually something that Izuku had kept a keen interest in for a while now. Simply put, it was useful to understand what support gear was capable of so you could utilize it as a hero. Izuku's current interest was in two things. Firstly, boots. One big issue with his sticking to walls ability was that it required Izuku not to be wearing any shoes or sandals or anything like that. And that could be problematic. People wore shoes for a reason. He could only imagine how many times he would cut his feet on things if he just went around barefoot. So he needed to find something that would both cover his feet and allow him to stick to walls. He had tried wall crawling with just his hands, but that he found was both slower and far more exhausting. And eventually, he wanted to try wall running. Some gloves would also be appreciated. Secondly, he wanted to experiment with his web fluid. His mother had done a checkup on him and found that the thing making his webs were two glands near his wrist that held what they called web fluid. He wondered if he could recreate this fluid or extract it and maybe use it in weapons. But his support gear interest took a back seat. Mostly because Izuku put his focus into his training, including his new acrobatics class. Now, of all the classes Izuku could take, why acrobatics? Why not some form of martial arts? Well, the answer was simple. Because Izuku saw acrobatics as being more useful in the future. With his flexibility, speed, wall crawling, webs, and spider sense, Izuku could potentially jump into the center of a war zone and not take a hit. But that would all rely on his agility and acrobatic abilities. And all this training, all this experimenting, all these preparations, was only scratching the surface of what he could and would do. Phew. Izuku took a long sip of his bottle of water as he walked back home from the forest, through the city. It was late, and Inko would most likely be worried if he was out for much longer. After all, it had already gotten dark. His body was hot from the intense training he had endured, and the hoodie he wore did not help matters. At this point, he wanted to get home as soon as possible so he could take it off and take a bath. Unfortunately, life didn't like to make things simple for Izuku. Person in danger. Suddenly Izuku's spider sense went off, alerting him that someone was in danger nearby. He looked right and saw there was an alleyway nearby. His spider sense buzzed. In a way that told him he was looking in the right direction. And without any hesitation, he ran over to the dark alleyway. After a few seconds, he saw what his spider sense was warning him about. A woman was being held up against the wall by a bear man. A literal bear man. You dare refuse me? The bear man shouted at the woman. He was obviously drunk, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what was going to happen next. Please, just let me go. The woman begged, looking at the man with pure fear, her eyes begging for help. "Shut up," the bear man said. He raised his clawed hand in the air. "He's going to hit her." Izuku ran at the bear man, and jumped and kicked him in the face, knocking him a few feet away from the woman. He quickly turned to the woman. "Run." The woman stood there frozen for a minute, before doing what Izuku said and running out of the alley. Or at least she tried to. Gah! The woman tripped and fell, before clutching her legs in pain. It was then that Izuku noticed several bleeding claw marks lifting her legs, and the bottom part of her dress had been torn in several places. Damn it. He must have been assaulting her for a while. I doubt she can get very far with those kinds of injuries. Ra? You get back here. The bear man drunkenly got back up and gave a drunken charge towards the woman. His intoxicated mind seemingly not even noticing Izuku was there despite him literally kicking him aside. With the huge, intimidating bear man coming towards him with his sharp claws out and ready to do some damage, and his spider sense blaring, Izuku panicked. And punched the attacker in the gut. Gah! The bear man went flying back, the punch literally sending him through a nearby brick wall, and knocking him out. Oh no. It was at this point that Izuku had realized what he had done. He committed vigilantism. Oh no. Izuku quickly zipped his hoodie over his face, hiding his identity just in case. I can't believe I did that again. What if someone saw me? What the woman tells. Wait. The woman. He turned around, remembering the injured woman behind him, his rescue instincts kicked in. Izuku kneeled down to her and started wrapping up her wounds in webs. What is that? The women asked with both curiosity and slight disgust. Webbing. I know it's not pleasant, but it should work well to keep the blood in and the inflections out. Izuku told her. Behind why? Izuku froze for a second. Two new things just happened. Firstly, his spider sense detected something unknown, and then it just stopped. No, it didn't stop, it was turned off. That freezing was a mistake. As suddenly he was wrapped up in some kind of long scarf. What? Izuku was scared. His spider sense just got turned off, and now he was being attacked. So, he reacted. He flexed out of the scarf's hold, his immense strength breaking the bindings apart with ease. Then without wasting another second, he charged towards the direction where the attack had originated, only for him to stop and freeze again when he realized who was attacking him. It was Eraserhead. Now he knew why his spider sense disappeared. That knowledge was about the only comfort he gained from this revelation. Because honestly, Izuku would have rather it been a villain attacking him. Because now, a pro-hero, had seen him commit vigilantism. Again. So, that I don't suppose why you'd consider letting me off with a warning? He knew it was a stupid question. But it was about the only hope he had. As it seemed like everything was lost. All the work he did, the pain he went through, his promise to Kaken, all of it would become meaningless if Eraserhead wanted to take him in. No, Eraserhead said. And that was it. With one word, all of Izuku's hopes and dreams were crushed. But as typical, when one entered the stages of grief, they started with denial. Please. I just wanted to save this woman. She would have been seriously hurt if I didn't do anything. Izuku argued, his tone thick with desperation. I had to. Vigilantism, illegal quirk usage, property damage. Most likely excessive use of force in self-defense. Eraserhead listed off the crimes Izuku just committed, all in his uncaring deadpan tone. And also, destruction of a pro-hero's support item. I thought I was being attacked by another villain. Izuku shouted out in defense of his action. Regardless. You broke the law. I'm taking you in. There was no room for argument here. Eraserhead showed no empathy, no sign of pity or understanding. There were no exceptions to the law to him. No. Izuku was now hyperventilating, his body spasming slightly with pure panic and fear. It can't end like this. I promised him. I promised. Eraserhead didn't move forward. Because to put it simply, he was unsure of how to approach. The kid broke his capture tool. Not like he escaped it or wiggled out of it. He broke it with pure strength, something that shouldn't happen. That meant this kid was absurdly strong and possibly out of his league. Of course, normally he'd use his quirk to level the playing field, but he had been using that the entire time, and it didn't stop him from breaking his capture tool. Meaning this kid had a mutation quirk, and that his quirk was completely useless here. Well, at least I can give my eyes a rest, Aizawa thought as he deactivated his quirk. His target was obviously a child, and they were very obviously panicking. And when someone panicked, they typically did something stupid, meaning he'd have to watch out for a sudden fush. Instead of that, what Izuku decided to do was run away. Or rather, jump away. The green teen hopped onto the roof and started running away. Eraserhead considered chasing him but figured it was futile. The kid was obviously faster and more agile than him, so chances are by the time he got on the roof, the kid would have already lost him. And even if he did catch him, his chances of actually subduing him were small at best. So, rather than attempting a pointless chase, he went to go attend to the obviously injured woman. Later, at the Midoriya household, Inko was already worried about her son, that well, not just because of Katsuki's death, most right now because it was late, and he had yet to return. She reassured herself that he was fine. Izuku had been coming home late for a while now. Not quite this late, but still late. And with his new quirk, he had a way to defend himself if need be. He's fine, Inko muttered under her breath as she set the table. He's fine. And then Izuku burst through the door in tears, sobbing as he ran at top speed to his room. Oh dear. In Izuku's room. After quickly isolating himself in his room, Izuku proceeded to sob. Whyy. Izuku shouted out in a combination of despair and rage. Why does this keep happening? Why do I keep running into villains? Why can't I just help someone with getting arrested? Gah! In a fit of anger, he punched through his wall, his fist making a hole right from his bedroom into the hallway. It was over. Even if he had managed to hide his face, he still had shown off his quirk. His strength, speed, and webbing. If he tried to go to UA and used his quirk to pass the practical exam, then it wouldn't take Aizawa, who was a teacher at UA, long to figure out the kid with the same quirk, body type, voice, and height as the vigilante that escaped him, was the vigilante that escaped him. Maybe if it was another pro hero that saw him, he could hope that they would just forget about him, and not go through the trouble of reporting him to the police and setting up a profile for him. But Eraserhead? No chance. He was strict. Strict and thorough, he didn't let even the tiniest thing go completely. And there was no chance that this would be fully forgotten anytime soon. Kaken! Izuku sobbed out. You only died a couple weeks ago and I already failed. I failed. For hours and hours, Izuku just continued to sob, until he ran out of tears. Inko had tried to come in, but she quickly realized that right now he should be alone. And so eventually, that left Izuku with the question. Well, no. He couldn't give up. That simply isn't an option. He made a vow on Katsuki's grave. Bakugo's last request was that he become the best of the best. Izuku didn't know how he was going to get past this. But he would. He had to. Why? Izuku racked his brain for a solution. Why? Izuku kept shouting why, but he didn't really know what he was shouting why for. Because in the end, he didn't really regret what he did. That woman would have been either killed or greatly injured had he not stepped in. Sure, he wished he could have taken the guy down with less force and less property damage. But if the situation happened again, Izuku would jump in and rescue a person in danger all over again. After all, the last time he tried waiting for the heroes, Kaken. Vigilantism. Izuku said out loud. He understood why it had been outlawed. Untrained vigilantes had caused tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of casualties over the years. And who knows how much money in property damage. The law should be entrusted to thoroughly trained men and women who were given the best education on ways to not only apprehend villains but save the lives of those around them. Illegal quirk usage was a problem. Bakugo had used his quirk to try and fight a villain, and all he did was end up setting everything on fire. This is why vigilantism was typically treated pretty seriously, and 9 out of every 10 vigilantes were apprehended. Of course, there were exceptions. Vigilantes of exceptional skill, power, and popularity were sometimes never caught, with some of them even becoming .pro heroes. And that is when Izuku got a very, very dangerous idea. In a dark alleyway, a trembling man was surrounded by 4 larger, scarier-looking men. "Give us your wallet," one of the men ordered, getting closer to the soon-to-be victim. "Aya, please. Please just leave me alone," the man begged. "I said, give me your money." The man picked the man up by his shirt and raised his fist up in a threatening manner. "I don't think he understands whose turf he steps on." One of the other men smirked and then opened his jaw up wide, as his teeth transformed into sharp fangs. "Let me take a bite out of him, and then we'll see if he's still gripping onto his wallet." "Ah, someone, help!" the man called out. Fortunately, his desperate cries would not go on deaf ears. Whip! Suddenly, a web shot hit the sharp-toothed villain in the face, covering his jaws in webbing. The man's shouts were muffled by the webs as he recoiled back, before trying to rip the webs off his face, but this just caused his hands to get stuck. What the heck? Another guy got a web kick to the face by an arriving Izuku, knocking him into a wall. Izuku had arrived, decked out in his new vigilante costume, if one could call it that. In reality, it was just a dark green hoodie, a pair of dark green sweatpants, black fingerless gloves, and a thick mask that covered his face and muffled his voice, and no shoes. Hey, he wasn't rich, nor was he a genius. It was the best he could do. Back to the battle, he let go of the web and flipped onto the ground, landing on his feet. He quickly webbed up the guy he kicked to the wall, trapping him. Then right after that he webbed the guy with the webbed-up jaws feet to the ground, keeping him stuck to the floor. "What the? Who the heck do you think you are?" one of the thugs shouted at him as he charged at Izuku. "Me?" Izuku asked, before dodging the punch the thug threw at him, before grabbing his arm, throwing him over his shoulder, and webbing him to the floor. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. You messed with the wrong gang, fool." The last remaining thug's nails turned into claws as he got ready to attack. Izuku crossed his arms, trying to look as unimpressed as he could. "Yeah, I just took out all your buddies in 2 seconds. But I'm sure you'll be the one to do me in." Arich. Angered by Izuku's casual, nonchalant attitude, the villain charged him. He swiped at Izuku, who easily dodged it without moving from the spot. "Oh, almost got me." The villain swiped again, and once more Izuku just ducked under it. "Keep trying." "Shut up." The villain raised his claw up and was about to bring it down on Izuku, but the vigilante just grabbed his arm. The villain struggled to try and free it, but Izuku's grip was too strong to escape. 3 strikes. Izuku raised his fingers to the man's face. "You're out." And with a flick to his forehead, he sent the man flying 3 feet back and onto his butt. With a few quick thwips, the man was webbed to the ground along with his allies. And that makes 4. Izuku dusted off his hands, before turning to the man who almost got mugged. Or at least where he used to be. The second the thugs got distracted by Izuku, he ran off. "Yeah, that makes sense," Izuku thought out loud, before turning to the thugs still struggling in his webs. "Anyway, you 4 behave until the heroes come, won't you? Thanks." And with that, Izuku aimed his palm at a nearby building and swung away. Once Izuku was a good distance away from the scene, he gave a sigh of relief. But why is acting confident so stressful? Izuku swore his heart was racing during that entire encounter, but not because he thought he was in danger, but because he was so embarrassed by the words coming out of his mouth. You see, one of the things that sometimes got vigilantes caught was their behavior. Izuku was the same height, build, and age as Spider-Man, and if he acted the same too, then that would bring suspicion. So he needed to change how he acted as Spider-Man. He needed to craft a persona. And so he thought back to 2 people. Bakugo and All Might. And what did those 2 have in common? Confidence. They used it. So naturally, Izuku tried to emulate them. However, there was a problem. Izuku couldn't copy Bakugo's jerkish attitude and short temper, nor could he copy All Might's overwhelming power and bright smile. He was wearing a mask after all. So he needed to show confidence in a different way. And after a bit of thinking, he found the absolute best way to do so. Quips. Non-stop, corny, cocky as hell quips. This worked well for so many reasons. Firstly, it was insanely out of character for him. No one that met Izuku even for a second would think that the meek, constantly stuttering, nervous Izuku would be the same guy flipping around throwing out one-liners like he was untouchable. However, it was so out of character that Izuku was both unused to it and extremely uncomfortable doing it. He had to spend weeks learning how to throw out quips while not stuttering and sounding fully confident. And even then, if someone saw his heavily blushing and flustered face, then any illusion of confidence would be broken. Although if anyone got a look at his face, he'd have a lot more issues than people not buying his act. The second reason that Izuku went with quips is that they also served as a tool he could use in battle. You see, the more annoying Izuku was, the angrier his opponent would get at him. This not only focused their attention on him, rather than any civilians that might be around, and it could make them sloppier and easier to take out. The only reason it wasn't a more common strategy is because while someone was concentrating on coming up with witty remarks, they could lose their focus on the actual battle. And they could get blindsided by an attack or miss other important details. Fortunately, Izuku had a spider sense. It was amazing how useful that power was. And Izuku could only imagine how many times it would save him in the future. Tree branch. Coming at you from behind. Like right now. Izuku swung to the side and narrowly avoided a long branch surging past him. Crap. Izuku knew that only meant one thing. Stop. You are committing an act of vigilantism. Behind him, Kalmi Woods, swinging after him with his quirk. Now, this was a problem. He could escape many heroes with just the fact that he had aerial mobility. Kamui was a pro hero with the same ability. And much more skill. If you have any respect for the law, you will get on the ground and surrender. Kamui called out. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Izuku thought in a panic. I can't outswing him yet. Okay, focus Izuku. What advantages do you have? I'm much stronger, and on the ground, I'm much faster. But if I just go on the ground, he'll have the aerial advantage to catch me. I need to get him on the ground, but how do I? And with that, Izuku stopped swinging and fell to the ground, landing on his feet. I surrender. I hope this works. Izuku would have crossed his fingers if he didn't think it would give away his ruse. Much to Izuku's relief, Kamui came down to ground level, landing a few feet away from Izuku. However, before he got close to Izuku, he shot out his wooden arms and wrapped Izuku's upper body up in it. Good choice, Kamui told him as he got closer and closer to Izuku. He started going into a spiel about the dangers of vigilantism and how much trouble he was in, but Izuku wasn't paying attention to that. Come on. Closer, closer. Izuku was nervously sweating, hoping and praying that his gambit worked. Eventually, Kamui was right next to Izuku, and that's when Izuku knew it was now or never. Snap. What? Kamui shouted out in shock as Izuku broke free of his wooden prison. Kamui tried to jump back and unleash another attack, but he was too close. Izuku grabbed him by his chest and slammed him into a nearby building. Gah! While Kamui was recoiling in pain, Izuku webbed him to a building. People around him gasped and screamed, shocked to see what he did to a pro hero. Sorry about this. See ya. Izuku said as fast as he could, before bolting away, before going into the air with his web swinging. It was a good thing that Izuku wasn't a well-known vigilante yet, otherwise, Kamui wouldn't have been so careless. Yes, there was a profile for Izuku, but he was a small-time vigilante right now, only known for taking out low-level crooks. So it was unlikely that most heroes would know who he is and what powers he had. Although, this incident would likely bring him unwanted attention. Of course, Izuku would want attention for his plan to work, but not right now. He knew no matter how hard he trained, it would never give him experience. He needed to start fighting villains, and he needed to do it on a manageable scale. Too many people choked on their aspirations. Izuku would not be one of them. It took Izuku a bit to get back home. After all, it's not like he could just walk in through the front door. He was a vigilante, After all, if someone saw him swing in through his window, then it would be game over. First, he had to find a place where no one was looking, take off his costume, and then he could start heading home. Once Izuku did get home, he was typically alone for a while. His mother was back to work at the hospital. She had taken a vacation to spend time with Izuku after the spider bite incident, and then took some more time after Bakugo died. But now she was back to work, giving Izuku plenty of time to go behind her back and be a vigilante. Yup, Izuku still hadn't told her. To be fair, it wasn't an easy thing to tell your mother. Hey mom, I'm gonna try and become a vigilante and hope that I become so impressive that they make me a pro hero. He had told her about his encounter with Eraserhead and that he couldn't go to the UA hero course anymore. He needed to because otherwise, she would update his quirk registration and then the heroes would find him. She had of course coddled him and gave him more reassurances, but all that did was make Izuku feel guilty. He did plan on telling her soon. I mean, after all, once he got more notoriety, it'd be impossible for her not to notice. But he'd do that later. And maybe whenever later came, he'd know what to say to her, but probably not. Once Izuku got back into his room, he immediately got to work on his desk. But not on anything vigilante-related, no, this was for school. You see, Izuku still intended to go to UA. Just not as part of the hero course. He now planned on joining the support course. After all, he had held some interest in support gear and the way they interacted with quirks. And he could help out the heroes in training as well. Bonus. Now would it make more sense for him to enter another school, one where Eraserhead wasn't? Well, yes, but UA was still his dream school and he wasn't about to let that go. Plus, it was unlikely that Eraserhead would manage to single him out, given that he wouldn't even be in his class and he had only encountered him once, quite some time ago. At least that's what Izuku told himself. Alright, time to get to work. Izuku cracked open a book and was about to start studying. And then at just that moment his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was his mother. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? Naturally, he picked it up and held the phone to his ear. Hey M-. Izuku, would you like to explain why there is a spider-themed vigilante on the news? Inko shouted into the phone. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that his run-in with Kamui may have drawn more attention than he realized. XXXXXXXXXX. That's right, a spider-themed vigilante has appeared in Mizudafu, taking down a small gang of villains, before being approached by the rising star, Kamui Woods. A newswoman on a TV reported. The vigilante appeared to have surrendered, but this was apparently a ploy, luring the hero into a false sense of security before attacking him. The news then showed a video taken on a phone of Izuku breaking free of Kamui's wooden bindings, throwing him into a building, and then webbing him up before swinging away. The vigilante then escaped, and his currency whereabouts are unknown. The woman said, so far the only things known about him is his spider-themed quirk and his vigilante moniker. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Death Arms repeated. The pro-hero was currently sitting in his house, laying back on his couch with various bottles of alcohol around him, a big one in his rather large hands. So that kid became a vigilante full-time? He asked himself before taking another swig of his bottle. It was obviously that kid from the sludge villain incident. Same build, height, and quirk. Now, one would expect Death Arms to do his job and report Izuku for vigilantism. But he had no intention of doing that. Why would he? How could he? This was probably his fault. Need more beer. Death Arms got up to look for more alcohol. Things had not been going well for him ever since the sludge villain incident. For obvious reasons. He let a kid die. He completely and utterly failed at his job, so much so that a literal child could have done it better. What's worse is that as far as the public was concerned, Death Arms had saved Bakugo. Because that was technically true. He had saved him at the moment and he stopped the sludge villain, but ultimately, the kid still died because of his actions, or rather his inaction. But the public didn't know that. The HPSC made sure of that. As far as the public was concerned, Bakugo Katsuki stopped existing after he went to the hospital. But not to Death Arms. Death Arms would never forget him, and no matter how much he drank. The other kid that would haunt his nightmares, The green-haired kid he hadn't learned the name of. The kid who could do his job better than him, and the kid whose look of pain and suffering as he watched his friend die would forever stick in his mind. And now that kid was a vigilante. Again he could report him. Was his job to report him? But he'd already failed at his job once before, why start doing it right now? And if he deserved to be a hero, then surely that kid did too, so who cares? Death Arms found a can of beer in his fridge and quickly started chugging it down. He'd keep his mouth shut. He owed the kid that much. XXXXXXXXXX. A spider-themed vigilante, how interesting, and he managed to escape from Kamui Woods. Yes, that he could have potential. But I need to test him. Let's see what villains are active in that area that he's still learning. It seems so that not someone too dangerous, but that someone who should prove a challenge. Yes, Vulture. He should do. I just need to pull a few strings, and keep the heroes in the area distracted while Spider-Man does what he needs to do. Izuku knew his mother would disapprove of his choice to become a vigilante. The mature thing to do would be to sit down and have a conversation with her about his decision and convince her that he was doing what he needed to do. However, Izuku was a purely irrational being, known as a teenager, so instead, he did this. Wow, Mom, someone else has spider-themed powers. That's insane. Anyway, I gotta go bye. Before Inko could say another word, Izuku hung up. He would pay for that later. But at least he had some time until Mom got home to figure out what he was gonna say. And then he heard the front door open. Izuku! He heard his mother yell. She came home early. Izuku was starting to panic even more than before. Sweating heavily, she heard her footsteps getting closer to him. Again, if he was a logical person, he would face her right now and talk to her like an adult. But as mentioned earlier, teenager. So instead he webbed up his door, and quickly started changing into his Spider-Man costume. Thum. Izuku! Inko tried to open the door, only for the web to stop it. After a few more seconds, Izuku finished putting on his costume, before leaping out the window and swinging away. XXXXXXXXXX. After about a half hour of web slinging, Izuku now sat on the edge of a building. Resting. Oh my god, I am in so much trouble. Izuku thought. Okay, calm down, Izuku. You bought yourself some more time. Maybe at the cost of getting scolded, but you have more time to think about what to say. Kaboom. Everything shook as an explosion rang out down at the street level. Ah! Izuku immediately stood up and looked down, seeing people running away from the building that exploded, which from the looks of it, seemed to be a bank. Then from the smoke, a man flew out of the smoldering building. The man was old, looking to be about 50, older than your typical villain, and he was wearing a green flight suit and goggles. Instead of arms, he had 2 large green wings, which he was using to fly through the air. He also had a bag that appeared to be full of money, strapped to his back. With no heroes in my way, no one can stop me. The Vulture! The old man shouted as he flew off. A villain! Izuku swung down to the bank and looked at it. People were pouring out of it, and his spider sense wasn't going off, meaning everyone inside should be fine. So after getting a running start, he started swinging after Vulture. It took Izuku about a minute of web slinging before he got close to Vulture. Izuku then brought his hand forward and shot out a web line that caught the villain's foot. Vulture noticed the web hitting his foot, and looked down the web line to see Izuku, who was now hanging on to him. What's this? Little pest! Vulture flew next to the building, jerking Izuku into the building and dragging him along the side of it. Pa! Izuku grunted as his body skidded along the side of the building at high speed. I need to do something. Wait. I haven't managed to pull this off, but it's worth a try. Izuku used his legs to push him off the side of the building for a moment, and as he came swinging back to it, he landed on his legs and started running. And after doing it for a few seconds, he wanted to vomit. Running sideways was just so disorienting it made his stomach turn. Izuku had to stay focused on his movement constantly, listening to his spider sense to avoid tripping over any faults in the building and keeping himself steady. Funnily enough, Vulture actually helped with this, as being tethered to something made it easier to fight off gravity's constant pull. And so he was doing it, running on the sides of buildings that Vulture threw him against. He was doing it unsteadily and awkwardly, but he was doing it. Pa! Vulture saw that his plan to smack Izuku in the sides of the building wasn't working, so he instead just used his wing to cut the web line. With the web line cut, Izuku lost his balance and fell off the side of the building. Quickly he shot out a web line and started web-slinging. He kept chasing Vulture, but he knew he was quickly losing track of the flying villain. If this kept up, he was going to lose him. I need something to make him stop. Wait a minute. Izuku got an idea. Hey Windbag, are you sure putting that money on your back is a good idea? Your spine might turn to dust if it hadn't already, old man. Vulture slowed down for a second before turning and glaring at Izuku. What did you say to me, you little sheet? The villain then brought his wing back, before throwing it forward, as 5 large feathers shot out at Izuku. Whoa! Izuku's spider sense blared. He was gonna have to dodge in midair. Not a skill he really had the chance to work on. He threw himself into the air, using his acrobatic skills to try and dodge the feathers. Izuku managed to move his body around 3 of the feathers, but 2 of them grazed him, making bloody cuts in his side and his left leg. Gore! Izuku grit his teeth and powered through the pain. He couldn't afford to slow down after managing to get his opponent to do the same. His quirk seems to be similar to Hawk's, but he's definitely nowhere near as fast, and he doesn't seem to be able to control his feathers or bring them back. Izuku looked at the way Vulture was flying, meaning he gets slower until he presumably grows them back. With his target now moving a bit slower, Izuku once again shot out a web line to try and latch onto Vulture, but the villain dodged it. Izuku shot out another web line towards a building to continue web-slinging, but Vulture shot another feather out and cut the web line, sending Izuku falling to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Izuku kept shooting out web lines, trying to catch himself using the building, but Vulture had figured Izuku out, and instead of running away, he was going on the attack, shooting out his feathers at Izuku's web lines and cutting them. Without being able to web onto anything, Izuku just kept plummeting to the ground. No. Izuku could probably survive a fall from 20 stories high, but it would hurt a lot. And it would let Vulture get away. And then it got even worse. People under you. His spider sense went off, and Izuku looked under him to see that there were lots of people just standing there, watching them. And underneath him was a mother and a little girl, staring at him in shock, which was also most likely the reason he wasn't moving. He looked back up and saw Vulture, waiting for him to plummet, and ready to cut off any of his web lines. So maybe he shouldn't just shoot web lines. Izuku aimed at Vulture and shot out a barrage of web shots. Gah! Vulture started dodging the web shots, and Izuku realized that now was his chance. He shot out not 1, but 2 web lines at 2 parallel buildings. The web lines stretched a little bit, and Izuku came dangerously close to the ground, before he catapulted back up, right at Vulture. Izuku moved too fast for Vulture to react, and he grabbed the villain as his momentum carried them both further into the sky. Got you! Izuku grabbed onto the villain's collar and raised his fist to punch his lights out. He's attacking your chest. Izuku's eyes widened. He'd thought he had won. And it was that confidence that slowed his reaction and allowed Vulture to bring up his wing and slash Izuku's chest. Ag! Izuku recoiled back, falling off of Vulture as blood gushed from the massive gash in his chest. Vulture started to fly away, and after a few moments, Izuku recovered from the initial blow, shot some webbing to cover up the gash in his chest, and kept going after him. Izuku's pain tolerance was extremely impressive, but a massive bleeding gash in his chest was enough to throw off his focus a bit, and that made him move slower, and Vulture was once again threatening to escape him. I'm never going to catch him like this. I need to think of something else. Izuku thought. Maybe an ambush. For an ambush to work, he'd need to know where Vulture was going. He's probably not going to head to his base or safe house since I'm still following him. So his priority should be to just escape me as quickly as possible. Izuku reasoned. So what routes could he be going? He paid close attention to Vulture's flight patterns. He flew left around a building, then right around another once in quick succession, before making a hard left around another building and flying in the opposite direction. He's flying in a loop, in a serpentine pattern, I think. Right now we just turned a corner. meaning that maybe I can cut him off as he goes around another corner. Izuku planned, looking over the buildings. That one. Izuku strayed away from Vulture, losing sight of him as he latched onto a nearby skyscraper. I have to move fast before I lose him. Izuku shot a web line to the top of the building, grabbing onto it firmly, before using it to balance himself while he ran up the building. After about 10 seconds he made it to the top and ran over to the other side. Looking down he saw that Vulture had just turned the corner of the building. Izuku jumped off the side of the building, down towards Vulture. Vulture saw the shadow of something above him, and as he looked up, he saw Izuku coming down on him. Izuku came down on Vulture and lightly punched him in the face, instantly knocking him unconscious. The green vigilante celebrated for a moment, before quickly remembering that he and Vulture were still falling. Izuku grabbed Vulture and shot a web line at the building, stopping them both. Phew! Izuku took a sigh of relief, taking in his victory. The police set up a perimeter around the exploded bank, with cops, detectives, and other members of law enforcement scuttering about doing their jobs, while the media was around asking questions and taking pictures. When suddenly from above, Vulture fell down next to a police car, stuck in a web cocoon. Before the bag of money he stole landed on top of him. The policemen all immediately crowded around the defeated villain, before they all heard a WIP. They looked up and saw Izuku swinging away. Sorry fellas, I need to take care of this gaping wound in my chest. See ya soon. The cops had taken out their guns but soon realized that he was too far away to shoot, and instead focused on the captured villain. The media, on the other hand, took pictures of the vigilante that saved the day, while the heroes were nowhere to be seen. Inko was going to give Izuku a tongue lashing the likes the world had never seen when he got home. Never, in her life, had she been so angry at him before, and to be fair he'd never given her a reason to be. He'd always been so well behaved, so nice, such a good boy. And now he was a vigilante. He hung up on her. And he webbed up his door and left. But of course, she knew why he was acting like this. Katsuki's death ended up being branded a vigilante, meaning he couldn't get into the hero course and had to hide his new quirk. She knew he was hurting. That's why she had arranged for him to go to therapy, unbeknownst to Izuku. But despite this, she still had to be firm with him. She couldn't let him just go around, committing vigilantism. As Inko waited in her son's room for him to return, she suddenly heard the front door open. Figuring that it was Izuku, she got up and marched out of the room, making her way towards the living room with a huff. And when she finally got there, her mouth already open, ready to scold her defiant son. She saw him lying on the couch, bleeding in 3 different places with a massive gash in his chest. Hey mom. Izuku gave her a forced smile. Could you give me a hand? Inko focused intently, as she finished up the last of her son's stitches while he laid on the couch. The news was going on in the background, telling her what exactly her son had done. Initially, she had wanted to just send him to the hospital. However, Izuku pointed out that having the exact same injuries that Spider-Man had might be suspicious, and that's only if they didn't find out about his quirk while they did all the appropriate tests. Fortunately, Inko was a doctor, and with how accident-prone Izuku was, she had taken the liberty of gathering various medical supplies and other things she would need for things like this. Izuku's pain tolerance always made it easy to work on him, meaning it didn't take her too long. Done. Inko put down the needle, and Izuku got up and looked down at himself. The cuts in his leg and side were stitched up, and there were bandages over his chest. Honestly, after the whole affair, he felt a lot better than he thought he should. Thanks, Mom. Izuku looked at his mother and saw that she was glaring at him. And he remembered that he was very much in trouble. Okay, guess we're talking about this now. Izuku, how could you do this? Inko shouted at him as worried tears poured down her eyes. Look at you. I have never seen you this badly hurt in your life. Look, I know it looks bad, but if it makes you feel better, I caught the villain who did it, Izuku told her, hoping his success would make this seem less serious or make what he was doing look less dangerous. It didn't. No. It does not make me feel better. What would make me feel better is if you stopped this nonsense. Inko shouted before her expression changed from one of worry to one of understanding. Izuku, I know it's hard, but is it really impossible for you to just not go out and try to save people? You can't be a hero anymore, Izuku. You just can't. That's not true. Izuku stood up, his voice being louder than he intended for it to be, as his emotions took hold of him. There's still a way. There is a history of exceptional vigilantes being offered hero licenses. It's rare but dash. So you just want to go out there and break the law, fighting criminals while dodging pro-heroes and the police. Inko laid out how difficult and impossible what Izuku was proposing really was. Izuku, please. This is absurd. What if you run into All Might? What then? I already have a plan for that. All Might? Endeavor, best genius, all the pro-heroes' patrol routes and patrol times are well known, with them only making slight deviations from time to time, all of which can be accounted for. Izuku countered. Meaning all I have to do is work around the lower mobility heroes, none of which can touch me. Then how did you run into Kamui Woods? Inko asked. He's still new, I'm still learning his patrol times. Izuku defended himself. And even then I handled him. Mom, I can do this. Izuku, you're breaking the law. Inko shouted. I don't have another choice. Izuku told her. It's the only way I can be a hero. You don't have to be a hero, Izuku. Inko yelled. Yes, I do. Izuku turned to his mother, aggressively shouting at her with tears in his life. Inko leaned back into the couch, recoiling in shock after hearing Izuku yell at her. Izuku never yelled at her. And almost instantly she could see the regret on her son's face, once he realized what he'd done. Mom, I. Izuku went quiet and sat back down on the couch. After that, there was silence for a moment, before Izuku found the words he was looking for. I made a promise. To Kaken. Izuku looked down at his feet, tears dripping down his face. He made me promise to be the best hero that there ever was. To take down every villain and save everyone. It was his last request. He trusted me to carry on his dreams. Our dreams. It's not just about me anymore. It's not my choice. If I just give up, then I won't just have failed myself. I'll have failed Kaken, and I can't do that again. Inko looked at her son, at the resignation baked into his expression. There was no doubt there. No room to change his mind. Then why did you save that woman? Inko asked him. You could have just wait for a hero? Izuku interrupted her, his tone bitter. Like I did with Kaken? Inko's mouth shut, as she realized she just walked right into that. My spider sense was ringing. It was telling me she was in danger. Izuku explained. If a hero was going to save her, then it wouldn't have gone off. That woman would have gotten very hurt. Or she would have died. Do you think I should have just let her die too, Mom? I. Inko was left gaping like a fish as Izuku leveled an impossible question at her. Not impossible because it was hard to figure out. It was impossible because there was only one answer, and she hated it. Izuku gave his mother a sad look. I'm sorry, Mom. But I can't stop. It's not a choice. It's not up to you or me. I'm not trying to become a hero just because I want to anymore. It's my responsibility. I owe this to Kaken. And I can't let you stop me. You can yell at me, ground me, call the cops. I'll find a way to keep going. I'm sorry. When did Inko lose control of this, she wondered. Or did she ever even have it in the first place? Izuku made it clear she couldn't stop him from doing this. And so she was left with no choice but to support him. Izuku. Inko took her son's hand and returned his. Sad look. I would never call the police on you. I don't like this stuff, but if you really have to do this stuff, then I'll be here for you. So please, if you're going to continue, let me heal you anytime you get hurt. Izuku looked surprised, as if he expected to get yelled at and kicked out, and for his own mother to turn her back on him. And that is when they both broke. The two embraced, letting out all the tears they had. Even if they didn't like how it happened, for the first time in a while, mother and son were on the same page. And while Spider-Man was taking down this C-class villain, you may be wondering where exactly were the heroes? The news was still going on in the background, and the news lady was talking. Well, according to local heroes, they were dealing with another phantom villain attack, or PVAs. There have been multiple of these throughout the past few months, incidents where heroes can hear and even see villain attacks and other crimes happening only for them to vanish suddenly without a trace. While some people have attributed these incidents to a villain, others are claiming these are excuses heroes give to excuse slacking off on their jobs. Whether this is just a scam within the hero society or some form of illusion is yet to be seen. After the emotional exhaustion of dodging a pro-hero, fighting a villain, and having a serious conversation with his mom, Izuku was happy to just collapse on his bed. However, just as Izuku was pulling the covers over himself, the world decided that it had some more crap to throw at him. Ugh! Izuku opened his eyes. Just as he was falling asleep, a bright light filled the room. What the? When Izuku fully woke up, he saw that there was an orb of green light right next to his open window. What is that? Izuku's spider sense wasn't going off, so he wasn't going to panic, he was just confused. Then, the light moved back and forth, before moving away as if saying, "Follow me." Izuku contemplated whether or not to follow the light. On one hand, this could be a trap. On the other hand, he had a spider sense. And if it was a trap, that meant whoever was behind this knew who he was, so he was screwed either way. But if they knew who he was and he ignored the light, whoever it was might attack him in his house with his mother around. With that thought, Izuku decided to follow, after putting on a hoodie and some pants. He couldn't wear his vigilante costume, mostly because it was covered in his blood and torn, but also because people couldn't see Spider-Man coming out of the Midoriya household window. The light had waited patiently for him outside the window, down on the bottom floor of the apartment complex. Izuku stood on the edge of the window, looking all around to see if anyone was looking, before jumping out. After he landed, the light then started moving away from him, urging him to follow, which he did. As Izuku followed the light, he quickly recognized the path it was leading him on. It was leading him towards the forest where he trained. He wasn't sure what to think of that. He honestly wasn't sure what to think of any of this in general. It was so weird and random. It just left him confused. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Making his way through the trees, he continued following the light until he reached a clearing near a cave that was carved into a tall cliff. The light stopped for a moment in the center of the cliffside and waited for Izuku to approach. This better not be an ambush, Izuku thought as he walked over to the light. And then, just as he was about to reach it, the light disappeared. Izuku waited for a moment to see if his spider sense went off. But it never did. Instead, he heard some rustling in the bushes around him. He looked towards the sound, and soon he saw someone emerging from the bushes. It was a girl around 12 or 13 years old from the looks of it, with messy pink hair and green eyes that had bags around them, wearing a dirty uniform with a small lab coat on top that was even dirtier. The girl immediately noticed Izuku and leveled a nasty glare right at him. "You! Huh?" Izuku was taken aback by the aggressive tone she used. "Were you the one that led me here with that weird green light?" She asked him aggressively, her tone showing just how annoyed she was at having been led here. "No, I got led here by a green light too," Izuku quickly explained. The girl gave him a look indicating that she may not have believed him, but just as she was about to say something, kaboom! Above you! Rocks falling. Suddenly the top of the cliff they were standing under exploded, sending a lot of huge rocks tumbling down towards them. Izuku had seconds to react. He grabbed the girl and shot a webline out towards a nearby tree, using it to swing himself and the girl away from the danger zone. They landed on one of the tree branches, and the two watched as the rocks came tumbling down, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Izuku gave a sigh of relief, but he only took a moment to celebrate, before looking back up at the top of the cliff. He jumped down from the tree and set the girl down, who had just been staring at him in shock the entire time. "Stay right here." At this point she had probably already realized who he was, so he wasn't gonna worry about that right now. Right now he was worried about whoever set off that explosive. He jumped onto the damaged cliffside and started climbing up the side of it. When he reached the top, he looked around. But all he saw was a bunch of blown-apart rocks. No sign of anyone or anything. DMN it. Izuku gave a frustrated sigh. Hey, come back down here. Izuku looked down and saw the girl, standing on the rocks, calling out to him. Okay, she knows who I am, but I just saved her life. Maybe I can get out of this. Izuku tried to reassure himself, despite the growing pit in his stomach. He jumped down, landing in front of the girl. You're that vigilante, Spider-Man. The girl pointed. Yeah, Izuku confirmed. There was really no point in denying it after she saw the webs. Listen, I dash. Fantastic. The girl threw her arms up as if she was celebrating something, and her manic grin sent shivers down his spine for some reason. Izuku was surprised by this reaction. It seemed pretty out of nowhere. The girl took out a notepad and pen out of her coat and started writing something down. Meet me here in a week at 11 a.m. She then ripped the paper off the notepad and handed it to Izuku. If you don't show up, I'll tell everyone who you are. Izuku quickly took the paper, not wanting to see if she would follow up on her threat. Wait. I just dash. Anyway, see you there. We should get going right now before the heroes arrive. And with that, the girl turned and ran off. Wait. Izuku was about to give chase when he heard some footsteps in the distance. Crap, the heroes. Not wanting the heroes to see him here, Izuku sprinted off home, in a separate direction from the girl. As he ran, he took out the note and looked at it. It read Dagoba Beach. Factory. XXXXXXXXX. A week later, Izuku did as he was told and made his way to Dagoba. A garbage-covered beach that seemed more like a dump than a place to hang out. Where he was headed in particular was the old Dagoba mattress factory. A place that had been shut down for quite some time. Izuku approached the doors of the rundown factory. It was rather small for a factory, still a pretty big building, bigger than your average house. It was what one would expect from an abandoned building near a garbage dump of a beach. Windows were broken, the walls were dirty, and any metal on the building had long since been rusted. Izuku opened the rusted door, which creaked as they moved, and entered the factory. After going down a small hallway, he was now at the factory floor. Much to his surprise, it looked like the entire floor had been transformed into some kind of secret workshop. Most of the machines were gone, and instead were a bunch of benches and tables. All of them had what looked like support gear and unfinished support gear on them. There were tools scattered about the entire place, and the strangest thing of all is that there were notes and blueprints hung up all over the walls. And not just a few, what looked like hundreds of them all pinned across the walls. And sitting at the farthest workbench, on a small wooden chair, was the girl. She noticed him entering and gave that same mischievous smile, putting down whatever she was just working on, and picking up a large suitcase that she had next to her. You're here. And perfectly on time. Punctual. I like it. The two walked over to each other, meeting in the center of the factory. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Deku Hatsum. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku hesitantly introduced himself. Can we slow down for a second? This is all really sudden and out of nowhere. Why are you blackmailing me? What do you want? Deku looked annoyed at this and sighed. Fine. Come with me to my office and I'll explain. Izuku gave her a confused look. Office? XXXXXXXXXXX. Turns out she meant the former manager's office, which she had converted into a place for her to hang out. There was a mini fridge, a small TV, a computer, a desk, and a big padded computer chair. Deku opened up the mini fridge and looked at Izuku. Water? Sure. Izuku was a bit thirsty. Deku nodded and took out 2 bottles of water, throwing one at Izuku, who caught it immediately. She then sat in her chair and took a long sip from her bottle. Izuku sat down on a nearby stool and did the same. After drinking from their bottles, they put them down, placing them on the desk so they could get to business. So, as I said, my name is Deku Hatsum of the Hatsum family. Deku reintroduced herself. My family is obsessed with producing and making support gear. And when I say obsessed, I mean obsessed. It's like all they think about. Okay. Izuku still didn't see where he played into this. My dad is obsessed with it, my mom is obsessed with it. And my sister, oh my sister. It's practically taken over her life. Niku scowled as she complained passionately about her family. She's barely even human anymore, that's how bad it is. She barely sleeps. She barely takes breaks. She rarely talks to me or anyone else anymore. And she rarely takes a bath. It's ridiculous. This dump of a beach smells better than her. She is absolutely disgusting. Okay? Izuku was still very confused. And she always thinks she's top dog. Just because she gets the best grades. Wins all the gear-making competitions. Niku continued to complain. And now she is joining the UA support course. And I just know that if she gets in it'll inflate her ego even more. Okay. Izuku was just repeating that word to try and urge her to get to the point. So, I made a plan that'll kill her ego in its tracks. And that is where you come in. Nika pointed at him with a cocky smirk, before picking up the suitcase, putting it on the desk, and sliding it towards Izuku. Check it out. Given what she said earlier and the fact that she made this place into a workshop, this is probably some kind of support gear. By what? Izuku was still confused but just decided to go along with it. He opened the case and inside was a costume. The costume was separated into 5 parts. The mostly green mask with black lines running along it in a web pattern, as well as 2 big white eyes. Next was the main piece, which went over most of his body, and a little down his arms and legs. It was also mostly green with the web pattern like the mask, but there were also some bigger black lines running along the costume, notably down his arms and around his sides, and the most notable part of it was the giant white spider logo right on the chest. Then there were the gloves that went all the way up to his elbows. They were mostly white, with a blue line around the edge of them, except for his hands, which went back to the green color with the black web theme. Moving on to the boots, they were big black metallic boots that went all the way up to his knees. Lastly was a black utility belt, with some pouches and a red spider logo on the buckle. Izuku's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. This looked like a hero costume. A professionally made hero costume. Niku's smirk grew as she saw Izuku's astounded expression. Impressive, huh? And it's as functional as it is fashionable. Try on the boots and gloves. Izuku nodded and did as instructed, taking off his shoes and rolling back his sleeves before putting on the boots and gloves. They're not really fitting. Wait, how did you get my size? Don't worry about it. Niku waved it off. Try climbing up the walls. Go ahead. All right. Izuku stood up and walked towards one of the walls. Then, he brought his hand to the wall, testing to see what would happen. He tried to stick to the wall and it worked. He could stick to it even with the gloves on. Since that worked, Izuku decided to start wall crawling. He brought his other hand to the wall and it stuck. Then he brought his foot up onto the wall and it stuck. Izuku got onto the wall and stuck to it without any issue. Perfect, it works just as I thought it would. Niku did a small fist pump. The tips of the gloves are super thin, so you'll still be able to stick to things even with them on. The boots were a bit tricky. I couldn't make them thin, otherwise, they wouldn't protect your feet. So I had to find a way for the boots themselves to stick on the walls. Which I did. The boots will attach to almost any surface without issue, depending on how you flex your foot. All you have to do is use your quirk to stick your foot to the inside of the boot, and you'll never have to worry about them falling off or losing them. That's amazing. Izuku looked at the gear with a big grin on his face, before he remembered why he was here. Or rather he remembered that he was trying to figure out why he was here. This is all great, but why are you doing this for me? Simple, since I'm not old enough to get into UA or get into the support gear industry. I have to find some other way to upstage my sister. So I came up with a plan. I will become the Tinkerer, the person responsible for making support gear for vigilantes. You are going to tell the world about my existence and show off my creations. Eventually, my sister will become overwhelmed with jealousy and fall into despair. And when she does, I will reveal to her that I am the Tinkerer. And she finally acknowledges me as her superior and beg to learn under me. Aha. While Niku was laughing maniacally, Izuku was thinking over what he just heard. It was a very stupid plan. One that would be completely unnecessary if she just waited patiently. And it was also extremely petty. But it didn't seem like it was actually going to hurt anyone. In fact, it was actually benefiting him. And she was holding his secret identity hostage anyway, so not like he had much of a choice. Okay, I guess I'm in. Not like I had much of a choice. Izuku for the most part was pretty happy about this. He got an amazing costume. Was he happy about how he got it? Not so much, but ultimately this seemed like a good thing. No, you don't. But trust me, that's a good thing. You'd be missing out. Niku said cockily. Because this is only just scratching the surface of what I'm capable of. Support gear, training gear, anything you'd need a tech genius for? I can provide. The better you look, the better my gear looks. Izuku thought about that. He could think of a lot of things that Niku may be useful for. Do you think you could teach me about making support gear? Izuku asked her. Niku wasn't expecting that. After looking shocked for about 3 seconds, she shrugged. Sure. Why not? Boom. Ah. People ran in all directions as the doors to a bank exploded open, the doors flying off their hinges and into the streets. Out of the bank came a man in a yellow jacket, with brown pants and shoes, with 2 large metal gauntlets running alongside his arms. Everyone get out of the way. The man shouted, raising his arm into the air and shooting off a green shockwave, causing everyone still around to flee in terror. The man now walked through the empty streets, ready to make his escape, until suddenly he felt the ground shake. Shocker! You are under arrest. Empty Lady ran through the streets, being careful to avoid what few people were left around, as well as the cars that were now abandoned. Before Lady could even get close, Shocker raised his arm and exploited one of her biggest weaknesses. The fact that missing her is impossible. He shot her in the face with a powerful shockwave, causing her to fall back. Lady was unready to take such a strong attack, and as she fell back she shrunk herself as to mitigate property damage, so when she hit the ground she was back to her normal size. Hell yeah! With these shock-absorbing bracers, I don't have to worry about hurting my arms when I use my quirk. Shocker gloated as he aimed again for Empty Lady and shot out another huge blast. The blast was too big to dodge, and Empty Lady was actually getting nervous. Fortunately, just as the blast was approaching her, Death Arms came in and jumped in front of her, putting his massive arms out in front of him to take the brunt of the blast. The blast hit him and sent him flying back, knocking Lady back with him, through an empty car, tearing it in two. Gasps rang out around the crowd that had formed a good distance away, as people watched their heroes being put on the ropes. You can't touch me. Shocker aimed both his arms at the 2 heroes who were both recovering from the last blast. Say goodbye. Goodbye. But I just got here. Huh? Shocker looked up and saw that Izuku was web-slinging over the crowd in his new costume and was making his way towards Shocker fast. Spider-Man! Get back! Shocker shot out a blast at Izuku, but Izuku shot a web line to the ground and pulled himself down to dodge the blast. Once Izuku hit the ground, he ran up to Shocker as fast as he could. Before Shocker could even react, Izuku had almost closed the wide distance between them, and as he panicked and tried to shoot another blast, Izuku made it to him and kicked his arms upward, causing the blast to go harmlessly into the sky. And with one punch, Izuku knocked the villain out cold, laying him out on the floor. Well, guess Shocker got socked. Izuku quipped, cringing internally. The crowd didn't seem to notice and was too busy being shocked at how quickly and easily Izuku took out a villain that had put 2 pro heroes in distress. Man, tough crowd, Izuku said in response to the silence. Well, better get going. See ya. And with that, Izuku got a running start, before web-slinging away. Oh no. He's getting away. Lady said sarcastically as she laid on the floor. Someone stop him. Normally, she would try to go after vigilantes, but considering he just saved her life, she would give him a pass this time. Also, she just really didn't feel like getting up at the moment. As Izuku swung through the air, taking a moment to enjoy the thrill of swinging through the city. It had been a week since Izuku had gotten his new costume, and he loved it. Not only did it look cool and protect his feet, but it was also made of breathable material, meaning that, unlike his old costume, he wasn't sweating to death inside it. And it was a bit more aerodynamic. This combined with his improved web-slinging proficiency, made web slinging as enjoyable as it should be. Ring ring. Ring ring. Another new feature of his costume was the fact that his mask was connected to his phone, meaning he could use it to make or take calls without having to use his hands. The eyes in his mask had a small HUD in them, letting him see who was calling. In this case, it was Deku. Yes, Izuku said to accept the call. Midoriya, I finally finished the new training course you wanted, Deku told him. Get your butt back to the factory. Pronto. On it. Izuku said before she hung up. I can't believe she finished it that quickly. She really is a prodigy. Maybe her quirk helps in some way? I can ask her later. Need to get back to the factory. And with that Izuku set off to his new destination. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Izuku burst through the doors of the factory and made his way to the workshop. I'm here. Yeah, I heard you come in. Did you break the doors when you came in? God. Deku complained with a slight scowl on her face. Sorry. Izuku gave a bunch of apologetic bows in quick succession, before rapidly looking around the factory. Where is it? Deku rolled her eyes. How you get so excited over such a trivial thing is beyond me. Follow me. The Pinkette led Izuku through the factory to one of its many abandoned rooms. It was completely dark due to the lack of windows, but when Deku turned on the lights, Izuku's face broke out into a huge grin. Although if one looked at the room initially, they may not see the hype. In reality, it was just a brick room, with a bunch of very intense-looking tennis ball machines, scattered around in a circle, all pointing towards the center of the room. And in the corner of the room was a tall cardboard box with the word, civilians, written on it. Here it is. Deku threw a remote at him, which Izuku caught without looking. I'll be working on something that requires a bit more thought. Try not to disturb me. And with that, she left Izuku to his training. Izuku stood in the center of the room and took out the remote. On it, there was a dial that went from 1 to 10. Alright, let's see how this works. Izuku turned the dial up to a 4. He heard the machine's power on. The machine in front of Izuku shot out a tennis ball. Izuku quickly placed the remote in his pocket and moved his head to the side to dodge the tennis ball. Two more tennis balls shot out from two cannons on Izuku's sides, and he jumped up to dodge the ball. The exercise was a simple one. Made to help him dodge, these machines would shoot out tennis ball at extremely high speeds, and they wouldn't just come out randomly, they were all linked to a computer that was given an AI that would randomly generate attacks and follow up attacks. The ball would also bounce off the walls, meaning Izuku would still have to dodge them. And in the box was a dummy, meant to help Izuku replicate the feeling of protecting someone while dodging. Izuku continued dodging the ball, his speed, spider sense, and acrobatics making it rather easy. After a few minutes, Izuku took out the remote and turned the machine off. Alright, pretty simple. Kind of easy. Let's try it at the max. Izuku shrugged. What's the worst that could happen? And so Izuku dialed it up to 10. Immediately all the machines shot out the tennis ball at almost bullet-like speeds, which Izuku could only barely react to. He ducked down to dodge all the ball, but as quickly they started bouncing off the walls, in random directions, and 3 of them rebound towards Izuku from 3 separate directions. Izuku panicked, and moved to the side, dodging 2 of the ball, but another one hit him in the chest. Demenit. More shots fired as Izuku was still dodging 2 more ball that were bouncing back, and once again he failed to dodge all of them and got hit in the face. Some of the machines started rapid firing, and as the machines fired faster and as the ball bounced off the walls, he kept getting hit, again and again. Fortunately, while the ball moving at this speed would really hurt a normal person, for Izuku it was just a bit annoying. Okay, that's enough. Izuku took out the remote and turned the machines off. After that Izuku sat down on the ground and took a quick breather. Well, it looks like I still have some training to do. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX day seemed pretty peaceful. Fortunately, Niku called to make things a bit more hectic. Hey, Izuku. There is another C-class villain and thugs, holding people hostage at Bioin Hospital. Think you're up to it? She asked. That actually gave Izuku pause. I'm not sure. This isn't like a normal situation where I can just punch the villain and get out of there. If I'm not careful, people could very easily die. But they did say if the heroes don't come with the ransom money in an hour, they would start executing hostages. Deku explained. By the way, that was 40 minutes ago. What? Izuku shouted. He was so shocked he nearly fell off the roof. Where are the heroes? What are the police doing? Well, it seems a few heroes have gathered and some are scouting out the building, but none of them are suited for stealth. And I don't see any ransom money nearby. Deku explained, maybe a bit too casually. Things aren't looking so great. We have about 20 minutes till they blow someone's head off. Izuku was stunned into silence. His blood pressure shot up as he stressed over this decision. Let's think about this. On the one hand, I could really mess this up and get someone killed, and on the other hand, things are looking like someone is about to die anyway, but they wouldn't just sit by and let someone die? It only took a brief flashback of his dead friend suffocating to death while the heroes just watched, to remind him that, yes they would. I'm on my way, Izuku told her. He was intensely nervous. His hands were even trembling slightly. He had to do this perfectly. Think you can get me any help? I'll send a drone to scout the building. And I'll give you access to the police radios. Deku told him. Don't screw this up. I can't, Izuku responded. XXXXXXXXXXX. Izuku was perched on the building opposite to the hospital and looked at the scene down below. He'd never swung as fast as he just did, but it was worth it as he arrived there in just 5 minutes. As usual, the police had set up a perimeter around the hospital, which the media was just swarming outside of, asking questions to everyone they could reach. Some pros had also arrived, but as Deku had told him, none of them were suited for stealth. So they couldn't go in without getting the hostages killed. Patching you into the police radio now, Deku told him. Good luck. Suddenly Izuku heard static before he heard the sounds of police talking. Villain is identified as Molten Man C-Class. Fire Quirk. About 10 other unidentified villains are working under him. All of them appear to be armed. Molten Man is located in one of the break rooms with 5 men. Others appear to be holding some of the staff hostage, while 3 more are holding bedridden patients hostage. So how do I get inside? Izuku thought, looking at the buildings. My abilities include punching, kicking, webbing, and wall crawling or maybe duct crawling. XXXXXXXX. After locating the air ducts, Izuku crawled inside and started moving around the building. Duct crawling was pretty easy given his wall crawling powers, but he had to make absolutely certain to stay quiet. He only had about 10 minutes left before they killed a hostage. So he would prioritize saving them over anything else. Of course, he only barely knew where he was going, and he didn't know the locations of the hostages anyway. Fortunately, it was a small hospital, so that made things easier. Okay, bedridden patients are kept on the 3rd and 4th floors. My guess is that they're on the 4th floor to give them as much distance from the heroes as possible. Izuku mused as he started crawling up the vents. After a bit more crawling through the hospital, he eventually found the rooms where the patients were located. No one in this one. Izuku thought as he looked into one of the rooms through the vents, before moving on to the next one. No one in this one. No one in this one. No one in this one. And finally, he had found where one of the goons was. He was sitting down in one of the chairs, with his gun standing on its butt next to him, while the patient was sound asleep in their bed. Good, he's not pointing the gun at the person. I need to burst in quickly. Web up his gun and his mouth, and then web him up quickly before he can make any noise. Izuku took a deep breath. His heart felt like it was about to pound out of his chest, and he was definitely gonna have to wash the costume after this with how much he was sweating into it. But he had to do it. He didn't have much time left. He moved as fast as he could, bursting out of the ceiling vent, and shooting 2 web shots out, one of them webbing the gun to the wall, and the other one webbing up his entire face. The goon couldn't do anything but give off muffled cries before Izuku webbed him to the wall. Before lightly punching him in the face to knock him out. Phew, Izuku felt a bit of tension relief. But he knew this was just the beginning. Alright, now for the rest of them. XXXXXXXXXX. Turns out the rest of the goons were located in the rooms just next to that one and had been taken down just as quickly. Now with those 3 out of the way, he had to find the other 2 holding the staff hostage. 5 minutes left. Not time to waste. Where can I find a big room that's also secluded enough so they have time to respond if the heroes try to brute force this? Izuku thought. The operating floor. Those are on the 2nd floor. I better be right about this. It took Izuku a bit more time to find the room this time around. As he crawled down to the 2nd floor, he passed several operating rooms before he found the one where the people were being held. A bunch of doctors and nurses were sitting against a wall, while 2 goons pointed guns at them. Crap, they're already pointing guns at them. Izuku thought. I'd need to take them both down at once. As Izuku was preparing to attack, one of the goons' communicators turned on. It's been an hour and still no money, said an aggressive voice from the communicator. Kill one of them. Right, boss, said one of the goons, aiming his gun at one of the nurses' heads. Please. Please no. The nurse begged, her voice thick with fear and dread. Sorry. Blame the heroes, the goon said as he got ready to fire. Then suddenly, as the man pulled the trigger, Izuku burst out of the vent and shot 2 web lines at the guns, pulling them upwards. Bing, 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 bing. The bullets hit the ceiling before Izuku pulled the guns out of their hands. What? Spider-Man! Yelled one of the goons. They both just stood there in shock for a few seconds, allowing Izuku to shoot another web line at one of the villain's chest, and then slam him into the other villain. Gah! The 2 villains hit the wall, and Izuku webbed them to it. Izuku quickly turned to the hostages. Are all of you okay? Why yes, said one of the male doctors. Most of the staff evacuated B, but they managed to get us A and they put us in here. W, where are the heroes? Probably still outside. Izuku cringed as he saw the look of betrayal on all of their faces. Why didn't they come? I almost died. One of the nurses complained. I don't know. Izuku backed away. Look, I just rescued all the hostages, and I need to take out the remaining villains before they try to find new ones. I'm going to web up the door to keep anyone from getting in. It'll dissolve in 2 hours, and by that time this should all be over. Do you think you can hang tight for 2 hours? W, what about them? One of the female doctors pointed at the 2 villains that were struggling inside the webs. Right. Izuku ran over to them and quickly gave them both light punches to the face, knocking them both out. Okay, you guys good? Some of them nodded while the others were too paralyzed with shock still. With that in mind, Izuku ran out of the room and webbed the door shut. Alright, now to take down the last of them, Izuku said to himself. He quickly ran down a hallway, but when he was about to turn the corner, he was met with 5 more goons and a man in a suit, who he assumed was Molten Man walking behind him. Spider-Man. I heard my men say your name on the radio before it cut out. Figures you took them out. Molten Man scowled. Men, fill this freak with lead. The men got ready to fire, but Izuku moved first, shooting out 5 web shots at the men's guns. However, since Izuku was rushing and was a good distance away, he narrowly missed 2 of his shots and only took 3 of the guns. The 2 remaining gunmen opened fire, and Izuku jumped onto the ceiling to avoid the gunfire before shooting 2 more webs to take out their guns. Well, looks like I turned all your gunmen into fist men, Izuku quipped as he dropped from the ceiling. No, actually that sounds dirty. The 5 men charged at Izuku, but none of them got more than 2 feet before Izuku dashed through them, taking them all out. Tihis. Molten Man activated his quirk, and his body burst into flames. Alright, Spider. Try punching me and you'll get more than a sunburn. Molten Man then shot out a huge ball of fire that took up half the hallway. Izuku webbed up all the unconscious villains on that side of the hallway and pulled them away from the attack while dodging it himself. You know, for a guy with a fire quirk, you sure are cold-hearted. Guess it's time I put you out. The vigilante then crossed his arms and shot out 2 web lines at the walls next to Molten Man, then he gave them both a hard tug, causing those parts of the walls to break free, and smash Molten Man between them. Gah! Molten Man shouted as he was smushed between bricks. Now let's try this. Izuku shot a web line at one of his guns and started swinging it around, swinging it faster and faster before he smashed the butt of the rifle into Molten Man's head, knocking him out. Izuku dusted off his hands. Alright, now that that's done. How do I tell the heroes? XXXXXXXXX. Eraser had arrived at the panicked scene, moving past the police tape and going up to one of the policemen. What's going on here? Aizawa asked him. Villains have taken control of the hospital, and they have hostages. They're demanding money, and saying they'll shoot a hostage every hour until they get it. The man cringed. And that was over an hour ago. So they've probably already shot someone. Aizawa's scowl hardened, and he glared at the officer. Why hasn't anyone tried a rescue yet? And none of the heroes can do stealth very well. The officer wilted under Aizawa's intense glare. You're the only one. Aizawa looked around at the heroes that were just standing around. What the cop said was true. All the heroes that gathered either specialized in punching things or rescuing people in the aftermath of big villain fights. If any of them tried going in, they'd likely just get someone killed. Looks like it was all up to him. He turned back to the cop. Okay, so everyone suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked back up at the hospital. From the second-story window, the unconscious Molten Man was thrown out and strung up on a web. Attached to his chest was a sign that said, "Hey guys, beat your bad guys for ya. Might want to move faster next time." They almost shot someone. Love, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Aizawa sighed, partially from exasperation and partially from relief. Looks like someone who could do stealth had shown up. In the streets of Musfafu, Wash was currently battling for his life against a B-class villain. The villain in question was full green, with reptile-like skin, claw-like hands, fangs, silted yellow eyes, and a big tail. That's right, it was Scorpion. I'll kill you. You fake hero. I'll kill you in the name of Stain. Scorpion shouted out, as he kept trying to stab Wash with his tail. Wash shooting out bubbles at Scorpion, but the villain just popped them all rapidly with his sharp tail. Die! Scorpion shot out venom from his tail, right at Wash. In response, Wash shot out more bubbles that encapsulated the venom, stopping it in its tracks. Gah! You're so dim and annoying. All you do is appeal to kids and star in commercials. Just die already. Scorpion lunged at Wash but was suddenly stomped into the ground by Izuku, who just swung in. Izuku flipped off Scorpion's head and right in front of Washington. Man, that guy's head was as thick as it looked. You okay, Wash? Spider-Man. Wash did a small sigh of relief. Behind you. Her head. Izuku moved his head to the side, just in time for Scorpion's tail to miss it. The vigilante jumped back, putting some distance between him and the villain. Spider-Man. Scorpion scowled. Man, you're still walking after that? You really are thick-headed. Izuku quipped. Although under the mask he was quite nervous. That almost killed me. This guy is faster than your average villain. Tougher too. I need to be careful. Stay out of this, wall crawler. Scorpion hissed at him. This is between me and the fake. Izuku felt a bit of anger rise up in him at that. Fake? You think he's a fake hero? Of course he is. All he does is show off to kids. He's on serial, TV shows, toys, and he's rarely actually defeated a villain. And yet he gets to be in the top 10. Scorpion shouted, his words dripping venom and full of hate. He's proof that our hero society is corrupt and needs to be destroyed. Okay, smart guy. Tell me this. If he's a fake hero, then how come he stayed here and distracted you while getting all the civilians away to safety? Izuku asked him with a bit of an edge in his voice. Scorpion looked around and saw that the once crowded street was empty, and some people were in Wash's bubbles, being moved back behind a police perimeter. When did he dash? Like I said, he did it while distracting you. Even though he's not a combat-based hero, he's a support and rescue hero, which is why he hasn't taken down a lot of villains. Izuku explained firmly, his voice being loud enough to be heard by the people and the media behind the perimeter. But he knew that there were no other heroes in the area, so he risked his life to fight you on his own, something he is notoriously bad at doing, so that way he could make sure everyone around him got away. Does that sound like a fake hero to you? Grr. Scorpion recoiled back as if Izuku's words physically hit him before he leaned forward, and his shock was replaced by pure rage. Why you dash? What? Can't handle being wrong? Izuku taunted. Because that's what you and your precious stain are. Wrong. Even if there are some heroes that lower the standard and don't deserve the title, psychopaths like you two don't get to decide who is and isn't a fake. And you definitely don't decide that people should die over it. Shut up. Scorpion lunged at Izuku, and the green-haired teen got ready to fight. Spidey jump! Wash shouted from behind him. Ha! Izuku didn't know what Wash had planned, but he was a high-ranking hero, so he thought it was best to go along with it. He jumped high into the air, allowing Wash to shoot out a giant bubble at Scorpion that encapsulated him and floated him into the air. Enough of this. Scorpion popped the bubble, but now he was in a free fall, and he was a sitting duck. Izuku shot a web line at the villain, who couldn't dodge at all, and then slammed him into the ground hard. Scorpion smacked face first into the ground so hard that it broke apart the road. Jiga. You little dash. Scorpion tried to pull himself up, but as he did, Izuku yanked the line forward, causing him to fly right into Izuku's fist, promptly knocking the villain out cold. See what I mean? He does support. And I'll have you know he's really good at his job. Izuku said out loud. Thanks for assisting Spider-Man. I was in big trouble there. Wash told him. Yeah, you're welcome, but aren't you gonna try and arrest me? Izuku nervously scratched the back of his head. He'd said all that good stuff about Wash, and he didn't want to make him look bad by easily escaping him. Didn't you hear? I'm a support and rescue hero. I don't do combat well. Wash told him as he walked away. Just as Izuku was about to swing away, the media stormed in and went right for Izuku, making a dense crowd around the poor teen before assaulting him with questions. Spider-Man, why did you become a vigilante? Asked one of the reporters. Why not use your powers to become a hero? Asked another one. Who are you under the mask? Asked one bold and kinda stupid reporter. They kept pelting him with questions, and Izuku briefly became overwhelmed before regaining his composure. Calm down, Izuku. You're not weak, timid Deku right now. You're the strong, confident Spider-Man. Izuku took a deep breath before turning his Spider-Man persona back on. Hey. One question at a time. I get everyone wants a piece of me, but there's only so much to go around. Part of him wanted to just swing away. But if he wanted to get a hero license, he had to be popular. And the press might help him with that. So he'd answer a few questions and then leave. Where did you get your gear? Asked a female reporter. One day you go from barefoot with a shabby costume and then next day this? What happened? Oh, boy, was a certain someone waiting for this question. That'd be all thanks to the Tinkerer, a support gear prodigy working exclusively for vigilantes. Izuku answered, trying to make it sound like an advertisement to appease Niku. So if any other law enforcing lawbreakers want to get themselves a spiffy new costume, get in touch. The press sure ate that up. The idea that there was a secret dealer for vigilante support items was a juicy piece of news. Earlier we heard you defending Wash's honor. What are your opinions on pro-heroes? Asked another reporter. Defending Wash's honor? It was never in danger. What, just because that chucklehead said some rude nonsense? I've seen more valid criticisms of heroes in a YouTube comment section. If we acted like every time someone said something like this it put someone's honor in danger, then everyone would have their honor in danger at all times. Izuku said, easily dismissing Scorpion's words. And what do I think about heroes? They're great. They save people, they stop villains. What's not to love? Even if they try to arrest you? A reporter asked. Izuku shrugged. They're heroes. I'm a vigilante. What are they gonna do, not try and arrest me? As much as I would appreciate it, I have to be realistic here. What do you think about Stain's ideology? About how some heroes don't act in ways befitting of their titles? Asked another reporter. Izuku paused for a second to think about this. When he'd first heard about Stain's ideology, he simply brushed it off as the mutterings of a lunatic. And while he did still think Stain was a lunatic, Bakugo's death had opened his eyes to the possibility that maybe heroes aren't all infallible. And his time as Spider-Man only helped further plant that idea in Izuku's head. No one is perfect, was Izuku's conclusion. The world likes to portray heroes as if they're gods. Untouchable, infallible, and unquestionable. But they're not. They're human above all else. So like every other human, they make mistakes. It's inevitable. And it's not scary. It's scary to think that the heroes aren't all-knowing and all-powerful. It's scary to think that they won't save us, or that they can't save us. Izuku was getting flashbacks to Bakugo's death. His friend died because of a mistake. On both the hero's part and his. Stain's ideology is completely unrealistic. He wants heroes to be beyond human. To never make mistakes. And he thinks the punishment for failing this should be death. Izuku said, "I don't think I need to explain how sick and twisted that is. And even if some heroes don't deserve to be called heroes, even if he has a point, do we really think we should leave that decision up to killers like Stain?" The press was eating this up, but as they looked back at Izuku, he suddenly saw fear in their eyes. "Behind you." The head. "What?" Izuku turned around and saw that Scorpion had gotten back up, and his tail was once again heading right for his face. Izuku leaned back, barely able to avoid the attack in time, but the tip of his tail caught onto Izuku's mask, and as Izuku dodged the attack, Scorpion's tail pulled his mask off. Scorpion grinned for a moment, thinking that at least he revealed Izuku's identity. However, that grin didn't even stay on his face for a second, as a look of deep confusion replaced it when he saw Izuku's face. What the ga? In the moment while Scorpion was frozen in shock, Izuku rushed forward and punched him in the face so hard it sent the man's teeth flying, as blood flew out of his nose. Scorpion went flying back a dozen feet, and with fearful adrenaline rushing through his veins, Izuku didn't slow down. Before Scorpion even hit the ground, Izuku shot a webline at his mask and pulled back to him, quickly putting it back on his face. Then when Scorpion actually reached the floor, Izuku rapidly started webbing him to the ground, using way more webbing than necessary. With that done, Izuku immediately jumped 20 feet into the air and swung away as fast as he could. XXXXXXXXXX. Failure. One might call it an old friend for Izuku. He was a Deku after all. Just when he thought he was getting used to success, failure shows its ugly head back up in Izuku's life, in the worst of ways. Just like he failed to be born with a quirk. He failed to save Kaken. And he failed to not be caught committing vigilantism. Now he had failed to keep his secret identity. This is what led to Izuku, sobbing in the center of his training room in the abandoned factory, still in his costume, although now without his mask on. Out of all his previously mentioned mess-ups, this was his least egregious. But that didn't mean much, and it was still going to make his and his mother's life exponentially harder. As Izuku was sobbing, Niku walked up to him with a laptop folded under her arm. "Hey Spider, you need to check this out." "Not now, Niku," Izuku said very quietly, in a sad, depressed tone. Niku wasn't taking no for an answer, however, and so she just opened the laptop and played a video, even without Izuku looking. Breaking news. Earlier today, a villain known as the Scorpion attacked the rescue hero Wash. The newswoman said, the hero fought valiantly against the villain, distracting him while getting all the surrounding people to safety. Things were looking dire until the vigilante Spider-Man showed up and defeated the villain. However, as he was surprisingly addressing the press for once, the villain got back up and removed Spider-Man's mask. Izuku cringed as he heard that. "I should have webbed him to the ground. I got too reliant on my spider sense." However, much to everyone's surprise, there seemed to be nothing underneath. The newswoman finished. Izuku's eyes widened in shock when he heard that, and his head turned so fast to look at the computer it was surprising that he didn't break his neck. There on the news was him without his mask on, but instead of his face being there it was seemingly just empty space. He saw his headless body take down Scorpion, and put his mask back on, before webbing up Scorpion and leaving. Niku rewinded it to the part where Izuku had just lost his mask, and paused it, allowing Izuku to gaze at the image in shock. So I'm guessing you didn't know you could do that? What? What? Izuku had been competently shaken out of his depression and was now completely in shock. Since when could he turn invisible? Since when could spiders turn invisible? Alright, do it again, Nika demanded. Izuku was caught off guard by this sudden demand. Go invisible. Niku repeated about more aggressively. I'll need to adjust your costume, so I need to know what I'm working with. Izuku just looked confused. He had no idea he could even do that, let alone know how to turn it on and off. Niku sighed and started digging through her lab coat pocket. I thought this might be the case. And then she pulled out a gun and pointed it at Izuku's face. You have 2 seconds. She told him, her voice dead serious. Wait, there's no way she's gonna. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by his spider sense going off. Oh my god, she's serious. Just as Niku was about to pull the trigger, Izuku's head turned invisible. As I suspected. Niku pulled her finger away from the trigger. It seems your invisibility is not something meant to be done on command, but rather it's a self-defense mechanism your body activates automatically when it feels it's in extreme danger. Much like Nika said, the moment Niku was no longer going to shoot Izuku and his spider sense stopped blaring, Izuku's face returned to being visible. And as she put away the gun, Izuku finally got out of shock. You were going to shoot me? Izuku was honestly more shocked than angry, but he was still a bit miffed that his supposed partner had no qualms about shooting him point blank in the face. Niku rolled her eyes. Of course I was. You told me how your spider sense works, remember? I knew if I just bluffed it wouldn't cause you to react. And relax, it was a rubber bullet. It would have been like getting hit with a tennis ball for you. Now take off your glove. It took Izuku a few seconds to respond, having to take in what she just told him, but he did hesitantly comply, and removed his glove, exposing his hand. Alright now, try and remember that feeling of danger and panic, Niku instructed him. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to remember what it was like. His mask was coming off, behind him was an army of press. It was over. His secret identity was out. He'd made another massive mistake. You're doing it. It's flickering. Niku told him. Izuku opened his eyes, but in doing so, broke his concentration, and all he saw was his perfectly visible hand. Alright now try it again. This time with your eyes open. Niku instructed. Alright. Izuku stared at his hand and tried to focus on another stressful, anxiety-filled memory. This time he went back to the alleyway where he encountered Eraserhead. Just when he realized that a hero had seen him committing vigilantism. He thought his life was over, that his dreams had been firmly crushed, and that he had broken his promise to Kaken. And that's when his hand vanished. It was only for a moment because when Izuku saw this, his concentration broke, and therefore his hand immediately turned visible again. Okay, looks like you can trick your body into thinking that it's in danger. However, it looks like this requires extreme levels of concentration. Niku noted. You'll want to train that. This could be very useful in the future. I mean, I guess. But how am I gonna use it while in my costume? Izuku asked. While I'm wearing clothes, this part of my quirk is completely useless. It's probably activated a few times and I just never noticed it because of that reason. Niku shook her head in annoyance. I'll just have to add chameleon tech to your costume. Chameleon.tech? Izuku repeated with confusion. What's that? I've never heard about it before. That's not a surprise. Niku sighed. Chameleon tech is a special stealth technology that while on its own only creates subpar camouflage when combined with someone who has an invisibility or camouflage quirk, makes the user entirely invisible. And the reason you've never heard of it is because the support gear industry is filled entirely with perverts, and they have been trying to bury this technology ever since it was discovered. Deliberately obscuring it from the public eye, removing articles about it online, and purposely making that technology hard to find and obtained. And if you work inside the support industry and try to blow the whistle, you can look forward to getting blacklisted. Wait a minute. There aren't even that many female heroes who have invisibility or camouflage quirks. The support industry would really do that much, just to make sure a dozen heroes go around showing off their bodies, which they can't see? Izuku was actually astounded by that much perversion. Firstly, it's not just the female heroes, male heroes also get treated this way. Remember, girls can be perverts too. Like my sister, who has gotten suspended for SXL misconduct multiple times. Niku corrected, while also taking the opportunity to slander her sister. And secondly, if you're gonna be part of the support industry, even temporarily, then never underestimate the power of perverts. Niku started walking back to the workshop while urging Izuku to follow her. Even though I say that the technology is slowly coming out more and more, and becoming more available, Niku explained, it's only a matter of time until its existence becomes public. That being said, someone like me can't just order it online. I'll have to make it from scratch. Some of the components are a bit too sophisticated to make it from the scrap on the beach. I'll have to ask my parents for some of the materials. Are you sure you can manage it? It seems pretty complicated. Izuku stopped and thought about it for a moment. Actually, how are you this smart? Do you have an intelligence quirk or something? You could say that. My quirk is called download. Niku explained with a prideful smirk on her face. Whenever I touch an object with all 5 of my fingers, every possible use that object has will be downloaded into my head. Izuku's eyes widened, and he quickly pulled out a notebook and started jotting down notes. That's amazing. With a quirk like that, you're theoretically capable of making, well, everything that can be made. But a powerful quirk like that has to have some major drawbacks. Correct. She confirmed. You see, my quirk is exceptionally hard to use. My brain can only handle so much information at once before I start getting massive headaches. And I mean massive. It feels like your head is getting hit by a train. And while I can kind of choose what information goes into my brain, it is also difficult to control. It's like searching for something on the internet, but the results are pretty much everything related to what you're looking for, and you have to search through it all manually. Also, any information gained through my quirk will vanish in about 5 minutes. Hence all the papers scattered about everywhere. Izuku wrote down everything she said, intensely. So many drawbacks. Which makes sense because of the sheer power of the quirk itself. Still, using that kind of quirk effectively must take a lot of hard work. I knew you were impressive, but not like this. Niku was practically glowing from the praise. I'm aware of my own greatness. Nice to hear someone else confirm it for once though. Anyway, let's get to work. So, what did you want to show me? Izuku asked Niku as he stood in her office. These. Niku took out a plastic bag that was filled with a bunch of small spider-shaped devices. Spider trackers. Attach one of these on a villain and their location will be uploaded onto the HUD of your costume. I'll have access to their locations as well. That's amazing. Izuku quickly took the trackers and smiled at them. Knowing a villain's exact location. This will be amazing for ambushes. Suddenly Niku's phone started vibrating. She picked up, read something on it, before looking back up at Izuku. Ingenium is chasing a B-class villain through the streets nearby. If you move fast, you should be able to intercept them. Right. Izuku quickly ran out of the room, going to don his costume once again. XXXXXXXXXXX. Come back here, villain. Ingenium was starting to get tired of this fucker. B-class villain. Kangaroo had robbed an ATM and was running away with a bag of money. Or rather, running and jumping away. His quirk, super legs, made his legs extremely powerful. A simple quirk, but very effective. Kangaroo was parkouring around the city, all the other heroes had already lost track of him, and Ingenium was also starting to lose pace, getting farther and farther from his target. Get lost, heroes. You can't catch me. Kangaroo shouted out. He jumped from the street to the top of a car, to the side of a building, and then into the air, about to jump back onto the street. However, suddenly Izuku dove down from the building and tried to punch Kangaroo's lights out. Fortunately for the villain, Izuku missed slightly, his fist grazing the villain's back as the Kangaroo managed to narrowly pass Izuku's lunge. Phew! Kangaroo got really nervous when he saw Izuku diving for him, but as he quickly hopped away, seeing Spider-Man and Ingenium getting farther and farther, he was more confident that he got away scot-free. Meanwhile, Ingenium had finally run out of steam and came to a stop, rapidly trying to catch his breath, while Izuku stood beside him, making no effort to chase after the villain. "You okay?" Izuku asked the tired hero. "Sorry, I don't really have any grape juice. I do have a few energy bars. I'm fine at the villain that he's getting away." Tensei didn't like putting this matter into the hands of a vigilante, but he liked leaving a dangerous criminal on the streets even less. "For now. Remember that dive I did? Well, I thought just in case I missed him, I'd try to attach one of these to him." Izuku took out a spider tracker. "A tracking device?" Tensei asked. "Exactly. I figured that catching him may be a bit tricky. So instead I'll just wait till he's inside and spring an ambush on him." Izuku explained. "Oh, that's so that energy bar?" Tensei inquired. XXXXXXXXX. After making sure he lost the heroes, Kangaroo had made it to his small apartment hideout. Hee. Kangaroo sat down on his torn-up couch and took out something from his pocket. A diamond. He'd found this pretty little gem in a jewelry store, as one would, and after he liberated it, that is when he got into his chase with the heroes. How to pawn this thing? Kangaroo stood up and started pacing around the room, admiring his stolen gem. And then he made the mistake of standing in front of the window. Suddenly Izuku burst through the window and kicked Kangaroo to the floor. Why? Kangaroo didn't have any time to react or get off the floor before Izuku stomped his head through the floor, knocking him unconscious. Izuku picked up the unconscious villain and flipped him on his back, where he placed the tracer. Spider tracers worked like a charm. Of course they did. I'm building a brand, you know? What would it do to my reputation if I gave you faulty equipment? Niku asked. Probably nothing because you're blackmailing me. Izuku pointed out. I mean, yeah, but you get the point, Niku said. The police should be there in a few minutes, so web him and leave. Right. Izuku threw the villain up to the ceiling and webbed him to it, leaving his legs dangling in the air. Why don't you just hang out? That I really need to get better at these. And with his business done, Izuku jumped out the window and swung away. XXXXXXXXXXX. After changing out of his costume, Izuku made his way home, going through the front door, and immediately he smelled his mother's cooking. But I'm so glad my identity hasn't gotten exposed. Izuku could have only imagined what would have happened if he didn't have that invisibility power. If his face really had been shown on live TV, he couldn't show his face again, couldn't come home again, couldn't see his mother again, couldn't eat her cooking again. Izuku needed to be more careful in the future. I'm home. The green teen called out to his mother. Welcome back home, dear. Just sit down on the couch, dinner will be done soon. Inko told him. Izuku grinned and quickly dove for the couch, shooting a web at the remote to bring it to him, before turning on the TV to watch the news. Breaking news. B-class villain Kangaroo had committed a robbery. During his escape, several heroes had attempted to give chase, most notably, Ingenium, as well as the vigilante Spider-Man. However, while the villain did seemingly escape, he was later captured by Spider-Man. How Spider-Man tracked down the villain was revealed in an interview with Ingenium. The camera switched to show Ingenium on the streets, talking to a reporter. Yeah, so apparently Spider-Man has tracking devices. Probably made that tinkerer person he was talking about. Guess the tinkerer is no joke. Tensei said, Sir, witness report that you made no attempts to stop or capture Spider-Man when he arrived. Why is that? One reporter asked. I was already exhausted, and he is Spider-Man. Not someone you want to try catching when you're not at 100%. He explained. It's been noted that many other heroes have also not pursued Spider-Man, instead choosing to ignore this vigilante. Do you know why this is? Another reporter asked. Well, Tensei sighed. That comes down to a few reasons. Firstly, do you know how fast Spider-Man goes? The guy can outrun most cars and some trains, both on foot and with his webs. Most heroes can't go that fast. And secondly, he can maneuver through the air. A lot of heroes just can't reach him, And when you combine that with his ridiculous speed, and it means that like 70% of heroes just can't catch him at all. And let's say you do catch up to him. Then what? You then have to subdue a guy who deadlifts buses and move like a bullet. Also, I heard he can turn invisible now? Not really sure what's up with that, but we can add it to the list of things that make Spider-Man hard to catch. Add that all up, and you can see that the vast majority of heroes just don't have a way of dealing with him on their own. So they have to ask themselves if it's worth it to try and go catch him. You don't think catching a highly dangerous, high-profile vigilante like Spider-Man is worth it? Asked another reporter. Honestly, for most people, Tensei answered, knowing very well that he was going to be hearing about this statement for a while. Listen, if you're All Might, or Endeavor, or Hawks, then yes, you should go out of your way to take him down. Because they're capable of doing so. But for most heroes, chasing him down is a waste of time, because you're not going to catch him. And as a hero, if you waste time, people could die. And it's not like Spider-Man is much a menace anyway. He's never killed anyone, never let a civilian get hurt during his escapades, and has caused very little property damage during his fights. Really, the most damage you can say he's caused is to the villains themselves, with many of them having broken bones as a result of his punches. But considering what we've seen of his strength, the fact that he hasn't killed anyone speaks to his skill. And it's a huge shame he became a vigilante, because I easily see someone like getting into the top 10. Izuku was so torn when he heard this. On one hand, holy crap, Ingenium was praising his skill, and had even said he could have gotten into the top 10. But of course, Ingenium was still looking at him like a vigilante. A highly skilled and powerful vigilante. Someone the heroes would have to take down. He was still far from the point where people were crying out to let him into the hero course. Izuku knew he still had a lot of work ahead of him. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Help. Help. Press. Ga. Kamui Wood screamed out in pain as he was smashed through a building and into a car. Kamui was covered in bruises and cuts, including a big bleeding gash in his side, and several parts of his costume were torn and broken. In other words, he had taken quite the beating. And the one who had given him that beating was currently climbing through the building he just punched through. He was 8 feet tall, with an entirely gray and extremely muscular body. He wore only a pair of brown shorts. And he had a huge horn on top of his head. This was the A-rank villain, Rhino. "You dead, hero!" Rhino shouted out as he stamped his foot and got ready to charge. "Sheet!" Kamui cursed as he tried to pull himself up. But Rhino was already charging at him, and as he came closer, Kamui only saw death approaching. Whip! And suddenly, a web line hit Kamui's chest, and he was pulled into the air, narrowly avoiding death at the horn of Rhino, as the villain ran through the car, tearing it apart, before he slammed into the opposite building, going right through it like a wrecking ball. Kamui was confused as he found himself being lifted up to the roof of a building, where he came mask to mask with Izuku. Spider-Man! In the flesh. Izuku tried to quip, but Kamui could very clearly make out the anxiety and fear in his voice. "That I'd love to get you back for what happened last time, but it seems like that I may need your help." "I can see that." Izuku looked down and saw that Rhino was slowly climbing out of the hole he made in the building. "But you're too injured to take him on." "I can still fight," Kamui insisted, forcing himself onto his feet, but he was clearly struggling. "I am a hero, have to save the people." Izuku interrupted him. "One more hit from that guy and you're dead. And you can't help anyone like that. Focus on evacuating the people still in the area. I'll take on Rhino." "That he's... I could barely even scratch him. Do you think you can take him?" Kamui asked, his tone reflecting the weight of the situation. Izuku paused for a second before answering. "We'll see. I'll keep him away from the people. Go!" And with that, Izuku jumped onto the roof and onto the back of Rhino, who had just been looking around wondering where Kamui went. "Waff! Hey, they're tall, gray, and ugly. The name's Spider-Man. I'll be kicking your butt today," Izuku said in the cockiest tone he could muster. "Get off me!" Rhino reached up to pull Izuku off his back, but Izuku jumped off into the air, doing a flip before landing on all fours a few feet away from Rhino. Man, you are so slow. No wonder you're endangered. Izuku silently apologized to all the endangered rhinos for that joke. Grr. Why, you little. Rhino got ready to change, but Izuku quickly webbed his huge feet to the ground. What the? Grr. Get this off of me. Rhino tried to raise his legs, and the webbing was doing its best to keep him from doing so, but it was getting stretched out by Rhino's strength, and it might not hold long. So Izuku just unloaded a massive web barrage on Rhino. Going from his feet, up. Webbing up his legs, making it even harder for him to move. Then Izuku got closer, and started jumping around, webbing Rhino up at all angles. Webbing his arms to his side to keep him from moving them, until his entire body, except for his head, was webbed up in a giant web cocoon. Let me out! Rhino shouted as he struggled to try and get out of the web. Nua, you still haven't eaten your dinner. Izuku flipped in front of Rhino and pet his arm back. A plate full of knuckle sandwiches. Izuku punched Rhino in the face at full power, knowing he wouldn't need to hold back, and sure enough, after that crack to the face, Rhino seemed only mildly hurt. More set off than injured really. And so Izuku hit him again. And again. And again. Izuku's fist pounded down on Rhino's face like cannonballs being shot out of a machine gun. He was hitting him so fast that to the people around who Kamui was evacuating, it looked like he made multiple arms. Rhino's face was getting more and more injured, his nose bleeding, bruises forming, and even a few teeth flying out. The villain got angrier and angrier with each punch, and with this anger, he found a bit of extra strength. Watch out! Izuku's eyes widened as his spider sense warned him that Rhino was about to attack, but unfortunately he was already mid-swing, and it took him too long to cancel his attack. Raff! Rhino's arms burst free and smacked Izuku back. Gah! Izuku was launched back a few dozen feet, before crashing into a car. Rhino had hit him so hard that it took a few seconds for Izuku to snap back to reality. Izuku sat up and felt a pain on the right side of his chest, where he had been hit. I think he broke a rib. Suddenly Izuku felt the ground shaking, and his spider sense blaring. He looked up to see Rhino charging at him. Izuku was about to jump up to avoid the attack, but just when he was standing up to do that, his spider sense buzzed even harder. People behind you! Izuku glanced behind him and saw that a good distance away was a police line, with a bunch of civilians watching from behind it. If he just jumped over, then Rhino might crash into the people. He looked back at Rhino, and he had about 5 seconds to figure out what to do before Rhino charged him, horn first. And so, in a panic, Izuku charged right back at him. When the two were only a foot apart, Rhino leaned down to try and impale Izuku with his horn, but Izuku had a plan. He ducked down as low as he could, going under Rhino's head, and then rising back up, grabbing his chest. Then he used Rhino's own forward momentum to launch him into the air. Rhino landed a few feet away, the impact of his massive body hitting the street, making a small crater. Izuku jumped up into the air, over Rhino, and started raining webs onto him, sticking him to the ground for a bit, before Izuku shot a web line right next to Rhino's face. Spider smash! Izuku shouted, as he yanked down on the web as hard as he could, sending him hurtling down at high speeds, while he ped back his fist. Izuku's fist hit Rhino's face with monumental force. The power of this one blow made winds gush around him and kicked up a massive cloud of dust and debris, as Rhino was sent deep into the ground and cracks formed in the surrounding street. When the cloud of dust dispersed, the people saw Izuku standing triumphantly over an unconscious Rhino. Although if you took a closer look, you could see Izuku panting and exhausted. That last punch had taken a bit out of him, so he had to take a second to breathe. Meanwhile, Kamui was not too far away, looking on at Izuku in shock as he stood over the defeated villain. He had known that Spider-Man has been rapidly upping his game since they met, going from taking on nameless thugs to C-class villains, to B-class villains, and now he had taken down an A-class villain. It was scary how fast this kid was progressing. And so when Spider-Man started swinging away, Kamui just watched. He was in no condition to pursue him, and besides, he should stay to make sure no one was trapped in the destroyed buildings anyway. Sir. A policeman walked into the office of one detective, Naomasa, gaining the detective's attention. Eraserhead has arrived. Oh good. Send him in. Naomasa told him. The officer nodded and left. After a few moments, Aizawa walked into the office. Naomasa. Eraserhead, I'm glad you're here. Come, sit down. Naomasa gestured toward the chair opposite his desk. Aizawa did as instructed, and immediately got down to business. Spider-Man is a problem. Yeah, about that. Why are you so hell-bent on taking him down of all people? Naomasa asked him. Why take the lead on this case? Spider-Man is not considered a major threat, so why are you focusing on him? Aizawa sighed. Because the people that say that aren't teachers. Eraserhead took a sip of his juice packet, before continuing. The main reason Spider-Man is not considered a major threat is twofold. Firstly, it's because of the minimal damage to persons and property that is caused during his fights. Most vigilantes fall into one of two categories. Column A, they don't cause much property damage, but only takes on low-level thugs. Or column B, they do take on higher threats, but due to their lack of training, they cause massive amounts of property damage as well as causing civilian casualties. However, Spider-Man falls into neither. He took down an A-rank villain who specialized in causing destruction, and when he arrived the only things that were destroyed were a car and a small chunk of the street. And that was the same villain who broke through 2 buildings fighting the pro-hero, rising star, Kamui Woods. And the second reason is complacency. Aizawa continued. So many heroes see how hard it would be to capture Spider-Man and figure it's not worth the effort. That someone else will do it. Yes, Spider-Man's strong, but someone like Mirko or Hawks or All Might could take him down easily. Naomasa echoed the logic most pro-heroes had in their heads. For now. And that's the main issue. Aizawa said. Despite what some people may think, any experienced hero could tell Spider-Man started off as a rookie, with no real training whatsoever. As the first person to ever encounter him, I can confirm that. And even now he's still very much a rookie. Really? It's kind of hard to believe that considering what we've seen. Naomasa pointed out. He seems to be mostly relying on his impressive quirk to get results, however, that wouldn't have gotten him this far, Aizawa said. No, the reason he got this far is that he's a prodigy. A prodigy? Naomasa repeated. As a teacher, I've noticed that 99% of students have some kind of impediment that slows the rate of their growth and limits their potential, Aizawa explained, recalling several students he had in the past. Some lack drive. Others lack intelligence. Some have personal hang-ups that keep them from performing at their best. There are millions of different reasons. But then there is those 1% of students who is almost nothing holding them back. Prodigies. These students stand above the rest, sometimes very clearly, and make progress at an astonishing rate. Spider-Man is one of these students. Every time he goes out there he improves. He causes a little less property damage, swings a little bit faster, is a little bit more acrobatic. His movement becomes a little less clumsy. Right now, if he were to encounter Endeavor, that would very likely end the way most people think it would. However, in a year or two, with that growth rate and that quirk, I can see that encounter going very differently. Aizawa leaned in and squinted. And I know you know about All Might's condition. Naomasa recoiled a bit at the mention of his friend's sad state. Yeah. To put it simply, the reason I'm so concerned about Spider-Man is that if he sticks around long enough to exist in a world where All Might is retired, then he might never get caught, Aizawa explained. I see. Naomasa thought back to what he's seen of Spider-Man. All his feats and everything he's done. If what Eraserhead said was true and he improved that much, then the only person who he could see having a surefire chance of catching Spider-Man was All Might. And the window of time for that to occur was closing. But that wasn't his main concern. And Aizawa knew it. All right, now it's my turn, Eraserhead told him. Why are you so concerned about Spider-Man? You were the one who called me here after all. Right. Naomasa started digging in one of his desk compartments. Have you heard about the increase in PVAs? Aizawa nodded. More and more heroes have been reporting phantom villain attacks lately, but there has been no evidence of them ever actually existing, still. Naomasa nodded and pulled out a chart. This is the amount of PVAs. Aizawa looked at the chart. The spike was even worse than he thought. Did you notice anything about the date of the spike? Naomasa asked Eraserhead. Can't say I did, but if I had to guess, was it the day Spider-Man webbed Kamui to a wall? Eraserhead guessed. No, it was shortly after that day, Naomasa told him. That was the incident that brought Spider-Man to people's attention. And then after that, is when the spike happened. Now, let's take a closer look at when the incidents happened. One was reported by Kamui Woods, that kept him from appearing to take down the Vulture. Another was reported that kept Crust from helping MT Lady and Death Arms against Shocker. Numerous incidents were reported that kept many heroes, all of them specializing in covert operations and stealth, from helping with the Molten Man incident. A few more heroes reported incidents that kept them away from helping with Scorpion. And many heroes, including All Might, reported PvS that distracted them long enough for them not to have been able to help take down Rhino. Do you see a pattern? All of these correlate with one of Spider-Man's major achievements. The biggest villains he's taken down. Aizawa realized. Except Kangaroo. Yeah, there weren't any PVAs when he was around, but that's part of my theory. Naomasa took a sip of his coffee, before continuing. Ever since Spider-Man showed up, not only have PVAs spiked, they've been centered around him. If you've noticed, the only heroes that show up to fight these villains have been the ones whose quirks match up badly against them. This allows Spider-Man to swoop in and look good to everyone. So you are speculating that Spider-Man is somehow connected to these attacks? Coordinating with whoever's behind them to make himself look good? Aizawa asked. Naomasa shook his head. While I'm not saying that's impossible, I don't think Spider-Man is actually in cahoots with whoever's behind these attacks. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. And why no? Firstly, there were PVAs before Spider-Man appears. Spider-Man had also been doing smaller work, and none of that was connected to the PVs. Naomasa explained. And more so, if Spider-Man was only in it for the fame, why become a vigilante? With a quirk and potential like that, getting into UA would have been a piece of cake. He'd have gotten more popular as a hero than a vigilante, and it would have been 100% legal. Maybe a lack of patience? Aizawa suggested. Many vigilantes suffer from those issues. I don't think so. If you look back at Spider-Man's greatest victories, many of them have shown his ability to think tactically. Naomasa pointed out. And his tracking of Kangaroo, and his perfect handling of the hostage situation with Molten Man, have shown he possesses at least an adequate amount of patience. If he was only doing this for attention, then he would have become a pro-hero. But he didn't. I don't have an explanation on why he would become a vigilante dash. I do. Aizawa interrupted. Huh. Naomasa gave him a confused look. Eraserhead looked down, seemingly almost regretful. I was one of the first people to see Spider-Man, if not the first. And I think I saw him in his natural state. A scared, nervous child that's way over his head. He still is that even now. He put on an act of confidence and bravado, but if you look close enough you can see the cracks in his facade. I don't think he had any intention of being a vigilante when I first found him. By the way he acted, the way he talked, and even the way he was dressed. I think he was just a kid that heard someone screaming for help, and couldn't bring himself to just run away. I think he wanted to be a hero, but when I caught him, he thought all hope was lost and decided to be a vigilante instead. So in the end you could say Spider-Man was my fault. And that's the real reason you feel so driven to catch him. Naomasa sighed. You really couldn't have let the kid go? We could have had the next #1 hero and instead, we have this. I don't make exceptions when it comes to enforcing the law. Especially not based on quirks. Aizawa said. But if I had the chance to do it over again, I would have let him go. There was a small moment of silence between the two men, as they reflected on what could have been. Regardless, Aizawa was the first to break the silence. Spider-Man has to have something to do with this. The correlations between the two can't just be a coincidence. You're right. But I don't think it's about making Spider-Man look good. I think someone is using Spider-Man to try and destabilize hero society by making heroes look bad. Nao Mesa speculated. Aizawa gave him a skeptical look. I know it may seem like a bit of it, but I have more proof. Nao Mesa told him. Have you noticed that Spider-Man hasn't been receiving the normal amount of hate or disdain that many of the less subtle vigilantes receive? Yeah. I wouldn't say a ton of people support his actions, but there are a lot fewer people calling for his head than usual. Aizawa noted. Well, you can thank someone online, going by the name of Screwball. Nao Mesa showed our social media trackers have found this person, gathering Spider-Man supporters, mostly people who've been saved by him, and under her leadership they've been going around the internet, drumming up support for Spider-Man while suppressing hate. Okay, so he has some eager fans. That's to be expected given that he is one of the most prolific vigilantes in history so far. Aizawa shrugged. But that's not the only thing she does. Screwball is also well known on the internet for being against the hero system with a lot of anti-HPSC sentiments. Nao Mesa revealed. And she's been trying to get others to share her mindset, although she's had little success so far in that department. Okay, so I'm starting to see a connection. Still, it's pretty weak. Aizawa told him. While I'm sure there are lots of people who'd want to see hero society crumble, we need more concrete evidence. Suddenly, Nao Mesa's door flew open, and an officer ran in. Sir, there's a video. It's all over social media. You need to see it. A video? Nao Mesa quickly pulled out his phone and took one look on social media, and immediately figured out what the officer was talking about. Right at the top of the feed was a video from Screwball, titled, The Truth About powerless, with two pro-heroes in the thumbnail hanging out in an alleyway. Aizawa leaned in so he could see it too, and Nao Mesa pressed play. Hey boys and girls. It's your girl. Screwball. On the screen was a pink-haired, twin-tailed girl, with a white mask on that just barely hid her identity, as well as a white and pink jumpsuit. Coming at you with my first video debut. Many of you may have seen me elsewhere on the World Wide Web, but now I am an official content creator. And what a debut this is. Because right here, right now, I'm coming at you with concrete evidence that PVs are all a load of baloney. This is not good, Aizawa thought. And there it is. Suddenly the video switched, showing a phone recording of two pro-heroes, Leatherman and 3D Man, leaning against a wall in an alleyway. Man, these patrol routes are a pain in the asshole. Leatherman complained. And we have to do them every day. 3D Man sighed, before smirking. Lucky we can take a break because of these phantom villain attacks. Can you believe anyone believes this crap? Leatherman laughed. Phantom villain attacks. I gotta high-five the guy who came up with that. Actually, I think we should just go home for the day. That phantom villain really gave us the ring around. Well shit, Aizawa thought. The video switched back to Screwball, who had a look of mock surprise. Can you believe that? Two pro-heroes admitting that they laze off during their patrols and saying it was because of a PVA. Shocking. Wait a minute, no it's not. Wake up, people. I've been saying these were fake ever since they were reported. Think about it. The reason heroes aren't doing their jobs is because of fake villain attacks that no one else sees and that they have no proof exists. They're treating you all like idiots and you're just letting them. We need to put pressure on the HPSC. And anyone who reports one of these fake attacks should suffer the consequences. Vigilantes like Spider-Man have had to pick up the slack for these assholes. This is what the world is coming to people. Suddenly, Screwball's posture changed from ranting and annoyed back to peppy and excited. Anywho, I'll be making more videos in the future showing everyone the cracks in the perfect hero society we live in. Until then, see ya. And with that, the video ended. Well, looks like your theory has a bit more behind it now, Aizawa said. Although I doubt she is the mastermind behind all this. No, she's either unconnected, Nao Mesa paused, or she is a part of something much bigger. XXXXXXXXX. Outside of the city, in the middle of nowhere, was a large, yet unassuming house. Old, seemingly abandoned, and separated from the rest of the world by a brick wall covered in thick vines. But all of this was but a ruse, an illusion projected to those outside. If you traversed past the walls, you'd see the place for what it really was. The house was the size of a manor, and not only was it not old, but it was also extremely high-tech. And it was definitely not abandoned. Deep inside the mansion, in the study, was a man wearing a peculiar costume. He donned a full green suit that looked like it was covered in high-tech. But the two most notable parts of their costume were his big red cape and the fishbowl he had over his head. The man was sitting in an armchair, watching a projection that was being played in the center of the room. Anywho, I'll be making more videos in the future showing everyone the cracks in the perfect hero society we live in. Until then, see ya, said Screwball as the video ended and the hologram cut out. The man slammed his fist into the arm of his chair. "Demend that, Screwball." Suddenly, the door opened behind him, and in walked a woman with dark blue and pink hair. "Looks like you're in the exact mood I thought you'd be," the woman said, walking into the room and closing the door behind her, as she saw the man clench his fist and huddle over in anger. "I thought I would check up on you, make sure you didn't kneel over in anger." After Screwball went slightly ahead of schedule. The man took a few moments to recollect himself, before addressing her. "Nagant, what we are attempting to do requires careful precision, patience, and all that." Nagant cut him off. She was only slightly ahead of the plan. The only thing that had to happen before we released that video was Spider-Man's final test. "It's not really a big issue. Stop being so dramatic, Mysterio." "Oh, I disagree," the man, Mysterio, countered as he suddenly vanished from his chair and appeared in front of Nagant. What Screwball just did was announce us. She announced to the police and the heroes is that there is something bigger behind this. Because someone, sometime soon I'd wager, is going to put together all the connections with Spider-Man, my illusions, and Screwball, and no one is going to assume that SHE is behind everything. While they don't know anything crucial, they are now alerted to our existence, which will be an issue if Spider-Man fails the final test, and we're left without the key component to our plans. But he's not going to fail. Nagant crossed her arms, looking a bit upset at the notion that Izuku would fail whatever they had in store for him. "As far as I'm concerned, the kid's proved himself enough. This whole Sinister Six thing is unnecessary." "Nagant, you're softening again," Mysterio warned her. "You know what we have to do. You know what's necessary. Did it have to be a child?" Nagant's expression switched from slight annoyance to melancholy as her eyes directed their gaze to the floor. "I'm not fond of this either, Nagant. But we didn't push the boy to risk his life. He chose to be a vigilante of his own accord." Mysterio reasoned, putting his hand on her shoulder. "If he can't handle this, then he would have gone the way of 99% of vigilantes. Either dead or arrested. Most likely the former given his personality. That doesn't make it better." Nagant scowled. Mysterio didn't argue. Instead, he simply walked back to his chair and sat down. "Look at this way. Spider-Man so far has exceeded our expectations. I have no doubt that he will at least pass this trail." "Don't lie to me." Nagant glared intensely at the mysterious man. "I misspoke." Mysterio apologized. "I have doubts, but ultimately, I believe that he will succeed." Nagant took a few moments to cool down before she turned away. "He's a good kid." "I know," Mysterio said, somewhat remorsefully. "And that's why it has to be him." Nagant didn't respond, instead just walking out of the room, slamming the door behind her. After a few moments, Mysterio spoke. "Does Swarm have his eyes on Midoriya?" "Affirmative," said a strange robotic voice coming out of the wall. "Show me," he ordered. The holographic image came back up, this time showing Izuku swinging through the air as Spider-Man. "Izuku Midoriya," Mysterio repeated Izuku's name. "So long have I waited for you to appear. So many years spent lurking in the shadows. Biding my time. Gathering information. Preparing for someone like you to come, so my plans begin. Izuku Midoriya, you will be the one to destroy Hero Society." Izuku was hunched over his computer, his attention solely on the fridge. What was he doing? What else? Looking at the online fallout of Screwball's video. Because of course, something like this made huge waves in the ocean that was the internet, with people going back and forth about it all over the web. Some people claimed that it was fake. However, the internet being what it was, it came to light that those two heroes had, in fact, claimed that they dealt with a PVA and were seen around that area at the time, so those facts supported Screwball's video. There was a small but vocal minority of people who fully believed what Screwball was saying and agreed with her, but the vast majority of people simply wrote this off as two heroes taking advantage of the PVS to slack off. And the popular belief was that while PVS were real, some heroes faked them to slack off. Of course, this led to furious online debates about which heroes were faking, and naturally, it just descended into people defending their favorite heroes while slandering the heroes they already didn't like. So in the end, not much came of this, other than throwing the slightest bit of suspicion at the hero community. The way one would throw a rock at a brick wall. Oh, and it landed the two heroes in the video in huge trouble. Izuku didn't really check what happened to them. As far as he was concerned, those two weren't heroes and he didn't care about what happened to them. As the green boy was looking at the internet fallout, Inko suddenly burst into his room. Izuku! Izuku, you have to see this. XXXXXXX. Police reports have confirmed the villains, Vulture, Shocker, Molten Man, Kangaroo, Scorpion and the Rhino, have all escaped, the latter having broken out of his prison transport truck while he was being escorted to Tartarus. A newswoman explained. Inko had been right to bring Izuku to the living room to see this, as the teen looked at the TV in shock as the report continued. It's unknown how any of them managed to escape, as there was no sign of forced entry or an escape route. The villains all simply disappeared. The leading explanation for this is that a villain with a teleportation quirk aided them in escaping, although no such person was seen by the guards or security feeds. The newswoman explained. Although it's believed these villains have never worked together in the past, the one thing known to link all these villains is that they were all taken down by the vigilante, Spider-Man. Izuku, this is... Inko was worried, and she wore that worry very clearly on her face. Do you think that? They'll try and get revenge on me. Izuku finished her sentence, his tone dead serious, as he fell into contemplation. I don't know. If they're smart, they probably won't try anything, given how easily I beat most of them. But that I can't say for sure. And you're still injured from your fight with Rhino. Inko pointed out. Actually, Mom dash. Izuku lifted up his shirt, revealing that his bandages were off, and he was completely fine. I'm at 100% again. My rib is fully healed. What? How? Inko gasped. It shouldn't be possible for a broken rib to recover that quickly. It's not just the rib, the gashes I got from Vulture healed in just a day. Izuku pointed out, putting his hand over the part of his chest Vulture had slashed with his wing. And I don't have a single scar. I think I have some kind of advanced healing ability. An advanced healing ability, Inko repeated in awe. It's not really something I can take advantage of in battle, Izuku explained. It's not fast enough for that. But it will cut down on my recovery PRDS significantly. It might also help heal injuries that would otherwise be permanent. Hence the lack of scars. That's incredible. Inko smiled in relief for a moment at this incredibly good news, before frowning once she remembered the situation. But still, even if you are back in good health, you should be careful. Even if they were easy to take down individually, when villains team up it makes things much more difficult. Especially with that Rhino person. He might be much harder to deal with if you can't focus on him exclusively. Right. Izuku took in his mother's advice. If they do team up, they'll probably try and ambush me. My spider sense should keep me safe there. Still, I'll try to patrol in areas with a lot of grounded heroes. They should be able to help if they try anything. Good idea. Just remember to avoid the higher rank heroes. Inko warned. I will, Mom. Izuku looked back at the TV, seeing the pictures of the people who may be plotting revenge on him right at this moment. I will. XXXXXXXXX. After that, nothing really eventful happened the rest of the day. Izuku had already done his patrols, and so now he was back in his room, ready to hit the hay. Phew! Izuku let out a deep breath as he fell onto the mattress, and slowly pulled the covers over him. Another day, another patrol. No sign of the six. He partially expected them to attack him as soon as possible. But it seems like that wouldn't be the case. I wonder if the one who broke them out has a plan for them. Izuku contemplated as he laid down in his bed. He had given a bit of thought as to who it was that broke them out and why. And why they chose only villains that he took down. But at the end of the day, he figured the only way anyone would find out is if they caught the escaped villains. And hopefully, I'm the one who catches them. Izuku thought as he drifted off. XXXXXXXXXX. Ground incoming. Huh. Izuku's eyes opened quickly, as he suddenly felt his spider sense going off, and air rushing around him. He was falling. Falling through the air above a forest. What the? Izuku didn't know what the hell was going on, and he didn't really have time to ask questions because a fall from this height wouldn't kill him, but it sure as hell would hurt. He saw his hand and noticed that he was in his Spider-Man costume. Again, he didn't know how he got in his costume, but he could question that later. It was time to try out a new feature. You see, a noticeable weakness Izuku had is that he couldn't stop himself in the air, if he couldn't web onto anything, like right now. There were no tall buildings here to stop his fall, and the trees were so close to the ground that trying to web onto them to slow his fall wouldn't work. The solution to this was simple. Izuku tapped on the spider on his chest, and the white spider on the back of his costume detached from his costume and turned into a parachute. Very simple. Izuku's fall slowed, and he gently landed in the center of a clearing, before pressing the logo on his chest, retracting the parachute back onto his back. Thank you, Niku. Izuku silently thanked his little helper. Behind you. Izuku felt his spider sense go off intensely, and he looked behind him to see Rhino charging at him from the trees. The spider-powered teen jumped up high in the air as Rhino passed under him. But he wasn't out of danger, not in the slightest. To your left. Oh no. Izuku quickly realized what was happening, as he looked to the side only to get hit with a green wave of energy. Ack. Izuku was knocked to the floor and rolled across the dirt and grass. Oh, shocker. He recognized that attack and he knew what this was. As Izuku started pulling himself off the ground, his spider sense went off again. You're right. And above you. Suddenly Scorpion popped out of the bushes and lunged at Izuku. He rolled to the side as the mutated villain stabbed his tail into where Izuku had been, and then Vulture flew overhead and started shooting down his sharpened feathers at him. Izuku had to keep rolling to avoid the feathers until his spider sense gave him a new warning. Coming down at you. He barely had any time to react as Kangaroo leapt from the bushes and tried to kick Izuku, but he grabbed the villain's foot, stopping it just inches from his face, and threw him away. To your left. Coming at you. Above you. You're right. Izuku's spider sense was going into overdrive and it got to the point where it was actually causing him pain. Thinking quickly, Izuku tried to get a mental picture of his surroundings. Scorpion would come at him from right, Shocker from the left, Vulture from above. Rhino was likely turning around and going to charge him again after those two attacks, and Kangaroo should still be recovering from being thrown into a tree. With that in mind, Izuku did the best he could. Shocker and Scorpion came at him from both sides. Izuku shot a web at Shocker's arm, causing him to miss his attack and hit Scorpion instead, sending him flying through a tree. Then Izuku webbed Shocker's face to keep him from seeing anything. Shocker, now blinded, aimed his attack to where he knew Izuku had been, prompting Izuku to jump to his feet, and then into the air to dodge it. Vulture shot down more feathers at Izuku's back, and Izuku turned around mid-air, and shot webs at the feathers, deflecting them, before he landed back on the ground. His spider sense was going off strongly behind him, so he knew Rhino was coming up next, and as the huge villain charged at him, Izuku simply jumped back over him. Vulture shot down more feathers at him, and as Izuku turned to shoot webs at them, suddenly he felt his spider sense alert him of some coming from his left. Molten Man. Izuku swiftly realized and changed his plan. He shot a web line at the ground a few feet away and pulled himself down towards it, dodging the feathers and the fireballs. Only for Kangaroo to jump off a nearby tree, and kick him in the face. Ack! Izuku went flying back, splitting a thick tree in two as he flew through it. As Izuku was on the ground, recovering from the attack, Kangaroo didn't let up, jumping from tree to tree until he jumped over Izuku, raising his leg in the air before coming down to try and land another kick to the face. Izuku did what he did last time, and grabbed the villain's foot before it reached his head, but the villain was prepared for this and he quickly used his other foot to smash Izuku's face into the ground, getting off a good 3 hits before Izuku threw the villain to the side once more. He quickly got to his feet and went to finish Kangaroo off, but as he ran to the downed villain he sensed an attack coming, and jumped back as a stream of fire from Molten Man blocked his path, but he wouldn't worry about that now as before he could react, Shocker, who had the webbing melted off his face by Molten Man, shot another blast at him, sending him flying. It. Izuku cursed as he rolled mid-air, balancing himself as he skidded across the dirt on all fours. Vulture came at him with more feathers, forcing Izuku to jump to the side. Then Scorpion came up from behind him and tried to stab him with his tail, grazing his side and cutting his costume. Izuku backflipped away from him, as Scorpion unleashed a barrage of venom from his tail, the teen having to jump around to avoid all of them. However, as he was dodging them, Vulture came flying back to shoot more feathers, and Molten Man and Shocker as well, all of them shooting at him from multiple angles. Izuku tried to dodge all of the attacks, but even with his speed and mobility that proved difficult, his leg got grazed by a feather, a bit of venom hit his shoulder, and fireballs came so close to hitting him that they singed his costume. All of this overwhelmed him, and when Rhino came charging in, he was a bit too late to jump out of the way of his charge, getting hit in the arm by the villain's shoulder, and being knocked back through several trees. Izuku was once again back on the ground, and he knew it wouldn't be long until the villains started attacking again, and on top of all that, the arm Rhino hit, his right arm, hurt like hell. It wasn't broken but the bone might be bruised. I can't fight them all like this, I need a different approach. In the few seconds he started forming a plan. Kangaroo came in and tried to dive kick Izuku, but he rolled aside, letting the attack narrowly miss him. Then he quickly pulled out a spider tracer and stuck it on the back of the villain's leg. Kangaroo turned around to attack Izuku, only to find that the vigilante suddenly vanished. What? The B-class villain looked around and tried to look for his target, only to find that he was nowhere to be found. Scorpion charged in, ready to jump in and attack Izuku, but when he looked around all he saw was a confused Kangaroo. Where the hell did that brat go? Molten Man arrived alongside him, Shocker following suit, as Vulture flew closer to the ground. He's gone. He disappeared. Kangaroo growled. I forgot he can turn invisible. Scorpion cursed. Wait, he can turn invisible? Molten Man asked. What the hell kind of spider turns invisible? Vulture asked, his face shriveled up in confusion. I don't know, all I know is I took off the brat's mask and there was nothing there. Scorpion explained. And you didn't think it was important to tell us this before? Shocker asked. I forgot the brat could do that. Scorpion defended himself. How the hell do you forget something like that? It's pretty important. Molten Man shouted at the mutant. That's when Rhino came in, looking around for Izuku. Where is the spider? He turned invisible, answered everyone else. Rhino looked confused. He can do that? Why can he do that? We don't know either. Scorpion said. Meanwhile, while the villains were bickering, Izuku was sneaking around them while invisible. Thankfully, due to the sense of danger and panic he was feeling, it was a lot easier to do than it was normal, but he still had to concentrate on it now that he wasn't being attacked. He could just try and stealth attack them all right now. With his speed he might be able to take all of them but Rhino out, he was pretty sure he could beat Rhino. However, that plan had risks. Firstly, if he failed to knock all of them but Rhino out, he'd have given away his position and be open to attacks again. And in his injured state, a fight with Rhino might be risky. Instead, he came up with a far safer plan. While invisible, he stuck spider tracers on all the villains, the two problems being Vulture, who was in the air, and Molten Man, who was on fire. However, he could pretty much guess Molten Man's position at any time, seeing as he literally stood out like a campfire at night, And as for Vulture, twip. Ha! Vulture felt something hit his leg, and when he looked down there was a web stuck to his calf. Did you hear that? Kangaroo asked. He's still here. Look around. Remember to stay together, that freak is too strong to fight alone. Scorpion reminded them. However, by then, Izuku had already run away. He'd need some time to set up his plan. XXXXXXXXX. The 6 villains walked through the forest together, looking around for Izuku. Gah, how do we even know? The brat is still around here? Molten Man asked, very annoyed that they had yet to find the boy. We've been looking around for an hour. It's only been 20 minutes. Shocker told him. Calm your melons. But it's true, that little web-slinging brat could have web-slinged his way home already. Scorpion pointed out. I'm sure he would have done something about it if that happened. He went through all the trouble of setting this up, right? Shocker pointed out. I don't know, that guy was sketchy. Molten Man said. Aren't we all? Shocker joked. Thump. Suddenly from the left, 2 rocks flew out from the trees, hitting both Vulture and Molten Man right in the head. Molten Man dropped as he was instantly knocked out, his quirk deactivating and the flames subsiding, while Vulture fell right out of the sky, hitting the ground unconscious. He's there. They turned to the left and went all out. Shocker started unleashing full power blasts in that direction, knocking over dozens of trees, while Rhino just charged in the direction he saw the rocks being thrown at, with Scorpion following suit. Kangaroo was about to jump into action, but little did he know while everyone was busy attacking their left, Izuku had already snuck up on their right, and was right behind Kangaroo. But, with a quick hit to the skull, Kangaroo fell to the floor unconscious. Ha! By the time Shocker turned around to see Kangaroo's unconscious body, on the floor, Izuku had already disappeared into the trees. What the hell? Scorpion and Rhino came back and saw Shocker staring at Kangaroo's unconscious body. What the hell happened? Scorpion asked. I don't know. I just turned around and he was down. Shocker explained, now thoroughly panicking. Sheet, the spider must have snuck up on him. The minute we're screwed. Calm down. We can't start panicking now. Scorpion hissed at him. Calm down? Calm down? He took down half our team. Shocker pointed out. Scorpion walked up to Shocker. Well, freaking out isn't gonna dash. Slam. Suddenly Izuku turned visible, standing right in front of Scorpion and Shocker, and punched them both in the face. The 2 villains flew in opposite directions, hitting the ground unconscious. Quickly Izuku turned around and shot a web right at Rhino's face. Ack! Rhino shouted as his vision was obscured. He was about to try and rip it off, when, Hey ugly, what are you waiting for? I'm right in front of you. Izuku taunted. Bruh. Rag. Rhino, now infuriated, stomped his foot into the ground, and started blinding, charging in the direction of Izuku's voice. He felt his body smash against trees, as he ran horn first towards Izuku, or at least he went to where he assumed Izuku was. Then suddenly, the ground was gone, and he found himself falling. 10 seconds later, he hit the ground. Instantly he got up and started trying to look around to see where he fell, before remembering that his face was covered. What happened? Where am I? A hole. Not that he could see it, but Rhino was currently in a very deep hole that Izuku had spent the last 20 minutes digging. Turns out when you have super strength and super speed, you can dig quite deep in very little time. Izuku stood at the top of the hole, looking down at Rhino who was still moving around trying to figure out what just happened. He could just leave him here, but just in case he figured out how to climb out of the hole, it was best he cover it up. XXXXXXXXX. Thank you for showing up on such short notice, All Might, Naomasa said as he and All Might walked through the same forest Izuku had fought the villains in. Of course, after Izuku handled all the villains he immediately notified the authorities, who arrived within the hour. The forest was now crawling with police, taking away the villains, and investigating every inch of the forest. I'm happy to help an old friend. All Might said as they walked deeper into the forest. What did oh? The 2 stumbled across the hole Izuku made, but they couldn't even see it under the pyramid of rocks, all webbed together. Under all this is a hole where Rhino is currently located, Seems like Spider-Man didn't want to risk him climbing out. Naomasa explained. Well, I suppose that's a good thing. Villains like him have a penchant for destruction after all. All Might said as he walked over to the rocks. We also found this. Naomasa pulled a note out of his pocket. It's from Spider-Man. All Might raised an eyebrow. Oh. It says that he went to sleep and woke up in my costume falling out of the sky, and when I landed I was ambushed. Naomasa read. Whoever broke them out wanted me dead. Be careful, they seem to be pretty sneaky. Signed you, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So all of this was out of some kind of assassination attempt on Spider-Man. All Might assumed. I'm not so sure. Naomasa pocketed the note. It says that he went to sleep, not that he fell asleep, meaning that he most likely was at his home. That means whoever did this knows where Spider-Man lives, and most likely his secret identity. And with that information, I imagine there are more efficient ways to kill him. But even more than that, this note also implies that someone took him from his home and changed him into his costume while he was sleeping. But if this was an assassination attempt, why do that? Why not just kill him in his sleep? If this note is to be believed, then this wasn't an assassination attempt. Then why do it? All Might was perplexed. That I don't know, Naomasa admitted. But I think whoever is behind this may also be involved with all the PVs. And I think that Spider-Man is secretly a part of something much bigger than he realizes. XXXXXXXXXXX. And so that's what he said? Indeed. All Might got comfy in his chair. It wasn't the first time he had been in the home of his successor, and so he was a bit more comfortable than he was on his first visit. It seems Spider-Man might be more of a priority than I thought. It's such a shame he became a vigilante. He has such potential. If he had decided to become a hero instead, then I think he could have been a good rival for Yuta. Perhaps I can pull some strings. I'm not sure that's a good idea. He broke the law, and I don't think people should get a free pass just because they're skilled. Well, that statement has some truth to it. I definitely believe he should face some form of consequences. All Might admitted. But think of all the lives that could be saved by giving him a second chance. I think ultimately Spider-Man has done more good than harm. And while he shouldn't be rewarded for his vigilante activities, one has to acknowledge his achievements. I guess you have a point. I wonder why he did it. You mean become a vigilante instead of a hero? Honestly, I'm as confused as you are, young Azui. All Might admitted. Sir, that I asked you to call me Tsu. Thank you for your purchase, please come again. Tsu Azui exited the supermarket with a small bag of candy in one hand and a much larger bag of vegetables and meats in the other. She looked down at the smaller bag, inspecting it closely. Did I buy too little? The two did so well on their tests that maybe I should have gotten a bit more. As she contemplated whether to go back or not, she looked up and saw something that made her freeze in place. On the other side of the road was a very gaunt blonde man, skeleton-like even. He was coughing up blood, an alarming amount, but that wasn't the most concerning thing. The concerning thing was that the man seemed so distracted by the blood he was coughing out that he didn't notice that he was walking into the street just as a car was barreling down at him. Sue dropped her groceries and launched herself towards the man, her legs allowing her to leap such a large distance with ease. Was this using her quirk in public? Technically, but given her quirk, she kind of had to use it any time she jumped. And there were way more pressing matters right now. By the time she actually reached the man, she realized that she wouldn't be able to get them out of the way in time. So when she grabbed the man, she turned herself mid-air, so she would take the brunt of the impact. XXXXXXXXXX. In this morning's news, Spider-Man has taken the Vermin brothers. This group of 20 villains is well known for using their numbers to overwhelm lower-ranked heroes before escaping to the sewers with their stolen goods. Spider-Man interrupted one of their heists and took down all the members of this family gang. Spider-Man, Sue said out loud as she watched the news on her phone while riding on a train. The web-slinging vigilante had been the talk of the town, so to speak, ever since the incident with Kamui Woods. And how could they not? While Spider-Man wasn't the most famous or efficient, he was up there, and he may be one of the most powerful. He caused about as little property damage as an experienced pro. made sure no civilians were ever injured, and never impeded a pro-hero. In fact, his presence had saved several pro-heroes from further injuries. The only real criticism one could give about his performance was that he tended to break a lot of villains' bones. And given his strength, it was impressive that he did as little damage to them as he did. But to many people, and to Tsu, despite his impressive showing, he was, at the end of the day, a vigilante. Someone who flagrantly held no regard for the law. And legally he was no better than the villains he put away. She didn't hate him or anything, but he was a criminal. Simple as that really. The laws were made for a reason, and people who disregarded them should be punished. Now as someone with a mutation quirk, Tsu understood that sometimes enforcement of the law isn't always fair, or even right, but it wasn't like Spider-Man stepped in to stop a mugger from hurting a woman when there were no heroes, and that was a one-time thing. But Spider-Man purposely went out and broke the law, even having a costume and equipment to aid him in doing so. The heroes had done a good job in protecting the city. They didn't need a vigilante coming in and making things harder for them. There was one exception to this, and that was the Molten Man incident. That was the one time Tsu was glad Spider-Man stepped in. Because literally, if he hadn't been there, that someone would have died. And the heroes couldn't or wouldn't do anything about it. It truly boggled her mind that not a single stealth hero had shown up. This city had one of the highest numbers of heroes in the world, and yet when it came time to save someone, that it didn't seem like there were enough. Of course, she had heard about the PVAs keeping the heroes away, but then she had also seen Screwball's video. She didn't believe that all the PVS were fake, but she couldn't deny that after that video, it was possible the lazier heroes were in fact lying so they could slack off. And that thought made her sick. Tsu pushed those thoughts away. She was already nervous as it was. She didn't need to make it worse for herself. After all, it was her first day at UA, her first step towards being the symbol of peace. How did this happen? Tsu asked herself. All she did was save an old man from a car. How did that lead to her being on the path of becoming the next #1 hero? Well, let's start with the fact that the old man was secretly All Might himself. That had come as a shock when he revealed it to her at the hospital, because she had gotten hit by a car after all, but it wasn't as shocking what came after. The whole thing about One for All was unbelievable. Literally, she wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't heard it from All Might himself. A power passed down from generation to generation. The power to crush buildings and move faster than bullets. The power of the symbol of peace. And he just offered it to her. How does a person react to that? Firstly, they say yes. Anyone who wanted to be a hero would obviously say yes. Why wouldn't you? Or at least that was Tsu's logic. Now she can kind of understand why someone would refuse. The pressure she felt now, the weight of the responsibility she had been handed. She knew that becoming All Might's successor would be a lot of hard work and responsibility, but at the same time, that's what she signed up for when she decided she would become a hero. She would be responsible for people's lives after all. But the more she thought about it, the more she understood that All Might was more than the #1 hero. He was the symbol of peace. A figure of legend. Someone who would be talked about in history classes for the rest of time. All Might was someone people aspired to, looked up to, idolized, worshipped even. He inspired hope in the world, and his very presence lowered the crime rate. And Tsu would have to follow in his footsteps. The very thought of doing that almost made her tremble. It was terrifying. Still, All Might of all people had chosen her, and given her his power. That had to mean something. And it's not like she couldn't think of upsides to this. While Tsu never really wanted to be the #1 hero, she had to admit that #1 hero Froppy did have a nice ring to it in her mind. She never really cared for fame or fortune, but the idea of having more than enough money to comfortably care for her family was appealing. And she can't deny the idea of a bunch of kids going around in little Froppy costumes. Both amused her and warmed her heart in a way that calms her nerves a lot. Tsu took a deep breath, and in seemingly no time at all, she was at her stop. She exited the train and started walking down to UA. At least she didn't have to worry about power. For the most part, One for All should give her the ability to follow up All Might in that respect. Or at least that's what she wished she could say. One for All was not behaving in the slightest way that either All Might or Tsu predicted it would. For whatever reason, Tsu couldn't use the power the same way All Might had. When she first tried using it, it broke her leg, making Tsu experience the worst pain she had ever felt in her life. At least when she got hit by the car, she passed out afterward. So after a lengthy stay in the hospital, she got to work trying to figure out how the hell she could make that quirk work. And All Might was well, let's just say it was very obvious he was new to teaching, and a lot of the advice he gave was not super helpful. So she was on her own for the most part. She tried just reducing the amount of power she used, but that got her nowhere and nearly gave her a broken arm. So she figured that she would have to look at it from a completely different angle, and looked up tips for controlling stockpiling quirks, and with the help of the internet, she eventually managed to develop a technique for spreading one for all throughout her entire body. At a very lower percent, mind you. Only about 3%, which was a bigger boost than you'd think. With that power and her own quirk, she aced the entrance exam, although she was disappointed in herself that she got so few rescue points. Yeah, she didn't know about them, but at the same time, she feels like she probably should have gotten more. Tsu stopped when she reached UA gates and looked up at them. This is where her story would begin. XXXXXXXX. Izuku was disappointed, but at the same time not. He was relieved when he learned he got accepted into the support course, thanking Deku quite thoroughly afterward, but his expectations were mixed. On one hand, he would still seem like quirkless Deku to everyone else, so he didn't really expect to be treated any differently. But on the other hand, it was UA. Sure, he wasn't in the hero course, but it was still UA. And he was being taught by Power Loader. However, to being honest, Power Loader was pretty much the only exciting part of class so far. He'd been a UA student for about 3 days, and aside from occasionally seeing some pros in the hallways, nothing was really that heroish to him, which he should have and to some degree expected considering he was in the support course. It was just hard to be so close to his dream yet so far at the same time. Alright everyone. Power Loader addressed the class. Today is the big day. You will all be assigned a student from one of the 2 hero course classes to make a costume and support gear for. Okay, that got Izuku's attention a bit more. The green-haired teen perked up and got ready to take notes. Power Loader took out a basket full of papers. Each paper contains the name and information of the student you will be working with, as well as a request for their costume's appearance and function. Try to stick to them, but if you absolutely need to, then just discard them. That dot struck Izuku as strange. Shouldn't they stick to the request as much as possible? Maybe some of the hero students would ask for something unreasonable, but the order to just discard them like that seemed callous. Izuku decided that he would do his best to stick to the desires of whoever he got paired with, and help them as best he could. The students got up and lined up to get a paper off of Power Loader's desk. And what do you know, Izuku ended up standing right behind Mei Hatsum, Niku's big sister that she apparently hates so much. Izuku hadn't interacted much with her, and that was because Mei didn't seem to want to interact with anyone either at all. He has only known her for 3 days, and he was pretty sure he had a good grasp of her entire life. She was obsessed with creating things. Absolutely obsessed. The class wasn't even assigned any projects to work on yet, but Met bugged the teacher so much about it, she was already creating some kind of mech suit. Mei hasn't interacted with any other member of the class and didn't even seem to know their names. Izuku a better picture of why Deku had such a problem with her. Mei seemed like the type of person to completely ignore her little sister. Although most of this was just Izuku's assumption, so maybe he would be proven wrong? Once Izuku got to the front of the line, he took his paper and started walking back to his desk. After he got back, he took a good look at his paper. The student he would be working with was Tsuyu Azui. Izuku immediately blushed intensely when he realized that the person he would be making a costume for was a girl. Immediately he looked up and raised his hand. Midoriya, there are 3 girls in this class. And you may have to make costumes for female heroes in the future, so you should get used to it now. It seemed like Power Loader pegged Izuku's type from the start, and got a lot of questions like this from boys like him. Oh, okay. Izuku lowered his hand in defeat, before looking down at the paper. Okay, Izuku. You can get through this. You fought an A-rank villain. You can make a costume for a girl. XXXXXXXXXX. He was wrong. He was so wrong. Izuku almost died of embarrassment when he read her measurements. Seeing as he was making a full-body costume, he needed to learn the size of her, well, everything. But there were some bright sides. For one, Azui didn't want an overly revealing costume, which was good. Izuku didn't think he could handle making something like Midnight's costume or, heaven forbid, her original costume. He shivered just thinking about it. Another positive thing to come from this is that Azui didn't ask for anything impossible. The sticking to walls feature was something he was already very familiar with, and making it good for treading water should be simple enough. It was one of the things Niku had taught him after all. The part about allowing mucus to seep through the suit would be a bit tricky, but he could figure something out. Honestly, the most difficult part would be making it look appealing, as well as very frog-like as she requested. But he would try his best, although he would likely have to ask Niku for some help. The younger Hatsum had said that she would be more than glad to help Izuku with his UA support class stuff, if not do it for him. She said that not only would it give Izuku more time to be Spider-Man, but also give her a preview of what she would be doing at UA. And while Izuku wouldn't be letting her do his work for him, he was happy to receive the help. As Izuku was muttering his plans for Azui's costume, he almost didn't hear the bell ring for lunch. All the other students had left before Izuku had even gotten up. Except Mei, she seemed to just be staying here. Izuku quickly gathered his things and ran out of the room, into the halls to make it to the lunchroom. If only he could have made it there without any issues. As Izuku was running through the hallway, he suddenly saw a group of thuggish-looking boys standing in the middle of the hallway looking at him with malicious grins on their faces. Well, Midoriya Izuku. Long time no see," said the lead one, a delinquent with dyed blonde hair. "Remember us?" asked another one, a shorter kid. "From middle school," snickered a tall kid. "Oh no," Izuku thought, and his expression reflected this, getting the kids to laugh. "Looks like he does." The blonde cackled, before cracking his knuckles. "Hey Deku, you got off a bit easy after Bakugo died. So why don't we pay our respects by beating ya up for his sake?" Izuku sighed, as the other two kids surrounded him, getting ready to attack. He could have easily stopped them and fought back, but that would be way more trouble than it was worth. The lead kid threw a punch at Izuku, but his spider sense didn't go off. The punch connected, and Izuku tried his best to make sure it looked like it hurt, while also falling back onto the floor. The bullies then started kicking him, and Izuku curled up into a ball. Stop! Izuku cried out. It was all an act. Their hits didn't even hurt, but he obviously couldn't let them know that. He hoped this would be over soon. He was hungry. "What on earth are you doing?" Izuku's eyes widened. That didn't sound like a teacher. Wait, could it be? The three boys looked up and saw Ida, Achiko, and Tsu charging at them, with very upset expressions on their faces. "Get away from him!" Achiko moved forward and shoved the boys off him. Ida put himself between the boys and Izuku, while Tsu helped him off the ground. "Are you okay?" Tsu asked Izuku. Izuku was speechless. All he could do was stare at the girl in disbelief. Not one time had anyone ever helped him when he was getting bullied. Never. Sure, he kind of expected that maybe the teachers at UA, being pro-heroes and all, would help, but the students. Wait, that he knew this girl. She was Tsuyu Azui, the girl he had been assigned to make a costume for. "Hey! Step off!" barked the blonde thug. "What do you mean step off? You were attacking someone who couldn't defend themselves," Achiko shouted at the gang. Izuku winced slightly at the inaccuracy of that statement and felt kind of bad for deceiving her. But he was still taken aback by her kindness. "So what? The fucker's quirkless. Who cares?" the tall one growled. Somehow, that seemed to make them even madder, much to Izuku's surprise. Ida glared from behind his glasses, causing the gang to take a step back, as they were now suddenly aware of how imposing a figure Ida was. "You think the fact that he lacks a quirk makes him any less deserving of kindness than anyone else?" Tenya spoke in a tone that told the boys exactly what he thought of them. Those words struck Izuku, hitting something deep inside of him. This was definitely a first for him. "Scum!" Tsu glared at the bullies along with Achiko. "I will be reporting you to the teachers immediately," Ida shouted. I hope you're ready to face the consequences of your AC dash. Suddenly Izuku's spider sense went off and he looked up to see the lead thug rearing to punch Ida in the face. In an instant, Izuku acted, moving forward and catching the blonde's fist in his hand, much to the surprise of everyone. Izuku gave a glare to match his defenders, surprising the thugs even more. Get out of here. Now. The greenette then, yet again the surprise of everyone around him, overpowered the blonde, pushing his fist back and shoving him away. All the thugs took a step back, looked at each other, before looking back at Izuku and his defenders, who were glaring very menacingly at them. I'm only leaving because you are not worth the trouble, Deku. The lead thug said as he and his cronies walked towards the lunchroom. After a few moments, the tension was lifted, and everyone eased up. Izuku turned to his defenders and bowed. I'm sorry. I must have caused you all so much trouble. The three gave him a shocked look for a few seconds, before speaking back. No, it's fine. It's not your fault you got bullied. Achiko reassured him. It's not something you could have prevented, Tsu added. But why didn't you defend yourself? It looks like you could have at least fought back. I didn't want to make a fuss. Technically that wasn't a lie. Izuku probably wouldn't have really fought back even if he wasn't hiding his quirk. And besides, it's against the rules to fight in the halls. While I respect your decision to adhere to the rules, I doubt the teachers would have been upset if you defended yourself, Ida told him, chopping the air in a way Izuku found strange. Izuku sighed. That hasn't been my experience with things. Tsu squinted at him. They said you were quirkless. Is that true? Izuku flinched and started sweating a bit. Why yes, I'm sorry if you feel like you wasted your time defending me. If we didn't care about the quirkless, we would have left after they told us you were one of them. Tsu pointed out bluntly. I guess that makes sense, sorry. Izuku apologized. You're the kind of person to apologize constantly, aren't you? Tsu asked him. Maybe, Izuku admitted tentatively. You're not supposed to apologize for that. Tsu stopped him and watched as Izuku suppressed the urge to apologize again. Yeah, nothing that happened here was your fault. Achiko reassured him, flashing him a bright smile. Don't feel bad about anything. You even saved Ida from a nasty punch from those JRs. Ida nodded. Yes, I apologize for not paying attention. I didn't think those scoundrels would attempt to attack me mid-sentence. We must report them to the principal immediately. But I think we should probably have lunch first. Azui pointed out. Izuku bowed again. Sorry I kept from lunch for so long. Azui gave him a deadpan stare. What did we just talk about? Yeah, it's not your fault. But we should get on our way now. Achiko said. It was nice to meet you. Oh. Izuku realized he never introduced himself. I never gave you my name, I'm so dash. Don't, Azui told him. Don't apologize. But I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Izuku said awkwardly. Midoriya, I thought they said your name was Deku? Achiko gave him a confused look. Izuku winced. That was a nickname I was given that it has some bad memories attached to it, so I'd like to ask that you please don't use it. Understood. Ida said. I am Ida Tenya. Achiko Uraraka. Achiko introduced. My name is Tsuyu Azui. Tsu said. It was nice to meet you. Why yeah? Izuku stuttered. As the three moved towards the cafeteria, leaving Izuku behind, Tsu suddenly stopped and looked back at Izuku. Tsu, what's wrong? Achiko asked. Midoriya, you don't have any friends to eat with, do you? Tsu asked, but it was more a statement than a question. No. Izuku tentatively admitted, looking away in embarrassment. Well, then you're coming with us. Tsu walked over to Izuku and grabbed his arm, bringing him with them. Izuku was once again in shock. Someone wanted him around? Well, someone has to make sure you don't get attacked in the halls again, Tsu stated bluntly. Good idea, Tsu. Achiko agreed. Don't worry, we're Hero Corps students. We'll keep you safe. Very well. Looks like you'll be coming with us, Midoriya. Ida said as he and the others dragged Izuku along with them to the cafeteria. What? Mommy! Cried a little girl in the middle of the park, no older than 8. Wah! The people walking past only spared a glance at her, before pointedly ignoring her and walking past. And that was when Izuku arrived, dropping down in front of her and causing the people around to freeze in shock. Hey there! Izuku crouched down in front of the girl, hoping to seem less intimidating. Did you get lost? Are you looking for your mommy? The girl looked at Izuku, her eyes brimming with tears, and nodded, too upset to speak. Well, why don't we go find her, come on? Izuku stood up and extended his hand out to her. The little girl looked hesitant, but she eventually took his hand and the two started walking along. Izuku noticed that the girl was still super scared, and so he started to think of ways to calm her down. Quickly he spotted an ice cream cart, with the person running it staring at the two of them, like pretty much everyone else. Figured, do you like ice cream? Izuku asked her. XXXXXXXXXX. Anna. A woman shouted as she ran near a pond in the park, frantically looking around for someone. Anna, where are you? Mommy. The woman turned around so quickly it was a wonder she didn't trip and saw her daughter running towards her. Anna. The woman ran towards her daughter, and when the two met, she kneeled down and embraced her. Oh Anna, don't worry me like that. The woman shed a few tears as relief flooded her. Mommy, I was scared. I didn't know where you were and I was all alone. The girl said before she said something that made her mother pause. And then Spider-Man came and helped me. Spider-Man. The mother repeated as the two separated, and she suddenly noticed the half-eaten chocolate ice cream that her daughter was holding. Meanwhile, in the trees a few yards away, Izuku was perched on a branch. Probably was a good thing I didn't approach her. Izuku thought. Okay, now that the girl is okay, I should still have an hour before I have to get to school. While most of the time, Izuku would patrol at night, occasionally he would have to switch up his schedule and patrol early in the morning before school started. Sometimes it's because a dangerous hero had shifted their patrol schedule, or maybe it was just because he wanted to make sure people didn't get a good idea of when he operated. With the girl safe, Izuku swung away, keen on finding some more good to do. XXXXXXXXXXX. Darn it. I barely did anything this morning. Izuku lamented as he ran to school, now in his UA uniform. The bad thing about patrolling in the morning instead of at night was that there was far less criminal activity to stop. He had to be content with helping little girls find their moms, carrying people's groceries, and assisting old ladies across the street. Not that he had an issue with that, it's just that he needed to do more. Display his skills, improve himself. And for that, he needed villains to fight. Oh, speaking of crooks, Izuku stopped in his tracks when he saw the absolutely enormous crowd of reporters outside of UA completely blocking the entrance. How did I wonder what they're doing here? Izuku was more confused than anything. Sure, UA was world famous, but this was not a normal occurrence. What changed? That didn't matter, as he soon remembered that he was going to be late if he didn't hurry up. And so would all the students who were struggling to get past the crowd. Izuku sighed as he realized what he would have to do. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Izawa hated the press. All of you get out of the way. He shouted at the crowd of cameras and microphones. The students can't enter if you're blocking the DM door. Move. Just let us have a word with All Might. They all seemed to yell. Demon, that muscle-bound idiot. Izawa silently cursed All Might's name. How could this get any worse? Hey, well, if it isn't the press, said a familiar voice from on high. Well, that's how. Izawa thought, as he and the press directed their attention to the lamppost that Izuku was currently hanging off of on a webline that was a few yards away from where the press was swarming. Almost instantly the press shifted gears and moved towards Izuku, swarming around him. Or never mind. Izawa thought as some of his students rushed through the gates. Spider-Man, why are you here at UA? One of the reporters asked. To distract you guys, of course. Izuku honestly didn't feel the need to lie about that. You all were standing in front of the entrance and the students couldn't get in. So your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here to save the day. Spider-Man, earlier today you were seen helping a young girl find her mother and buying her ice cream? Why spend time on something so minor? Another reporter asked. Izuku shrugged. A little girl was crying, looking for her mother, and I'm here to help people. Pretty self-explanatory. Spider-Man, what do you think about All Might taking up a teaching role at UA? Another reporter asked. What? Izuku nearly fell off his web. I had not heard about that one. I think it's great. He's teaching a new generation of heroes to take down villains after he eventually retires. Oh my god, All Might is teaching at U.A? Why couldn't I have been in the hero course? Izuku once again lamented his luck. Spider-Man. Izuku heard a familiar voice cut through the crowd. Ida? The green vigilante watched as his tall friend moved through the tight crowd, making his way towards Izuku. Spider-Man. You are in violation of several laws. As such, I insist that you turn yourself over to the authorities immediately. Ida shouted. Wow, he really went for it. Izuku thought. It was kind of endearing, but also disheartening, not that he took it personally. Yeah, speaking of heading to the heroes, aren't you late for class? Ida froze for a second before turning around and moving out of the crowd. You are correct, but don't think this is over. Actually, I'm pretty sure it is. See ya. Izuku said as he swung away, the press calling after him. XXXXXXXXXXX. So yeah, I got completely trampled. Izuku lied to his new friends as they sat together at lunch. And so I was late. Thankfully Power Loader was very forgiving. Those people are positively out of their minds. Ida complained. To block the gates of UA in such a way. And when I attempted to answer their questions, they seemed to ignore me. So rude, Sue stated. Thank goodness Spider-Man came. I was worried I would have to float my way over them. Achiko said. Izuku tensed slightly but tried not to make it obvious. Spider-Man, while I am grateful he allowed the students to enter, he had no right illegally using his quirk the way he did. Ida protested. Agreed. Although I don't know what you thought you'd accomplish walking up to him and telling him to give himself up. Sue told him. Did you actually think he would do it? It was my intent to give him a stern speech about the consequences of his actions. Ida explained. And had I not been limited by time constraints, I would have done so. No offense, Ida, if the pro-heroes trying to arrest him didn't make him stop, I doubt your speech would have. Achiko patted him on the back. Well, I had to at least attempt to dissuade him from his vigilante actions. Ida said. He simply cannot be left alone. Achiko shrugged. I don't know, it seems fine. Sue and Ida gave her a questioning look, and Izuku just looked surprised. He shouldn't just get away with breaking the law, Uraraka, Sue told her. He needs to be held responsible for his actions. I know that, and I'm not saying they should just ignore him, but I don't see what they need to prioritize him, Achiko told them. I mean that I kind of think he's doing more good than harm. Uraraka, I must ask you to rethink that statement. Ida shouted. Spider-Man shows a clear lack of respect for the law. If he is allowed to roam free, then he will bring forth a lawless world of pure chaos and anarchy. That I don't know about that, but he's definitely a problem. Sue looked at Achiko. Most of the reason she doesn't cause any real harm is because he's so skilled and powerful. But if he's just allowed to roam free without consequence, that sends the message that it's okay to break the law and commit vigilantism if they're powerful and skilled enough. And lots of people would have delusions of having that level of skill. He could inspire a lot of people to try and become vigilantes themselves. I mean, wouldn't those people become vigilantes anyway? Achiko asked. I don't see why anyone would look at Spider-Man running from the heroes and think, that looks fun, unless they were gonna end up doing it anyway. You know, as a pro-hero, you're gonna have to catch him, right? Sue asked her, curious as to why Achiko had such a positive attitude about someone she could be tasked with hunting down. I mean, probably not, Achiko told her. It's gonna be a while before we get on the field, and I doubt he'll still be around by then. It's honestly pretty surprising he hasn't been caught yet. And even if I did have to catch him, I don't have to hate him. He seems like a nice guy. I guess that I don't really hate him, it's just I don't think he should be doing something so illegal. Sue said, I too do not despise Spider-Man as a person, and putting aside his vigilantism, I actually quite admire his attention to detail when it comes to ensuring the safety of civilians and property, as well as not overlooking the little things, such as assisting children and the elderly. However, I cannot put aside his flagrant lawbreaking. Ida explained. Azui turned to Izuku. What's your opinion about Spider-Man, Midoriya? Izuku was sweating bullets, trying his best to look inconspicuous. You know. He's a vigilante, so he's gonna get caught, and that'll be it. Hey, speaking of hero stuff, Azui, how did you like your costume? Azui, as well as Ida and Achiko, gave Izuku confused looks. Why me specifically? Azui asked him, tilting her head a bit. Did I forget to tell you? Izuku was honestly surprised he hadn't brought this up yet. He'd been friends with them for a few days now. I'm the one who was tasked with making Azui's costume. Huh? Achiko went wide-eyed, and Ida and Tsu looked mildly surprised. Whoa, that's a huge coincidence. Why yeah, I actually found out the same day I met you guys. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle. So what do you think? Do you need anything changed about it? No. I'm pretty satisfied with it. You did a good job. Tsu praised him, making Izuku turn crimson. Thanks for not making it too pervy, and sticking to my request. Oh, I could never. Izuku said quickly. Honestly, I don't think I could make a skimpy costume if I wanted to. It's too embarrassing. Oh well, I wish you'd made my costume too. I asked for something like an astronaut like 13. But instead I got a skin-tight costume. Achiko complained. Izuku gave Achiko a sympathetic look. Yeah, we were told to take your requests as more of a suggestion than an order. Oh, and Azui dash. Call me Tsu. The frog girl said, interrupting him mid-sentence. I let all my friends call me Tsu. I couldn't. Izuku stuttered out. We only known each other for a few days. Isn't that too soon? It's fine, Tsu said nonchalantly, treating it like it was no big deal while Izuku was having a meltdown. Tsu. Izuku eventually managed to say, looking down at the ground and blushing intensely, much to the amusement of Achiko and Tsu. Have you tested if your quirk could let you camouflage? Tsu put a finger over her mouth as she thought. I haven't tested it, but I probably could. Why? Well, I was wondering if I should add chameleon cloth to your costume, Izuku explained. Chameleon cloth? Achiko asked, confused. What's that? Tsu asked. Oh, well, it's a special cloth that was invented to help heroes who can camouflage or turn invisible. It blends in with what it touches, and if combined with a person who can turn invisible or camouflage, it also turns invisible. Izuku explained, looking down sheepishly. I'm not surprised you don't know about it, not a lot of people do. Izuku looked back up and saw all three of them giving him shocked looks. Is something wrong? XXXXXXXXXXXX. So if you had to pick between Hawks and Best Jeanist, which one would you pick? Toru asked her friends sitting at her table. Hawks. No contest. Mina answered immediately. No offense to Jeanist, but have you seen Hawks? Yeah, having to pick between Hawks and anyone else is really unfair to the other guy. Said the redhead at the table, the fiery Hana Hashua, but she insisted people call her Hana. Can we talk about something else? Momo asked her friends. I've never been too interested in discussing other people's attractiveness in comparison to others. Yeah, it makes you seem shallow. Jiro casually commented. Independent Ohio. Mina seemed to have spotted something behind Toru. Hey, guys, take a look. Toru turned her head and saw Achiko, Ida, and Tsu pushing Izuku towards them as he dug his heels into the ground and sweated like he was in a sauna. The four of them arrived in front of the girls, with Izuku looking like he was gonna pass out. Hello, esteemed female members of Class 1A. Ida shouted. Hey girls, Tsu said in a much less grandiose tone. Hey guys. Toru waved hello to her friends. Who's the tomato? It's nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya. The nervous boy introduced himself. Calm down, dude. We don't bite. Mina giggled at how terrified Izuku was in their presence, and had a fun idea. At least not on the first date. Each. Izuku looked like he was having a panic attack, causing Mina and Toru to laugh again at his antics. Please don't tease him, he's never talked to a girl before a week ago, Sue explained. It shows, Jiro said, half amused by the tomato-like Izuku. Well anyway, this is Midoriya, he's from the support course, we met him a few days ago. He was getting bullied because… Achiko paused before looking at Izuku. Can we tell them? I promise they won't judge you for it. Sure. They'd probably hear it from the rumors, anyway. Izuku sighed, ready for at least one of them to laugh at him for his former condition. Well, in that case, Midoriya was being assaulted by some scoundrels, simply for the fact that he happens to be quirkless. Ida shouted, some residual anger dripping from his tone. The girl's eyes widened. What DS? Hana's hair burst into flames, and she hit the table in anger. Oh my! Momo put her hands over her mouth. Yurata students did that? Not anymore they aren't, Achiko smirked, a bit more vindictive than her classmates were used to. I'm not sure how they thought assaulting a student wouldn't get them expelled. As Shui pointed out. I mean it never got them in trouble in middle school. Izuku sighed. So they probably thought it would work the same way here. That's disgusting. Jiro sneered. Don't they know quirk discrimination is a crime? Mina pouted. It's fine. They're gone, you don't need to worry about it. Once again Izuku felt a pang of guilt, as they were sympathizing with him for a condition he no longer had. That I actually had something to tell you, Hagakure, was it? That's me. Toru was a bit surprised that someone had something to tell her of all people, given that she was often overlooked. What's up? Izuku took a deep breath. About your costume? XXXXXXXXXX. What? The invisible girl shrieked with rage. I could have been wearing clothes this whole time. Maybe don't shout that out so loud. Calm down just a bit. People are staring. Momo said, trying to rein in her invisible friend, but the girl was not having it. The normally friendly and happy Toru was shaking with rage. No, I will not be calm. I have had to walk around naked during hero training this entire time. And it is beyond embarrassing. Toru shouted. Do you know what it's like to have to walk around barefoot, outside? You've only been doing that for a couple days. Jiro pointed out. Would you want to walk around without clothes for that long? Toru asked the rocker, who promptly shut up afterward. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you have any idea what it's like going around in public naked? Knowing that there's nothing between your bare body and the eyes of lustful boys like Mineta? I actually think you look more artsy with clothes than without, but you have a point, Mina told her, earning her an invisible glare. Toru, in anger, grabbed Izuku and shook him a bit. If I could be wearing a costume the whole time, then why didn't anyone make me one? I don't know. Maybe they're perverts? Or maybe they don't know about chameleon cloth? Or both? Probably both. Izuku felt like he was going to pass out having a girl touching him like this. The support industry is filled to the brim with perverts. They've been trying to hide this for as long as possible. So not many people know about it. Everyone had a general look of disgust on their faces. Ugh, an entire industry filled with Minetas. Jiro gagged just thinking about it. Well, they can't all be bad. At least this one seems to be a decent human being. Hana said, giving Izuku some credit. Yeah, thanks Midori. Mina said, getting way more familiar with him than Izuku was used to. Ayahama. Izuku was reaching his limit, he had only one option. Vroom. I'm sorry. Izuku shouted as he ran out of the cafe, as quickly as he could without drawing suspicion. Man, that guy is kind of a spaz, huh? Hana pointed out. Yeah, but he's a funny spaz. Achiko kind of defending him. Try not to make fun of him, I've known him for only a few days, I already know he's lived a pretty sad life, Sue warned them. Well, I guess it's up to us to fix that. Mina said with a wide grin. After all, we are heroes. XXXXXXXXX. Eventually, Izuku made it to one of the hallways and stopped next to a window. I can't believe I just did that. Izuku scolded himself. They must think I'm such a loser. I mean I am, but I don't want them knowing that. Bia! Bia! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Suddenly alarms blared loudly, notifying people of the fact that there was in fact an intruder on the premises. Huh! Izuku looked outside, and saw that off to the side an army of press had broken in, and was storming you. They broke in? How did they wait a minute? Something was off. Moving away from the horde of press, going completely unnoticed, was a man in a hoodie, sporting a hand on his face. Now, Izuku was aware that judging people based on their appearances, especially nowadays with quirks and all, was a bad thing to do. But could one blame him for thinking the guy with a disembodied hand on his face, who was walking away from the rest of the press horde, and looking mighty suspicious while doing so, was suspicious? It looks like he's heading towards the west entrance. Izuku noted. Now one would think that Izuku should just stay out of it. After all, he was surrounded by heroes, surely one of them could take care of this. And Izuku's counter to that argument would, so was Bakugo. He looked around to see if there was anybody close by. Fortunately for him, pretty much everyone was in the cafeteria and was heading to the entrance on the other side of the building. Meaning there was no one around to see him. Still, there could be cameras, so Izuku would need to find somewhere where he could be sure there wouldn't be. The bathroom. XXXXXXXXX. Once Izuku arrived in the stall, he closed the door behind him and opened his bag up. Obviously, he couldn't just keep his costume under a textbook or something. That would get him caught rather easily. No, instead he had Niku install a fake bottom into his bag that could only be pulled off by his using his sticking to things abilities. Izuku removed the fake bottom and took out his costume, and after quickly putting it on, he looked for a vent. He couldn't just run out the entrance of the bathroom and run around the school. That would be stupid. Not only would it be likely for a pro hero to notice him, but also it would alert whoever it was he was trying to find. Instead, Izuku had a much better idea. After looking around a bit, Izuku eventually found a vent and crawled up the wall, into the small opening. I have a feeling vents are gonna become my best friend over the years. Izuku thought as he remembered the last time he crawled around inside air ducts. After a bit of crawling, looking down through openings to see if there was anyone around, he noticed the man with the hand of his face, who had now broken into Yue. He was in a room filled with filing cabinets, looking around for something. Izuku didn't know what it was. Should I just take him down? No. If he is a villain, then I might overhear what his plan is. Izuku thought, settling down in the vent above the possible villain. The villain looked around for a while longer, before eventually stopping when he reached a certain file. Finally! All Might schedule. Now let's see when would be the perfect time to kill that BSR the USJ. He'll be teaching class 1A there in 3 days. Away from the main UA building, and his only backup would be Eraserhead and 13. Perfect. I can kill All Might, a few heroes, and a bunch of students. Ha! This is going to be amazing. That was all Izuku needed to hear. Yeah, I don't think so. Izuku pounced out of the gate and kicked the hand-faced villain into one of the cabinets, and then webbed him to it. Gah! Spider-Man? The villain shouted out in slight surprise, before becoming irritated. I have no time for this. Sudash. Whip. Izuku webbed the villain's face, squishing the hand over his mouth and muffling his words. Yeah, I've heard enough out of you. Just as Izuku was sure this was done, suddenly he saw his webbing turn to dust, slowly, as the villain freed himself from Izuku's webbing. He must have some sort of disintegration quirk. Izuku quickly assessed. Seller Dia. Izuku punched the villain in the face, sending him flying across the room and into a wall. The villain hit some more filing cabinets, and they all fell on top of him, meaning if he wasn't knocked out before, he was now. Izuku, not wanting to take another risk, looked over the villain, making sure he was unconscious. Okay, that should be it. Still with a quirk like that, I have to make sure he gets arrested fast. Otherwise, he could just disintegrate the walls and leave. What a menacing quirk. Gas behind you. Midnight. Izuku thought as he immediately turned around and clapped as hard as he could, creating enough force to blow away all the gas. Darn. You really are a strong one, little spider. Midnight said in a way that made Izuku uncomfortable, most likely purposely so. Midnight. Listen, this guy broke into UA. Izuku turned around and pointed at the villain lying on the ground. He was looking for All Might's schedule. He said something about attacking him in Class 1A at the USJ. You have to take him in quick before he wakes up, otherwise, he'll escape. He has a really dangerous quirk, and he might be able to escape really easily if you leave him be. Nice diversion tactic. Seems you're as smart as you are strong. Midnight smirked. But I'm pro dear, even if that is true, I know you're the bigger threat. Me? What did I do? Besides the numerous acts of vigilantism? Izuku asked. Oh dear, you really should have just gone into the hero course. Midnight's smirk grew. We would have taught you what stalling for backup looks like. Gun. Midnight ducked and revealed Snipe behind her, who immediately shot at Izuku. Izuku moved to the side and dodged the bullets, before shooting a webline at Snipe's gun and pulling it out of his hand. Are we really doing this? Izuku was actually a bit angry. Sure, he was notoriously powerful, but come on, there was an actual villain here. Midnight was about to open up her costume to expel more gas, but Izuku dashed forward and grabbed her hand, before throwing her to the wall and webbing her hands to it. Snipe pulled out another gun and aimed it at Izuku's head, but Izuku grabbed it and crushed it before it could fire. The vigilante then kicked the sharpshooter away, into a wall, and much like his partner, webbed him to it. You know, I expected better of you guys. Not combat-wise. That part isn't your fault, I'm just that good. Izuku gloated, making sure to maintain his persona. But seriously, that villain is dangerous and we need to do something about him. Oh, we'll do something all right. After you're taken care of. Snipe told him. Izuku then felt poke his back, and he turned around and saw Eraserhead standing behind him with a now bent combat knife. Did you just try to stab me? Eraserhead then jumped back and threw out his capture tool at Izuku, but the spider teen just grabbed it out of midair, before yanking it and bringing the hero attached to it to him. Izuku grabbed Aizawa by his scarf. Okay, so you can't really do anything, so could you please just go over and watch the villain? Make sure he doesn't use his quirk to escape. I feel like you guys are being really baze right now, and I don't appreciate it. Aizawa ducked, removing his scarf before he tried to sweep Izuku's legs, to no avail. No. We're still doing this. Izuku sighed with annoyance, throwing aside the scarf. Eraserhead tried to jump back, but Izuku shot a webline at his chest, and then slammed him into the wall, before webbing him to it. Guys, can you please just listen? Izuku pleaded. He didn't have much time. He needed to get out of here before. Behind you. He turned around, but all he felt was All Might's huge fist, before it impacted his body, and caused him to go flying through the walls. Izuku was sent all the way outside, as he tumbled across the grass and dirt. He dug his fingers in the ground, slowing himself until he came to a stop, with UA's walls right to his back. Izuku touched his chest, right where All Might had punched him. He's holding back. A lot. That was only a bit stronger than Rhino's hit. He must be underestimating me. All Might dashed through the openings in the walls he made, stopping a few feet in front of Izuku, who was still on his knees. I would suggest you surrender now, young Spider-Man. Don't panic. Don't panic. Izuku said, still very much panicking slightly. I can't beat All Might in a fight. And I doubt I can just turn invisible and run away. I have to find another solution. Izuku looked to the left, and saw that the army of reporters was still present, and was watching this not but a dozen yards away. They'll do. Izuku thought before looking back up at All Might. Okay, but I surrender. I surrender. Good choice. All Might told him as he got closer to him. Just one question. Izuku said suddenly, surpassing All Might and causing him to pause. Why did you let the villain in? I doubt what? All Might gave him one of the most confused looks Izuku had ever seen. The villain. The one who's probably escaping as we speak. Izuku said as loud as possible. He's the one who let the press in. And unless UA's security isn't as good as we were told it was, someone must have let him in. What on earth is he? All Might didn't realize what had happened until it was already too late, and he heard the sounds of a stampede coming towards him. All Might. All Might. All Might. All Might. All Might. The press mob completely enveloped the two. Hey, wait, stop. I'm in the middle of something, I don't have time for dash. All Might looked back at where Izuku was, only to find that he had vanished completely. Minute. Move aside, I have to. Hey, wait. Move. All Might tried to move out the cloud of press, but the extremely aggressive reporters refused to move aside, and the number one hero couldn't get out without hurting at least a few of them. Well played, young Spider-Man. Well played. All Might thought to himself. Meanwhile, Izuku had snuck back into the building while invisible, going back to the spot where he had taken down the hand-faced villain. Only to find that he had vanished without a trace. Minute. Izuku thought. XXXXXXXXX. Tomura Shigaraki was absolutely said. It had been a simple job. Use the press as a distraction so he could sneak into UA, find All Might's schedule. Figure out the best time to attack him, and then use Kurogiri to get him out. And then Spider-Man showed up, and complicated everything. And so now here he was, seething on a bar stool while his sensei chewed him out. Now Tomura, do you understand why going on such a dangerous mission alone was a bad idea? His sensei asked him through a TV screen. It would have worked. It would have worked if it wasn't for Spider-Man. Tomura argued. We should have never let that stupid lab rat run free. Now, Spider-Man has his uses. All for One told his students. Suddenly the TV's image shifted, showing a news report. Breaking news. Yesterday there was a break-in at UA. A crowd of people broke into and swarmed the famous hero school, including an unknown villain and the infamous vigilante Spider-Man. Said a newswoman. Spider-Man subdued this villain. However, after doing so he was attacked by the UA staff in an attempt to apprehend him. Spider-Man warned them numerous times that the villain was still dangerous, but he was ignored, allowing the villain to escape. Spider-Man easily took down 3 pro heroes, before All Might came in and attempted to apprehend him. However, shockingly enough, the vigilante managed to escape the number 1 hero and fled the premises. This was a stunning failure on UA's part, both in their security being so easily bypassed and in their failure to capture either the villain or Spider-Man. The news report stopped, and his sensei's voice spoke once more. Each time Spider-Man succeeds, the heroes fail. And that, along with our actions, will chip away at people's faith in heroes. Why slowly chip away at their faith when we could crush it by killing All Might? Tomura shouted in rage. That's still on the table, Tomura, relax. His sensei told him. But now we'll have to wait so long before you lowers their guard again. The USJ would have been a perfect time. Tomura growled. His sensei chuckled. Oh, Tomura, we will be attacking the USJ in exactly 3 days. It is, as you said, the perfect time. What? Tomura gave the TV a confused look. But Sensei, Spider-Man no doubt told them about our plan. They'll do nothing. His sensei interrupted him. Tomura, right now we are in a golden age of heroes. They are on top in all aspects, and people worship and adore them. But something that comes with being on top, and the thing that has caused many empires to crumble in the past, is hubris. Trust me, Tomura. Will not change their plans in any significant way. XXXXXXXXX. So now that we're all here, let us begin. Nizu said to his staff. All of UA's pro-hero staff had gathered in the meeting room, and they all knew why. It was impossible not to. So, would you 3 like to explain how the villain managed to escape? Nizu asked in an eerily calm voice, as he turned to Aizawa, Midnight, and Snipe. Not too long after All Might knocked Spider-Man away, the villain woke up and proceeded to use his quirk to destroy one of the walls and escape. Although we don't know how he managed to get out of the building entirely without anyone catching him. Aizawa explained. Footage shows that the villain seemed to have called someone who opened some sort of portal, allowing the villain to escape, Nizu told them. But that's not what I wanted to know. What I wanted to know is how you allowed that to happen, in spite of Spider-Man giving you a clear warning that such an event would transpire. Midnight and Snipe at least had the decency to look embarrassed, but Aizawa's expression didn't change. We thought that it was simply a diversion, something to distract us and allow Spider-Man to flee. The villain woke up far faster than we anticipated, and we had no idea that he had access to someone with a teleportation quirk. Aizawa argued. Very good argument. Nizu said with a tiny bit of sarcasm. Counter. Why did Spider-Man stick around as long as he did? He knew All Might was in our employ, and yet he stuck around long enough to be forced to engage with him. Why? Because we were stalling him. Snipe thought that was obvious. No, you were annoying him, Nizu told them. Once Midnight's sneak attack failed, there was nothing you could do to keep Spider-Man from charging through the two of you, turning invisible and leaving. And we've established that Spider-Man is more than intelligent enough to have thought of this. So why did he stay around for as long as he did? Because he was worried that if he left, we'd focus on tracking him down and not putting enough priority on the villain, Aizawa admitted, looking very annoyed. That's right. Also, if Spider-Man was so worried about his escape, why didn't he web him up? Nizu asked. Because he couldn't. Because the villain's quirk was able to destroy his webbing. Webbing, which may I remind you, is strong enough to restrain the Rhino, an A-rank villain notorious for his ridiculous strength, for a couple of minutes. Meaning to do that the villain would have to have a very dangerous quirk like Spider-Man said. Midnight and Snipe looked away with embarrassment, and even Aizawa looked a bit bashful. Man, you three really dropped the ball, huh? Present Mike told them. In your eagerness to catch Spider-Man and the villain, you prioritized the wrong person, and so we caught neither, Cementos told them. Okay, we get it. Midnight pouted. We screwed the pooch, but how could we have known All Might would just let him go like that? I didn't let him go. He used his environment and outwitted me. All Might defended himself. Saying you got outwitted by a child doesn't do you any favors, you know that, right? Aizawa deadpanned. Also, you held back far too much. If you'd managed to at least injure him a bit more, then maybe it could have slowed him down enough for us to find him, but you didn't do anything to him. He's just a boy. All Might argued. I'm not gonna go around punching teenagers at full strength. I barely punch anyone at full strength. Spider-Man isn't to be underestimated. He took Rhino down with ease. Twice. The second time while he was backed up with 2 B-rank villains and 3 C-rank villains. Aizawa informed him. He's capable of taking a single punch from you and living. Ahem. Nizu gathered everyone's attention. I would like to discuss the other things Spider-Man told you about the villain. Right? He said that he was planning some sort of attack at the USJ when All Might and Class 1A were scheduled to have a lesson there. Midnight said, her tone becoming serious. If that's true, then we'll have to cancel that lesson. Snipe said. Unfortunately, we can't do that, Nizu told them, causing everyone to give him extremely befuddled looks. What do you mean we can't do that? Aizawa asked with a slight edge in his voice. He literally told us that villains were going to attack us? We have no reason not to believe him, and even if we did, just as a precaution we should cancel the trip. Nizu took a deep sigh, sipped some tea before explaining. When Midnight first informed me of this, I immediately informed my superiors, and when I told them that I would be canceling the trip, they told me that they would not allow a change in UA's usual schedule. What? All Might coughed up some of his own blood. Why? They said it, show weakness, Nizu said, empathizing how ridiculous he thought that sounded. I tried telling them that we shouldn't risk our students' safety over pride or public image, but they said, and I quote, you have All Might, what's the worst that can happen? Demon it, Yagi. Aizawa cursed. Don't blame me. I'm just as mad as you are. All Might shouted. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do about this other than hope for the best, Nizu told them. With that in mind, Aizawa, 13, Yagi, make sure to be on your guard and be ready to evacuate the students at a moment's notice. We don't know how dangerous these villains are, but we shouldn't take any more chances than we have to. Man, I can't believe an actual villain broke into the school. Achiko exclaimed as she ate her food with her friends. And to think I lied to everyone and told them it was only the press. Ida lamented. Well, you didn't know about it at the time. And even then, if you hadn't, people just would have been scared and panicking. Tsu told him. Yeah, you did the right thing, Ida. Izuku told him with a reassuring smile. I still can't believe you managed to calm the crowd that big. I guess I should expect that from the vice rep of the hero course. Yeah, Ida, I knew I was right to vote for you. Achiko gave him a friendly pat on the back. Didn't you vote for him just because he had glasses? Sue asked her. Regardless of for what reason, I am glad to be given the position. I will do everything in my power to uphold order in Class 1A, and I'm sure Yaoyorozu feels the same. Ida shouted. I hope you all listen closely to us during our trip to the USJ. Izuku was drinking a bottle of water when Ida said that, and now he was choking. Midoriya! Shouted all three of them. I am okay. Izuku quickly recovered from his choking. Did you say you were going to the USJ? Yeah. Sue wasn't sure why Izuku reacted like that. Why? What the frick? Izuku shouted internally, but on the outside he kept smiling, trying to act excited. Oh, it's just that it must be exciting. The unforeseen simulation joint. Why the hell are they still going? I told them there was an attack? What? 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 Izuku was internally panicking while trying his best not to let it show. Hey, that reminds me, Midoriya, do you like heroes? Achiko asked him. Oh, I love heroes. Izuku said a bit too quickly, eagerly hoping that it would distract him from the topic at hand. Let's talk about them. A lot. XXXXXXXXXX. And so that's why I need to call in sick that day, Izuku said, as he finished explaining the situation to his mother who was sitting on their couch, listening attentively. Okay, but dear, if they are planning an attack on All Might, then they might have something capable of fighting him. Inko gave him a worried look. Izuku, I know you're very powerful, but to fight something on All Might's level. I doubt they have something that can actually beat All Might. Izuku shook his head. Most likely they have something that they think can beat All Might. And there is a lot of low-life scum that think way too highly of themselves. Ultimately, All Might should be able to beat them by himself, but still, the villain might be powerful enough to hold All Might off for a bit, and I doubt they'd send just one villain to fight All Might, 2 pros, and a group of UA students. They probably have a bunch of villains. Maybe even a few powerful ones. And if that's the case, then Class 1A might get hurt. Which is why I need to be there. What is UA thinking of sending those students there, knowing there will be a villain attack? Inko looked truly disgusted. I suppose I can't stop you. I'll call the school and say you fell down the stairs. Can please say something less embarrassing? Izuku suggested with a slight blush on his face. XXXXXXX. Meanwhile, in his hideout, Mysterio looked over a table, muttering as he planned out the future when suddenly his phone rang. Swam. What is it? Mysterio asked. It's about Midoriya. Interesting. A villain attack on the USJ with the intent of killing All Might. And UA knows about it and intends to let it happen. Interesting. Yes, this will help our cause greatly. Although we might have to interfere to get the most out of this event. I believe All Might could use a little diversion. XXXXXXX. Izawa hated this. He hated the fact that he had to lead his students into a possible villain attack, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. Of course, he could just say F it and keep the kids here. But then Nizu would be forced to fire him, and the HPSC would likely try their hardest to force a replacement that's approved by them. And honestly, walking into a villain attack is probably better for these kids' futures than letting them get taught by the HPSC. And so he walked into the USJ facility with the kids behind him, feeling a heavy guilt rest upon his shoulders. It should be fine. They have All Might. And as foolish as he was, his strength was absolute. Even Spider-Man didn't even bother trying to fight him. Everything should be okay. He opened the door to the facility and saw that only 13 was standing there. And All Might was nowhere to be found. What the F dash? Was Aizawa's first thought. His students were all amazed about the facility, and about 13, but Aizawa ignored all of them and simply ran over to the space-themed hero. Where the hell is he? Aizawa whispered to her very aggressively. I don't know. He just didn't show up. 13 answers sounded slightly panicked. Do you think the villains changed plans and ambushed him on his way here? I hope that's the case, Aizawa said. At least the students won't be harmed. So do we continue? 13 asked. I think we have to. Aizawa sighed. But stay on high alert. This situation either got much better or much worse. XXXXXXXXXX. You know, I think I was right about vents. They're already in my top 10 list of friends. Izuku thought to himself as he hid in one of the floor vents, a few yards away from where 13 was standing. Then again, I've never had 10 friends, so that's not much of an achievement. Izuku had snuck into the building rather easily. Shockingly easily. He figured the floor must have some kind of motion sensor, so he just made sure to never touch the ground as he inspected the facility. The vigilante had arrived a few hours earlier just in case, and seeing as no one had been around, he got himself familiar with the facility. Partially because it could be useful for the possible upcoming battle, and partially because he thought it was all really cool. Once 13 had arrived, Izuku hid in the vents. After all, he couldn't risk having to leave before the villains arrived. After waiting for an hour, Class 1A finally arrived. With no All Might in sight. Wait, what? Why isn't All Might here? Izuku was sweating now, as a feeling of panic shot through him like a lightning bolt. Is he late? Why would he be late? Doesn't he know how important this is? Did they really not take my warning seriously? They can't be this careless, can they? He didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. UA was the best hero school in the world. Run by actual pro heroes. They should know not to take threats like this lying down. And yet Class 1A was still here. And All Might wasn't. Izuku watched nervously as Eraserhead and 13 talked to the children as if there wasn't a massive issue. This went on for a few minutes, long enough for Izuku to gain hope that maybe the villains decided to change their minds, that maybe they knew Izuku told them about their attack, and like any reasonable human being anticipated that they would alter their schedule. And then a purple misty vortex appeared, right in front of the fountain, and Izuku's blood went cold, as the villain who escaped from UA came out. Followed by an army of villains. Instantly Aizawa and 13 went in front of the kids. They're here. Aizawa shouted. Why isn't the security system kicking in? Damn it. So much for those extra precautions. 13 said. The security system's down? Izuku thought, panicking even more. Damn it, the villains must have thought of that. They probably brought someone with a quirk that interferes with electronics. Aizawa-sensei, what's going on? Momo asked her teacher. Yeah, are these guys like actors pretending to be villains? Mina asked, quite a bit unsure of herself. Because they're really intense. No, these are villains. Real villains. Aizawa told his students, causing their eyes to widen in fear and shock. Meanwhile, the villains had finished pouring out of the portal, as the purple mist shrank down, into the form of the Misty Man, Kurojiri. The lead villain, Tamura Shigaraki, with Kurojiri and his giant muscular monster by his side, looked around the facility. Where is All Might? It appears that he isn't here. Perhaps he's running late. Kurojiri speculated. Is that so? How annoying, Shigaraki said. But since we have some time to kill before the final boss shows up, let's grin some fodder. 13, get the kids out of here. Aizawa ordered, as he put on his goggles and got ready to fight. I'll hold them off. What? Shouted out a few students. That's insane. Shouted Mineta. There's too many of them. Let us help. Shoto immediately offered, ready to freeze the villains the first chance he got. Aizawa was about to say something, but a familiar voice beat him to it. Not necessary. Izuku burst out of the vent behind them and flipped over in front of Aizawa. Hey, Eraserhead, nice to see ya. A bit confused on what the heck you're doing here, but we'll talk about that later. Spider-Man? Shouted Class 1A as they yell out in surprise at seeing the famous vigilante come out of nowhere. Spider-Man. Of course, you'd be here. Tamura smiled maliciously under the hand of his face. But I'm going to enjoy this. Eraser, go with 13 and get the students away from here. Izuku told him. I'll take care of these guys. Aizawa looked hesitant, but ultimately, he would have to trust in Spider-Man's strength. You better not die. Don't intend to. Izuku quipped. I am really getting better at keeping up this act under pressure. Eraserhead turned to his class. Everyone, head to the exit. Now. Wait, we're just gonna leave him to fight all of them alone? Achiko protested. Spider-Man is absurdly strong. We'd only be getting in the way. Azui said as she grabbed her friend as she and the rest of the class along with the two teachers ran away, leaving Izuku to face off against the villains. Firing squad. Take him down, shouted one villain with gun fingers as he and a bunch of other villains took aim at Izuku. Izuku got into a crouching battle stance. Alright, time to get to work. XXXXXXXX. While Izuku took down the villains with ease, Tamura and Kurogiri stood there and watched. Shouldn't you say the key word and just knock him out? Kurogiri was really confused as to why Tamura was letting Spider-Man get this far. Because I want to increase his confidence. It'll make what happens later so much more enjoyable. Tamura said cockily. You do remember the whole thing Master said about hubris, right? Kurogiri reminded him. It's not hubris if you're right. Tamura countered. That's literally what every person who falls to hubris thinks, Kurogiri explained. Go stop those kids from getting out. Tamura ordered. Scatter them across the different areas like we planned. There is an issue with that, Kurogiri said. They have Eraserhead with them. If I try to scatter them, Eraserhead will erase my quirk the second he sees me. I see that is a problem, Tamura said. Well, if you can't bring them to the fodder, bring the fodder to them. XXXXXXXXX. The students had run a good way from the fight. As such, the shock began to wear off. Why was Spider-Man here? Jiro asked. It's not like he was just passing by and saw some villains. Yeah, it's like he knew they'd be here. Zero said. That's because he did, Aizawa explained. We all did. After that was said, all the students suddenly stopped and looked at their teacher in shock and confusion. Don't stop. Get to the exit. Aizawa shouted at them. Aizawa-sensei, what do you mean you knew this was going to happen? Momo asked her teacher, looking extremely befuddled. Look, we can talk and stop and talk about this when we're not in mortal danger. 13 told them, pointing at the exit. Now everyone get out. Unfortunately, Kurogiri had other plans. Suddenly a purple portal opened over the exit and dropped boulders from the landslide zone in front of it. Sheet! Aizawa cursed. Then more portals opened up around them, and villains poured out, surrounding them completely. Goddamn it. Aizawa once again got ready to tussle. Kids, it looks like we don't have a choice. Get ready for your first experience with real villains. Alright, is that everyone? Izuku said as he looked around at the piles of fallen villains around him, before turning to Shigaraki and the Nomu. Yeah, seems like that was everyone. Thanks for the cannon fodder, they made a great workout. Oh, are you sure you're warmed up? I could always ask Kurogiri to send some of the villains attacking those kids over here to give you a few more punching bags. What? Izuku quickly felt a wave of panic wash over him, as he now knew that 1A was still in danger. More villains? Crap, I need to get over. There now. As Izuku turned to follow Class 1A, Shigaraki cackled a bit, before saying, Nomu, knock him out. Behind you. Izuku's spider sense suddenly went off, stronger than it ever had before. It was so painful and sudden that it stunned Izuku for a moment. But that moment was more than enough time for Nomu to dash over and pin him to the ground. His massive hand holding him to the ground. What? Izuku was completely shocked by this speed and strength. He tried to push Nomu's hand off him but to no avail. It wasn't just stronger than him, it was much stronger than him. Nomu lifted him up, and Izuku continued to struggle, before punching Nomu in the face, which did absolutely nothing. The Nomu then threw him away, with great force, knocking him through the water fountain, his body passing through it like it was made of cardboard. Izuku's body rolled across the ground, before he dug his fingers into the concrete floor, eventually bringing himself to a stop. That thing. It's stronger than Rhino. No, its strength could be compared to All Might. Izuku had never gotten hit by All Might at full power, But his spider sense was going off even harder than when All Might attacked him back at UA, meaning this thing's strength had to at least be in the same ballpark as the symbol of peace. Speaking spider sense. Get out of there. Izuku jumped back as Nomu charged at Izuku at speeds he could never hope to match and punched the place where Izuku was, easily making a huge crater in the concrete floor. Haha. Not so confident now, huh? Shigaraki was laughing hysterically. This Nomu was bioengineered to defeat the symbol of peace. All Might himself. You think you can take him, do you, little bug? Bioengineered to defeat All Might. Izuku thought, even more panic flooding his brain, as he was sweating heavily behind his mask. If they are planning an attack on All Might, then they might have something capable of fighting him. As his mother's words rang through his head, he realized how right she was. These weren't just some guys who thought too highly of themselves, these were something bigger. Something that had been preparing for who knows how long, and came here, ready to kill All Might. But All Might wasn't here. It was just him. And if he wasn't here, it would likely go on to kill all the students. Which it was very capable of doing. When Izuku landed, he only had a few seconds to get his footing before the Nomu charged at him, with its fist out forward. Thanks to his spider sense, Izuku barely managed to duck in time, allowing the Nomu's fist to go over him and the Nomu to move a few feet past him. After that, Izuku immediately turned invisible. The Nomu turned around, but now that Izuku was out of sight, it didn't seem to know what to do next. It looked around for Izuku, trying to see where he had gone. But Izuku stayed invisible and stayed a respectable distance from the beast. Looks like I bought myself some time to think. Izuku thought. Now how do I take on a monster that is stronger than me, faster than me, and I can't punch? Unfortunately, Shigaraki was not intent on giving Izuku any room to breathe. Oh, so you're just gonna hide like a coward, huh? Fine then. Nomu, if you can't see Spider-Man, then just hunt down and kill those kids. Izuku immediately turned visible, now no longer having the option of staying out of sight. Hey, you big roid bird. I'm over here. With its current main objective only a dozen yards away, Nomu immediately moved to attack it, charging forward, before jumping and bringing its hands together to try and hammer Izuku into the concrete. Izuku narrowly managed to dodge, once again thanks to his spider sense, by backflipping. He then immediately shot some webs at its eyes, as well as webbing its feet to the ground. The Nomu immediately moved to rip the webbing off its face, taking about 7 seconds to do so. Then it raised its feet to free them from the webbing there, and it took about 11 seconds. Alright, so that's how it is. Izuku took note of how well his webbing worked on the monster. He couldn't just web it forever. Eventually, he would run out of webbing, and then he would be screwed. No, he had to be smart and be careful, and stall things out until backup arrived. As much as he wanted to help out Class 1A with the villains they were facing, right now he had bigger problems. So he just had to hope that they could handle themselves. XXXXXXXXXX. Meanwhile, Class 1A was absolutely surrounded by dozens and dozens of villains. The entire class goes into a fighting position, as they get ready to fight for their lives. All except for 2 students. Hyo, I'll do the left, you do the right, Todoroki said to the boy in his class who was also covered in ice. Hyoketsu quirk, Ice Lord. Has the ability to create and manipulate ice. The less hydrated he is, the less powerful this ability becomes. He's Iceman. Both kids put their foot down on the respective sides they were standing on, and as the villains charged at them, they were all immediately frozen. The rest of the students stood there in shock, as did the teachers. Yeah man. High five. Hyo approached Todoroki with his hand raised, only to be left hanging by the bicolored boy. Well, that was anticlimactic, Kaminari said. Yeah well, that at least we're out of danger. For now, Momo said. Wait a minute, if you two could have done that the whole time? Mina asked the 2 icy boys. Before either of them could answer, Aizawa spoke up. Because you're students. You're not supposed to fight villains at all. Aizawa said firmly. So we're ready to walk into an ambush, but not ready to fight villains? Achiko pointed out, crossing her arms. We can explain that later, For now, we need to get out of here. 13 said, pointing at the exit which was covered by boulders. I'll turn them to dust, all of you just wait he dash. Ah! Suddenly, behind them, Izuku fell out of the air, hitting the ground hard enough to make huge cracks in the concrete. Ow wow! Izuku wheezed. Spider-Man! 13 said, surprised to see him like this. That's me. Oh! Izuku groaned as he pushed himself up before he looked at the class urgently. You guys need to get out of here. There's Dash. It's coming. From above. Izuku flipped to the side, just in time to avoid the Nomu crashing down on him. The impact from Nomu touching down caused harsh winds to kick up around where he landed, making Class 1A and their teachers cover their faces to protect them from the strong winds. Whoa! Shiro said. Everyone get back. Aizawa told his students. Izuku immediately ran at Nomu, who raised its arm in an attempt to smash Izuku, but Izuku jumped up into the air to dodge it, before raining down webs in its face. Nomu quickly ripped the webs off its face and turned around to engage Izuku. It launched a punch at Izuku, and he didn't have enough time to fully dodge as the Nomu's attack was coming for his head, so Izuku raised his arm to the side of his head, and using all his strength, he moved the Nomu's attack slight, so instead the Nomu's arm scraped against the side of his forearm, tearing up the costume and his skin, while his bones ached because of how much force it took to do that. Nomu tried to punch him with its other fist, but Izuku jumped over it and delivered a punch to its back that's still doing nothing. In it I still can't hurt this thing? Izuku had tried his hardest, but no matter what he did, none of his attacks would do anything against this Nomu. Meanwhile, Nomu swung its arm back and hit Izuku in the face with its elbow, causing Izuku to get sent flying to the left. Ak! Izuku cried out in pain as he landed on his back. He didn't stay there long, as before he could even recover from the last hit, the Nomu ran at him and grabbed him by his foot, squeezing down on his ankle so hard it bruised the bone underneath. But that was just the beginning of the pain Izuku would be put through, as Nomu raised Izuku in the air, before slamming him down. Slam, 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 slam. Aghay! Izuku shouted in pain, as he was slammed into the ground with enough force to level a building over and over and over again. Being slammed on his back and his front, doing thorough damage to both sides of him. Meanwhile, Class 1A and the teachers were watching this whole thing, completely stunned. Aizawa quickly tried to use his quirk on the Nomu, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Diamenit. It has a mutation quirk. What the hell? It's killing Spider-Man? Mineta shouted out, fearful that such a powerful monster was so close to them. Not on my watch. Hyo shouted. He unleashed a wave of ice at the Nomu, which covered it all the way up to its hand, while it was raising Izuku in the air. Izuku took a moment to breathe, before looking down and kicking Nomu's ice-covered shoulder, causing the ice to crack and the beast's whole arm to fall off and its hand to release Izuku's ankle. Ah! Izuku groaned as he pulled himself up. His whole body ached. He could feel the sheer amount of broken bones he had right now, in almost every part of his body, and he could taste blood in his mouth. Thank you. Aizawa went up to Izuku. What happened? That thing that he said it was that bioengineered to kill All Might, Izuku said. It's strong, that's strong enough to give All Might a challenge. Oh. Izuku fell to his knees. His legs just hurt so damn much. Finished already? Everyone immediately turned their attention to behind the frozen Nomu and saw Shigaraki stepping out of one of Kurogiri's portals, still looking way too happy. Yeah, I'd say we're wrapping things up here. Izuku forced himself to his feet once more. Unless you happen to have brought 2 all-might-killing super weapons, that why you didn't write? Shigaraki laughed at this. No. The one was enough. Speaking of which, Tamura snapped his fingers, and suddenly the Nomu broke out of the ice, almost instantly. And then even worse, its arms started growing back. What the dash? Izuku was completely stunned. Surprise? You didn't think super strength and shock absorption were Nomu's only quirks? Did you? Shigaraki asked with murderous glee. This is hyperspeed regeneration. Any damage you manage to inflict will be repaired almost instantly. Once Nomu's arm regenerated, It immediately charged towards Izuku and attempted to slam both fists down on him, but Izuku managed to jump up in the nick of time, before raining down a barrage of webs, webbing its hands and feet to the ground while also webbing its eyes, all while using multiple layers of webs. "Alright, enough games, you guys need to get out of here," Izuku told them, his tone dead serious. "You can't fight that thing alone, it will kill you," Aizawa pointed out, getting in a fight position. "And what exactly will change if you stay here and help me?" Izuku asked him. "Other than you getting in my way?" Aizawa flinched at that, it being more painful because of how true it was. Against someone like this, he would only be dead weight. "I can hold it off long enough for you all to get away," Izuku told them. "Now get going." "But you'll die," Achiko pointed out. "And you'll live," Izuku replied, with absolutely no hesitation. It was then when the Noma finally broke free and lunged at Izuku, who dove forward to avoid getting stomped. "Go!" Izuku shouted as he continued to dodge Nomu's attacks. The students watched Izuku fight, or rather stall the Nomo for a few seconds. "He's going to sacrifice himself so we can get away," Toru said, in awe and horror. "He's so manly," Kirishima said, before becoming determined. "We have to do something. We can't just let him die." "What you have to do is get out of here," Aizawa said to his students sternly, before turning to 13. 13 the rocks. "Alright." 13 seemed hesitant but ultimately ran off towards the exit so she could destroy the boulders blocking the path. "Wait, so we're just going to leave him to die?" Hannah asked in outrage. "Screw that." The class all gave varying looks, saying they either agreed with this sentiment or were hesitant. "And what exactly do you intend to do about it?" Aizawa asked them. Suddenly their expressions started to become a lot less fierce as they looked back at the fight, and saw how strong and fast Nomu was and remembered how little Hyo did to it. "Spider-Man is dodging punches so fast that my trained eyes can barely see them," Aizawa told them, his voice deadly serious. "And if you don't recall, it regrew its entire arm. None of you are capable of doing anything more than slowing Spider-Man down. Our only hope of getting him out of here alive is escaping and calling for backup." For the most part, that seemed to put down any notion of fighting. The students had that at least until one student spoke up. "And what are the chances they'll arrive before he dies?" Tsu asked. Everyone looked at her in surprise for a moment, before looking to Aizawa for the answer. Shota grit his teeth, as he knew that his students definitely wouldn't like the answer to that question. Because he hated it. But his silence spoke for him, as the students looked horrified. "The exit is unblocked," 13 shouted after she finished making hole to the outside with her quirk. "Everyone, get out of the building. Come on." Aizawa started moving towards the exit, with a remorseful look on his face. "There's nothing we can do to help him now." The students all hesitated, looking extremely frustrated, afraid, and even hopeless. Meanwhile, Tsuda remembered something All Might told her. XXXXXXXXXXX. Months ago, when Tsu was in the hospital, during All Might's first visit, after he just finished explaining One for All to her, as well as the story behind his injury. "Oh, and don't worry about the illegal use of your quirk," All Might told her, waving his hand to signifying hand waving it. "I've already taken care of it. Honestly, it's more a crime they'd charge you for, considering your quirk, and that had you not used it, I would have died. I understand why they charged me, it is a law after all, but that is more than a bit unfair," Tsu replied. All Might looked her over a bit, deciding something in his head, before he came to the conclusion that he would impart some wisdom here. "Just because it's a law, doesn't make it right, young Azui." Azui gave him a curious look. Stick adherence to the law does not always work when you're trying to be a hero. You can't always follow what those in charge are saying, All Might told her. Not everyone in charge has the people's best interest in mind. And not all the ones that do, always know what they're doing. Are you telling me to break the laws, and disobey orders if I feel like it doesn't work for me? Azui asked him, giving him a confused look. That sounds like a dangerous mindset. It sounds like something a vigilante or a villain would do. With that blunt honesty as always, young Azui. All Might said before getting a more serious look on his face. But if a pro hero told you to stand back and let me die back there, would you have? If a pro hero was there, they would have saved you. Azui countered. All Might shook his head. Not always, young Azui. As I said, not everyone with authority knows what they're doing. So sometimes, you have to make your own decisions in times of crisis. XXXXXXXXXXX. Azui hadn't fully understood what All Might meant back then, but she was starting to get it now. Whatever decisions Aizawa, 13, and the rest of the UA staff made, it led to them willingly bringing students into a villain ambush. And now he was telling them to let Spider-Man die. Azui didn't like vigilantes. But Spider-Man was a good person. A good enough person to sacrifice his own life just so she and her friends can get out safely. He definitely didn't deserve to die. She was to be the future symbol of peace, All Might's successor, and if she couldn't save him, then who could? And so a plan formed in her head. We're not going to let him die, Azui said, as bluntly and plainly as she said everything else. Huh. Achiko, as well as the rest of the class, stopped and looked at her. Azui, what the hell are you saying? Aizawa was starting to lose his patience. We can't do anything to that dash. You can't do anything to that thing. Azui corrected him. We can. I know how you feel, but I froze its arm off and it just grew it back. How are we gonna take that thing down? Hyo asked her. We don't need to damage it, at least not in the typical way, Azui told them. I have a plan. And I need your help. One for All could apparently enhance the power of the user's quirk. But with her quirk, there wasn't much it could do. It didn't make her tongue longer, or make her more frog-like, but it did enhance one part of her physiology. XXXXXXXXX. Izuku was tired. And as Nomu's fist swung in front of him, grazing his stomach and making another gash in his costume and skin, he couldn't help but feel how tired he was. His muscles were burning, his bones were aching, his ears were running, he could feel blood on his lips, and he was struggling to even breathe. He wanted so badly to just lay down and take a nap. But he needed to buy them time. And so he'd keep going. For as long as he could. Izuku ducked under another blow and then dodged another one by moving to the side, and then another and another. Fist coming at him non-stop. If it weren't for his spider sense, he would have lost this battle long ago. But he couldn't dodge forever, and eventually, he messed up his footing, and Nomu's fist slammed down into his arm. Izuku went down, he felt the bone in his right arm almost snap. It was so painful that he went into shock for a moment. But Nomu didn't stop, kneeling down, and started punching him in the face. After 4 punches, spots started appearing in his vision, and definitely out of it. One of his eyepieces had even broken out of its socket, exposing his left eye. Nomu raised its arm to punch Izuku once more. Fush. Only for a torrent of fire to engulf it, burning the fist into a charred fist-like thing. What? Izuku's pain-addled mind managed to focus again, and looked past Nomu, and saw that it was Hana who let loose that torrent of flames. He could easily recognize her, even in her orange and red costume with her red mask. Hana Hashua. Quirk, Firestar. Allows her to generate powerful flames. The more powerful the fire, the less control she has of it. Get him. Now. Hana shouted. Suddenly Eraserhead came forward, and jumped on Nomu's shoulders, wrapping it in his capture weapon, making sure to wrap up as much as the Nomu as he could, before jumping off. Then Azui, using the power of One for All, hopped in, and grabbed Izuku out from between the Nomu's legs. No. Izuku groaned. Why, you're all gonna die. Eraserhead? Weren't you going on about how none of you can do anything? Shigaraki asked from a distance. What's this now? Do you really think a bit of string is going to stop Nomu? To answer your first question, these kids are too DMN stubborn. Aizawa said, and to answer the second. But a piece of string covered in highly poisonous mucus? Maybe. What? That actually caused Shigaraki's confidence to waver for a moment before he turned back to Nomu. Nomu, break out of those this instant. Ugig. Nomu made some weird sounds, as even something as mindless as them could feel something wrong. Azui had found that ever since she got one for all, she could create mucus with much higher potency than before, and she had put it to good use here. The plan had been simple: cover Aizawa's capture tool in a mucus, wait until Nomu and Spider-Man stopped moving, and then cover Nomu in the capture tool. Meanwhile, they send Ida out to go to UA and call for help. If everything went exactly to plan, the Nomu would now be fully paralyzed and completely unable to move. Unfortunately, things wouldn't be that easy. Rags! The Nomu roared as it broke free of Aizawa's capture tool. All the students looked at the beast in pure terror, most of all Azui, who was right in front of it, holding its target. That was strong enough to paralyze 3 elephants. Azui's usually calm demeanor cracked a bit as the fear of death started to shine through. Azui, get out of there! Aizawa shouted. Nomu, kill the girl and knock Spider-Man unconscious already. Shigaraki was now a bit annoyed, the joy of seeing Izuku getting pummeled having worn off, and now he just wanted this to be done already. Nomu stumbled for a bit before charging forward at Izuku and Azui. It was at that moment Izuku saw death rushing towards him, and he felt the hands on his back. Azui's hands. The hands of the girl who had pulled him into her friend group. They gave him the first companions he had in years. The hands of the girl who had gone out of her way to save him. No, Izuku muttered as he felt adrenaline flood his system once more. He would not lose someone else. Suddenly Izuku leaped to his feet and launched himself at Nomu with his fist out as he readied for a desperate punch. But as he lunged forward, his fist going towards Nomu's face, he felt something deep inside of him. His desperation brought something forth. A spark. Crocum. Blue electricity exploded out from his fist, and when it collided with Nomu's face, it knocked Nomu away this time, doing a bit of damage to him for once. Izuku landed on his feet, now in an adrenaline-filled fury, with electricity crackling off his fist. You won't lay a hand on her. Rah! The Nomu quickly got back up and started charging at Izuku, throwing a punch at Izuku, which he avoids, before landing an electrically charged punch on the Nomu's chest, launching him back a bit, before Izuku charged back in and punched it again with his half-broken arm. Nomu brought his other arm down in a hammering movement, but Izuku caught it, much to everyone's surprise, and threw it to the side, before unleashing another electrically charged punch. What the hell is happening? Shigaraki shouted in rage. Meanwhile, the students and the teachers were also stunned at Izuku's sudden, second wind. I agree, what the hell is happening? Aizawa asked himself, as he watched Izuku grab Nomu's arm and flip him over, before unleashing a flurry of punches to the face of Nomu. Bioelectricity? Where the hell did that come from? Since when could spiders do that? But even with that, he's completely outmaneuvering the Nomu, and even matching it in power somewhat? Wait, the mucus. I did have an effect. Even if it couldn't stop it completely, it's definitely hindering its movements and weakening its strength, which is enough to let Spider-Man get an advantage. As Izuku was hitting the Nomu down on the ground, the Nomu tried to punch Izuku off him, and Izuku backflipped away from the punch. Nomu got up and was immediately punched in the knee by Izuku, sending it down on its other knee, before he delivered an uppercut to the face, sending Nomu falling on its back. Yeah. How is he cheating? Tamura shouted, scratching his neck like the madman he was. Bioelectricity. It seems the process was in fact perfect. Kurojiri said, before turning to Tamura. You would have known about this had you actually read the file on Spider-Man that Master instructed you to read. Damn it. He can't beat Nomu. I need him to kill All Might. Shigaraki growled. Damn it. Cellar door. Suddenly, while Izuku was fighting Nomu, he passed out. The moment Shigaraki said the words cellar door, Izuku just fell asleep. His unconscious body fell onto the Nomu, who was now lying there motionlessly, as its orders were technically fulfilled. It now just laid there waiting for new orders. What the hell just happened? Kaminari asked. First the plan doesn't work, then Spider-Man starts sparking and kicking its butt, and now he's unconscious. Seriously, what is even going on? I have no idea? Zero said. Alright, enough games. Shigaraki hissed. Nothing has worked out like how I wanted it to today, but at the very least I'll get the satisfaction of watching Nomu tear you a dash. I am here. You gotta be fing kidding me.